So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto awakens a bloodline in the forest of death. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and you want the next part of this video, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Battle Within. Get up, boy. Naruto didn't stir. Half of him didn't feel like it and the other half felt so battered and beaten, it couldn't have moved anyway. That long-tongued freak really did a number on me. I said get up. If you've got the strength to complain, you've got the strength to stand back up and do something about it. This time the voice moved him a bit. He'd never heard anything like it, with power and tone so strong it felt like a physical force upon him. Gingerly, favoring his wounds, he sat up. About damn time. Naruto had had enough. Who the hell are you, anyway? Looking around didn't help, there was nobody in sight. And a strange sight indeed. It was the forest of death where he was taking the Chunin selection exam, and yet it wasn't. He could see the trees, but where there had been light, all was dark. Once shadow-covered areas glowed with a strange energy, in the distance a dark dome loomed over the skyline, pulsing with an unknown malevolence. Sakura and Sasuke, who should have been on the trees nearby, along with their unknown assailant, were missing. Who I am, you will find out soon enough. Don't bother looking around for your teammates, this isn't the forest of death. Still grimacing, Naruto stood, looking about to place the voice's location. He found it hard, the voice seemed to come from all about him, permeating the almost forest. Then where the hell am I? How long have I been out cold? The voice sounded half amused and half disgusted. You're still out cold. This is all within your mind. And unless you can get your act together, you're probably better off staying unconscious. What's that supposed to mean? Ah, you'll know better when we speak in person. You can see that dome in the distance, I presume. Yeah. Naruto drew out the comment, feeling a bit uncooperative. You do realize that I know exactly what you think, don't you? Being an idiot is only going to make things worse. If you know what I think, then you know I want you to show your damn face. Stop skulking around like that long-tongued freak. He would have thrown a kunai, but without a target it seemed futile. Want to know why you're out cold instead of still fighting? You can't even stand to sit still and talk to somebody without flying off the handle. Some future Hokage. The voice dripped undisguised contempt. You have two choices, boy. You can find your way through that forest and meet me on the cliffs near the dome. Or, you can simply ignore me and try to wake up on your own. If you really want to be Hokage, to become truly strong, you'll come here and face me man to man. A hint of laughter crept into the last sentence, as if the speaker had meant it as a joke. That got Uzumaki Naruto's attention. Laughing at me? We'll see who's laughing when I get my hands on you. He leapt up from his branch and set out into the forest, intent on finding his tormentor. Okay, this definitely isn't the forest of death I remember. Naruto thought about the situation as he dodged yet another pitfall on his way to the cliffs. He thought to walk there, to rest muscles tired from coming to his teammates' rescue, for all the good that had done, but was greeted by traps, snares and pits. The trees were no safer, hiding odd poisonous-looking creatures and all sorts of sawed-through branches and oil-slickened trunks. The voice still plagued him, occasionally making snide comments when he barely managed to avoid another trap and generally making a nuisance of itself. If nothing else, he was still moving because he wanted to shut whoever it was up for good. Whoops, another one. Hidden under those heavy leaves, I almost missed it. He swung lightly around a small sapling, jumping over the rope snare and focused his chakra briefly to his feet, bouncing off a larger tree, always moving forward. There, now, is that so bad? To think about a situation rationally, not leaping in with both feet, half blind. Naruto wasn't sure whether to be annoyed again or feel subtly complimented. If I didn't know any better I'd think you were trying to teach me instead of making my life a living hell. Ah, you think this is bad. I'm taking it easy. If you hadn't shown the guts you did against Orochimaru, I'd not have given you even the slightest possibility of a shortcut to me. Orochi who? That long-tongued freak you keep mouthing curses at. His name is Orochimaru, and he's one dangerous guy. I'm not surprised you don't know him, your teachers have better things to do than tell you stories about criminal missing nins way above your level. Naruto bristled. Hey. I beat that gigantic snake, didn't I? You got lucky. The voice snapped, shaking the air and ground around him with the force of its statement. He was toying with all of you, even the Uchiha kid. When he got serious, you wound up here quickly enough. But that was his mistake. What do you mean, mistake? Orochimaru saw you accessing the Ninetales chakra when you went berserk and started beating the second snake up. He knocked you out by strengthening the seal on the Ninetales, which drained you of chakra and sent you here. But what he didn't know was that in making the seal stronger, he also made me stronger than I've been in a long time. If you ever manage to get your sorry ass to the cliffs, you'll find out why that was a huge mistake on Orochimaru's part. So keep moving. Still muttering under his breath, Naruto complied. Not like I've got anywhere else to go. I made it through the forest, you sadistic bastard. The least you could do is meet me halfway. Naruto painted another complaint as he rested on the thin ledge, a few feet up the sheer, rocky cliff. He had no sooner celebrated passing the forest when he found out that his kunai wouldn't pierce the rock of the cliffs and there were no cracks to pry open. He would have to scale the heights one handhold at a time. The kunai's as much a tool as a scroll or sword would be. If you ever went undercover, the only thing you could depend on would be yourself. So get used to it and get up here. If you've got the strength to complain. Naruto finished the sentence for the umpteenth time. I've got the strength to get moving. Yeah. I've heard it a million times already. All you have to do to shut me up is reach the top, boy. If you can. The teasing tone of the voice only made him angrier. Keep laughing, chuckles. Naruto climbed slowly, painfully. Handholds disappeared suddenly, crumbling off the rock face or just vanishing along with more disembodied laughter. More than once, he fell onto ledges or slid down the cliff until he could desperately hook an arm or leg around an outcropping. His perceptions vanished, height didn't matter, only movement. Upward lay victory, and every little slide or stumble was a defeat. And Naruto hated losing. By the time he draped an arm over the edge of the summit, Naruto barely registered his success. Shoulders aching, muscles taxed, he dragged himself over the edge to lie on flat rock again, limp as the ramen his empty stomach craved. A shadow soon loomed over him. Not bad, kid. You may become Hokage after all. He closed his eyes, savoring the victory. What do you care about? What's your stake in this anyway? Take a good look if you really want to know. The voice was different now, almost proud. Naruto opened his eyes to see a man in the familiar Hokage robes, but it wasn't the Hokage he knew. This one he knew only from a face carved in solid, emotionless rock, looming above the Hidden Leaf Village. He stared up at a tall man, with spiky blonde hair peeking out from under his conical hat, like a halo of sunlight. I am the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. The man who sealed away the nine-tailed fox demon. And I'm your father. Chapter 2. The Apple and the Tree. My father? That I am, boy. Pull the other one. Naruto stood between the fourth Hokage and the edge of the cliff, unsure what, if anything, he was going to do. The late Leaf Village leader looked resigned. Hey, take it for what it's worth. Ask the third Hokage, he knows. If you really are my father, then why am I such a freaking outcast? You'd think people would respect me and stuff, being your son. The fourth shook his head slowly. Flying off the handle again. And you were doing so well. There are precious few people who even know your real story, and I asked most of them to keep quiet about it long ago. You and I don't even have the same last name. Naruto wasn't impressed with the explanation. More of the runaround. Save me the secrecy. You think you can just show up and claim me as your kid? Where the hell were you when everyone was looking down on me? When they neglected me or made me feel like I was some curse on the village? You could have stopped it. If they'd known I was your son, none of them would have dared to mess with me. The fourth's eyes narrowed, his voice was little more than a whisper, but it cut the air like a blade. And then where would you be? Waiting to have the robes handed to you on a silver platter or acting the fool like Konohamaru? Don't just assume things, Naruto. You have a duty to this village to become strong. Not to yourself, not to me, Kakashi, Sasuke or Sakura. The Leaf Village may one day depend on how good a shinobi you become. He pointed at the black dome that pulsed under the cliff. There. That's where the Ninetales lives, where I put it. Naruto shrugged. Big deal. If it could get out as easily as you imply, why didn't it come out all the way when I was fighting Haku or Orochimaru? The fourth Hokage took out a kunai of his own and tossed it at the dome. The metal throwing knife bounced off harmlessly, clattering to the ground. That seal is stronger than anything that was ever done to any demon before. I should know, I came up with it. The Ninetales may be able to get part of itself out from under it and infect your chakra, but it'll be a while yet before it can get totally free. Orochimaru, whether he intended to or not, set it back a few steps when he put his own seal on you. He's locked the Ninetales away so that neither of you can get to the other's chakra. But as I said, that was his mistake. It allows you to get stronger while the Ninetales stagnates, and it may even let you get strong enough to beat that thing for good. Naruto looked down at the dome for a moment, then back at the fourth's expressionless face. Let me get this straight, Dad. All the Jounin and most of the remaining ninjas in the Leaf Village got their heads handed to them by this thing. You had to seal it away because you couldn't kill it, and you think I can beat it all by my lonesome. It's complicated. The fourth sat down heavily, still gazing at his handiwork. It wasn't that I couldn't kill it, just that I only saw one way to do it. Seal it away inside someone and train that person to become so strong that they could defeat the Ninetales and eventually absorb its chakra. In doing so, they would kill the demon for good. And you chose me. Naruto muttered. When you have children, you may understand better, Naruto. I couldn't have sealed it in an adult, their chakra pathways are already set and would only clash with the demon's chakra. Only a child, a strong child who could accept this extra burden, would do. But who would I ask? How could I ask anyone to make a sacrifice that I wouldn't make myself? I was the leader of the entire Leaf Village, not just my own house. Okay, stop. You're making less and less sense the more you talk. Naruto waved a hand at the fourth, sitting down in front of his supposed father. Just give it to me straight. If you're my father, why don't we have the same last name? Where's my mother? And if you're supposed to be dead, what in the blue blazes are you doing inside me? Naruto watched as the scenery shifted all around him, the trees and forest vanishing, to be replaced by the familiar confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. Well, mostly familiar. The monument above the village only held 3 faces, and many of the people and places he was used to didn't grace the streets. The fourth Hokage stood and pointed down to one street in particular. You want answers? Come with me. He leapt down from the cliff towards the village, Naruto at his heels. Don't look so surprised, boy. This is Konohagakure from 13 years ago, well before you were born. The fourth smirked, relishing his connection to Naruto's thoughts. He stopped them in an alley, behind a row of normal cookie-cutter apartment buildings. And here comes that handsome devil now. Another fourth Hokage strolled down the street, dressed in the robes of his office, turning his head every so often, as if looking for something. He stopped as a young woman dressed in a plain gray kimono stepped out of one of the buildings. Uzumaki Haruka. One of the youngest Anbu members in Leaf Village history, she had her own squad commander position by the time she was 14. If I remember right, she'd just gotten back from another mission when she sprung the news on me. What news? Naruto didn't bother looking at his fourth Hokage, he was too busy drinking every detail about this woman he'd never known until now. Everything from the shoulder-length raven hair, drawn back in a ponytail, to the sharp perceptive brown eyes and well-hidden kunai strapped to her wrists and ankles. This was a lady who personified both beauty and deadliness. Just listen to her. The younger fourth reached out a hand and snagged Haruka as she passed. The Anbu member gazed at the village leader with a cool expression. Man, did I miss you? Another mission gone by and you still aren't ready to settle down with me? Haruka sniffed. The high and mighty fourth Hokage, Kazama Rashi, begging an Anbu member to leave the ranks. If I didn't know you better, I'd say you just want one less competitor for glory. Well, you'll get your wish, even if it's not the way you wanted it. We need to talk. Arashi stepped back a bit, scratching the back of his neck. This isn't one of those buy me stuffer I walk or let's go and meet my folks talks, is it? Haruka shook her head briefly, a look of repressed violence in her eyes. No, but before I'm done, you'll probably wish it was. The young Kunoichi sighed and sat down on a nearby bench. I'm pregnant, Arashi. Given that you warned off every male ninja over 14 in the village when we started dating, I'm pretty sure the child is yours. Hokage or not, trained killing machine or not, Kazama Rashi took the news like any red-blooded man in the universe would. He fainted. And you call me a wuss, snickered Naruto. The scenery blurred again, this time coalescing into a room much like the one Naruto lived in. Arashi and Haruka sat at a small table, Haruka nursing a cup of tea. Okay, I'm still not getting it, Haruka-chan. You're pregnant. The kid's mine. The doctors have pulled you off active Anbu duty. So why haven't we gone to Sarutobi-sensei and asked him to marry us yet? As I've explained to you already, Hokage-sama, you can order me into battle at your pleasure, but last I checked you don't have the authority to go around making life decisions for me. Who said I was even going to bear the child? What? Haruka ignored the fourth Hokage's roar and sipped her tea. It's not like I'd be the first or last Kunoichi to put off having a family until later. I don't believe I'm hearing this. Arashi gazed up at the ceiling, as if trying to summon a god, or 3, to help his cause. This is a child we're talking about, not some kind of pet you can buy now or later. And let's not forget that this is my flesh and blood too, not just yours. Haruka's eyes flashed a dangerous gaze upon her leader-turned-boyfriend. I see. So you're volunteering me to go through 9 months of carrying a child, being unable to work, and then a delivery lasting who knows how long? No, damn it. I just want you to think about more than the one bloody option. There's nothing that says you can't take 9 months off, have the baby, and then go back to Anbu duty. I have to stay in the village half the time anyway, I can take care of the kid. Or you could give it up for adoption, whatever. Haruka set the teacup down and took his hand. Now who's being unreasonable, love? You say you want a family? A child of our own? Very well. There's your pros. But have you thought about the cons? You just became Hokage a few years ago. Between your duties to everyone here and my being away with the Anbu, who would really take care of the child every day? She ticked off the first point on her finger. Our enemies would like nothing more than to find out what your weaknesses are so they can ruin you and this village. Whoever watches our child could be an enemy plant sent to take the child and then blackmail you into doing what they wanted. Could you decide between this child you seem to want so much and the safety of the entire village? Another point ticked off. You want certain things out of life, Arashi, but you can't or you won't think about the consequences of all of those different desires. That's no way to raise a child. Can you imagine what our child would go through if he or she couldn't meet your expectations someday? Not everyone is born a genius, Mr. became Hokage on wits and determination alone. The fourth sat in silence for a while, content to look at the woman who carried his child. When he spoke, it was with the same soft edge to his voice that Naruto had quickly learned to dread. Maybe I'm a little overeager, but I'm not the one who's afraid of change here. Haruka bristled. What's that supposed to mean? Do I want things out of my life, newer and better all the time? Yeah, sure, I'll admit to that. You, on the other hand, seem to be perfectly happy stuck in a comfortable little rut. You're the darling of the assassination squads, the young prodigy making a name for herself. You really want me to believe that's all you want out of life? To wind up like those dried up mummies on the Elders Council who never married or took the time to have a real relationship? I don't want to have a kid like it's some kind of knick-knack that looks good around the house. I want to leave a legacy behind, not just of me, but of both of us, something that represents the best of us, put together. He grinned. Don't tell me you haven't thought what your butt-kicking talents and my brains put together could accomplish. Haruka laughed softly. That's the ticket, appealed to my vanity. Looking at her, the pain tore through Kazama Rashi's heart anew, even in his son's mind. 12 years had done nothing for the emptiness he still felt without Haruka. He's seen enough. Well, I've seen enough anyway. Time to go. Arashi tapped his son on the shoulder. Naruto slapped his father's hand away, unwilling to leave the memory behind, half afraid he'd see no more of this woman who felt so familiar, yet stirred no memories in him. Arashi sighed, regret warring with resignation. Now you know exactly why I did what I did after the Ninetales took her away from us. This time, Naruto did turn around, clenching his fist. No, damn it. I don't have those memories. I wasn't there. You want to help me stronger, Dad. Then make me understand. Tell me why I'm the one who's borne all the burdens. Arashi's voice was a pained growl now, half fighting back tears. Don't you get it? That was our revenge, Haruka and I. We'd let our child, the combination of our powers and talents, be the one to kill what had taken her life. And maybe, just maybe, by doing so, our child could wind up surpassing us both. He laughed, but it was a bitter echo of mirth. There's a lot of the best of her that I see in you, Naruto. When Uzumaki Haruka believed in something, she never let go of it, never stopped believing. She hated the idea of settling down at first, it was Anbu or nothing. But when she started to come around, suddenly she couldn't get enough of talking about what she was going to teach you first when you could walk, or how fast you were gonna become a Chunin, maybe even faster than that crazy pupil of mine. Pupil? Ada Kakashi, born genius, who made Chunin at the tender age of 6 years old with yours truly's help. Naruto gaped, trying to match the Kakashi-sensei he knew with a little kid training under Kazama Rashi. You never wondered why he's always trying to help you learn, to improve. I doubt the third Hokage ever told him the truth about who you are, but knowing Kakashi, he's probably got it figured out and he's returning the favor. Naruto didn't really know what he knew anymore. Between a dead Hokage claiming him as a son, finally seeing his mother, and generally being confused out of his skull, it was all he could do to keep from going crazy. He turned away to look at Haruka. Could he even call her mother? And then at least some of the mess in his head became clear. Teach me. The fourth crooked an eyebrow upwards as his son turned to face him. Hum again, son. You say you want your revenge. Want me to become strong enough to defeat a demon? Then do the job you've ducked for 12 years. Teach me how to kill the Ninetales. Kazama Rashi, fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf style, grinned. And it was a terrible sight to behold. Now that, you got from me. Chapter 3. Not so basic training. So what will I be learning first? Fire breathing. Water blasts. What? Naruto may have been unwilling to acknowledge the fourth Hokage as his father at first, but the prospect of being trained by a Hokage, of all people, had turned him around quickly. Thoughts of surpassing Sasuke's flashy tactics danced through his head, along with a fantasy or two of Haruno Sakura. Arashi groaned inwardly. Teenagers. Then he grinned as a thought came to him. Had Naruto been paying attention to his father's expression, his enthusiasm would have vanished in a hurry. Absorbed in dreaming of kicking his rival to the curb, he missed the half-cruel expression that flashed across the fourth's face. I think we'll start with an oldie but goodie, the basic Uzumaki family Taijutsu technique. Haruka said her grandfather named this training course the Path of the Diamond Body, Kongu Karata no Michi. The scenery shifted around them both until it showed a large clearing dotted with trees of all shapes and sizes. Logs and nets filled with rocks dangled here and there from ropes. Bamboo poles took up much of the space between the trees. Were they for handholds? For balance training? Naruto looked around to get a better idea of what he might be facing. He didn't have to search for long. This doesn't look like a taijutsu training area to me. His question ended as a log crashed into him from behind, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Oops. Must have missed that tripwire there, son. Arashi didn't have to laugh, Naruto could hear the undisguised mirth in his father's voice. What the hell kind of taijutsu style is this? Dueling with logs? Nope. I'll let your mother explain. Arashi looked deeper into the clearing, to a spot where his younger self and Haruka stood, facing each other on top of the poles. Well, Haruka was standing, at any rate. What the heck is this supposed to accomplish? I don't feel any more like a diamond than when I began. Arashi didn't say much more, he was too busy dodging both his girlfriend's attacks and the other traps she was springing on him. Grandfather always was a little senile. He really should have given this training course two names, one being the path of the diamond body, the other being the path of the invisible body, Maimei Karata no Michi. There are two ways to get all the way through this course, from one clearing opening to the other. The diamond body was grandfather's way, train your physical stamina and toughness up to a level where even these logs and rock nets would only feel like a tickle when they hit you. Who the hell would be that rock-headed or that tough? Arashi had already been hit by more than a few logs, he wasn't in any hurry to train himself by letting them hit him again. Okay, so the diamond body's not my thing. What's the other path? Haruka smirked. Is the high and mighty fourth Hokage afraid of a little pain? I can make it through this course just fine either way, you know. Arashi sputtered a weak denial, flailing his arms in exasperation. That's because you've been going through it since you were 6. Haruka waved a hand in dismissal. A mere technicality. Fine, the other path. The path of the invisible body is to train your speed and agility, and balance, for that matter, to where you can't get hit because nothing will be able to touch you. Grandmother came up with that when she got tired of having to bandage grandfather's bruises all the time. My father and brother being as macho as they were, I was the only one who ever took her path. Arashi was as tired of talk as he was of dodging traps. Let's see you're on this course, then. Only I'm going to make it a challenge. You have to get hit by all 5 of the largest logs along the way, but nothing else. And if I see you grimace in pain even once, you lose. Of course, I won't be a total bastard about it, you can use all the tools you want. Kunai, Manriki Gusari, you name it. Haruka snorted as she walked towards the beginning of the training course. If that's all you want me to do, you'd better be ready to buy me dinner tonight. And not at that cheap raiment stand, either. She reached into the sleeves of her ninja uniform and then into her boots and tossed all of her kunai at Arashi, who leaned out of the way. I won't be needing any weapons. Then what will you be using, pray tell? Haven't you heard, Hokage-sama? Haruka smiled as she prepared to begin, but there was no humor in her eyes. We have the Anbu or weapons. She vanished in a blur, streaking into the clearing like a gust of wind. Arashi could hear the twangs and snaps as tripwires broke, but little else. There were no impacts of wood against flesh, nor had he expected any from Haruka. He glanced into the area where the first large log was located. As Haruka approached, she turned her body in mid-air, lashing out with a kick to trip the wire and then bunching into a tight ball as the log swung out of the trees. When it struck her, he drew in a sharp breath in reflex, expecting to see her feel the pain of impact. Uzumaki Haruka didn't even flinch. She simply uncurled herself and bounced off a nearby tree, always moving forwards. Arashi just stood there gaping. Something tells me I ought to be damn glad this girl is on my side. The dangerous parts of the course still beckoned, nets and snares awaiting her all around. As she cleared a pine sapling, 2 rock-filled nets swung in from both sides, poised to crush her into a pulp. Even before he could shout a warning, it was over. Fire element. Chakra kunai no twin spheres of energy formed in Haruka's hands, which she squeezed until they formed handfuls of glowing kunai that she hurled at the nets. The resulting explosion reduced the nets and their contents to a dusty cloud, which the Kunoichi ran through without a second thought. Naruto gazed at his mother's actions in awe, watching her move from tree to tree like a flash of light. She could kick my butt without breaking a sweat. Because I let her, of course, Arashi muttered. I'm so sure, Pops. HMPH. Well, anyway, I take it you get the purpose of the logs now. Sure. When do I learn how to do those chakra kunai? Arashi smiled, this time Naruto actually saw it and regretted opening his big mouth. Oh, it'll come. All you have to do is go to the real-life Uzumaki training ground and master both the diamond body and the invisible body. Do that and I'll teach you the chakra kunai no jutsu. Hell, I'll teach you all that I know. Naruto's fascifault shook the ground. What? Don't tell me you're chickening out already. That got his son's attention. Hell no. But why can't you teach me how to do it here? Naruto. Arashi wagged a finger at him like an old schoolmarm, taking all the while. We're in your mind. Anything I teach you here other than it would be worthless to you in the real world. Your body wouldn't get any stronger or faster and your chakra wouldn't increase. The diamond and invisible bodies are for you and you alone to master. When you've done that, learning my and Haruka's will be child's play. Naruto wasn't sure whether to sulk or to wipe out his father's smug expression with a punch. Typical old man. All talk and no action. No son of mine is gonna get a shortcut to anything, except maybe the back of my hand, Arashi growled. I'll tell you this much right now. We ain't the Uchihas, born with the Sharingan. We ain't the Hyugas either, with that whacked out by Akugan and Taijutsu style. I didn't become Hokage because of my bloodline. Then why did they make you the leader? Because I was the best at doing whatever had to be done, what they ordered me to do. You wanted something scouted? I could get in and get the information without disturbing a soul. Assassination. I wasn't your mother, but nobody ever escaped me. Bodyguard duty. None of my charges ever died anything but a death of natural causes. Bottom line, if it had to be done, I found a way to do it, even if it wasn't the most elegant or high and mighty means possible. So basically, they made you Hokage because you were a jack of all trades who was too stubborn to give up on any of his missions. Arashi either missed the sarcasm in the statement or didn't care to acknowledge it. He simply chuckled. And boy, did it ever piss Orochimaru off that they chose me. Little Alkazama Arashi, the cause of creating a rank-S criminal missing nin. Thankfully, Orochimaru only knows you're the vessel of the Nine Tails. Man, can you imagine what he'd have tried to do to you if he found out you were my kid? The queasy feeling in Naruto's stomach said he did know just that. Thanks a bunch, Pops. So where is the Uzumaki training ground? And the rest of Mom's family, for that matter? I know you said you were an orphan, but she sounded like she had a big family. Naruto looked over at his father as they rested on top of the cliff again, looking out over a memory of the Leaf Village at night. First things first, when you get out of here and finish this stage of the Chunin exam, go see the third Hokage and tell him Kazama Arashi sent you. Then he'll know I've talked to you and that I think you're ready to face the challenge. He's got my instructions about what to do, including unlocking the Uzumaki training ground for you. It's kind of a distance out from the regular fields and buildings, just like the old Uzumaki house and dojo were. Arashi pointed to a small cluster of lights near the base of the mountain, where the Hokages were memorialized. They sure did love their secrets. Course, that bit him in the ass when the Ninetales showed up. What do you mean, Pops? Arashi shook his head slowly. The destruction started from the outskirts of the village and headed inwards. The Uzumakas were the first to go, because they were the first to get attacked. Gramps Uzumaki bought it first, of course, hard-headed old coot that he was. Gramps Uzumaki had already passed away, so I guess he wanted to join her. Your grandfather, Haruka's father, didn't make it out of the first week either. The rest of them were lucky. Haruka was on an Anbu mission and didn't get back until the demon had already started attacking. Your uncle Sentaro was on the other side of the village on guard duty and we kept him from going to take his revenge the night Gramps got killed. In the end, he got his wish anyway, but at least his death meant something. It bought me enough time to think up the plan that took the Ninetales out. The fourth looked up at the sky, gazing at the constellations he'd long since memorized. They never moved, after all, frozen in his memories. You'd have liked them, I think. And you'd probably have made Gramps Uzumaki proud, as stubborn as you can get sometimes. I'll tell you all about him someday. Right now, though, I think you should be getting ready to go back to reality. That exam's not going to pass itself. Aw, man. Naruto laid back down, suddenly wishing he could stay longer, even if it was with his irritation of a father. Ah, you think this is it? I already told you I'm gonna teach you all those someday, didn't I? But you got people out there depending on you, and you gotta wake up eventually. Might as well be now. Naruto sat up slowly and looked at the bruises that still covered his body. And do what, Pops? Get my butt kicked by Orochimaru again? Arashi snorted. I don't expect you to do anything against him. But I have a little something that'll serve you in good stead until you can start training for real. So listen up. This is the Kazama Code of Ninja Behavior. It saved my ass a time or three, and now it's gonna do the same for the rest of your life. Rule 1. Know your objective. Orochimaru isn't it? Your job is to get that second scroll, get to the tower, and out of the forest of death. Get away from him, if he's still there, and concentrate on finishing the test. Sarutobi-sensei can handle Snake Boy if he hasn't already. Rule 2. Know your limitations. Don't get into situations you can't handle. You find a team that you don't think you can take, move on until you find one that's more your level. You're not here for glory, you're here to survive, so don't take any losses you don't have to. Rule 3. Keep your emotions in check. They can help, but they can hurt you, inflame your mind. Best thing to do is compress all the things you're feeling into yourself and think rationally. Only get passionate when you've got no other choice and then let it all out. That can be in itself. Arashi winked to Naruto's confusion and then went on. Rule 4. Defeat the weakest opponents first. The credit may go to the guy who kills the leader, but the glory hound who gets cut down from behind by a peon ain't remembered at all. Rule 5, and this is the most important one, kiddo. Never give up. I don't care how long the odds are, there's always a solution. Can't climb the wall. Go around. Go under. But keep on. Once you lose momentum, you might never get it back again. Naruto nodded, listening with a respect for his father that was growing steadily, even if he would never have admitted it. That's all. Seems I've got an exam to finish. Arashi opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Finally, he sighed. Odd, Haruka's called me a wuss if she saw me doing this. But I got one more unofficial rule for you. And that is, Rule 6. Whatever happens out there, whatever obstacles you run into, don't you ever forget that I'm proud of you. Your mom would be, too. You're still a ways off from being the kick-ass shinobi we dreamed of, but you're on the right track. Now go back out there and show them all what Kazama Arashi and Uzumaki Haruka's son can do. This time, Naruto was the one who grinned. You got it. Father. Chapter 4. Reality check. Naruto could have been excused if he thought he was still dreaming when he opened his eyes. He certainly hadn't anticipated anything like what greeted him. Where there had been trees, there was instead a flat clearing, surrounded by the forest of death. Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. On one side of the clearing were the 3 sound nins who had attacked Kabuto before Marino Ibiki's written exam. On the other, the Leaf Village's teammates stood against them, Choji weaving to and fro in a daze, while Shikamaru supported a slumped-over Ino. Rock Lee, he of the bowl-cut hair, lay unconscious on the ground near them. Naruto turned his head slightly and caught sight of the Taijutsu master's teammate standing on a tree branch high above the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto cared for none of that. He'd caught sight of something much more important. Sakura lay behind Ino's team, crumpled to the ground, covered in bruises and not a little blood. She was moving, but with the deliberate slowness of someone who has too many injuries to favor any one body part. Her hair. What happened to her hair? Did they cut it off? The Kazama code and most of what he'd just heard from his father vanished in a red haze. Laid their filthy hands on Sakura-chan. Naruto stood up slowly, gauging how much of Orochimaru's damage to him had healed. Inwardly, he cursed the snake-like missing nin. There wouldn't be any repeat of the time he'd gotten angry and wiped the floor with Haku. Not without the Ninetales chakra to aid him. Dad wasn't kidding when he said I was on my own for now. He thought back to the Wave Country and their battle with the 2 former missed nins, Zabuza and Haku. He couldn't have won that battle alone, and from what he remembered about Kabuto's fight, this sound nin group would be an equal challenge. There was no choice but to team up with that arrogant, self-assured. Naruto's thought stopped short as he discovered the person he'd been looking for. Purple energy swirled around Uchiha Sasuke's prone form, shrouding him in an ominous cloud. Naruto's rival didn't stir, other than the occasional twitch on his face. Of all the times for him to be knocked out, he had to do it now. Even when I want to team up with Sasuke, he finds a way to piss me off. So what'll it be, Naruto? Stay here and die like a sissy, or go down swinging? Like there was ever a choice. He reached into the pouch behind his back, searching for something to help him make the first move. Finally, his questing hand closed around an object. Hey, bandage head. If you think you can just pound on Sakura-chan without consequences, you got another thing coming. Naruto raised a clenched fist above his head, ready to begin his assault, and grinned maniacally. Cause you gotta go through Uzumaki Naruto first. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto dropped the smoke bomb he'd concealed and moved his hands to form a familiar seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Sakura could do little but watch as her teammate and perpetual annoyance prepared to rush the sound ninjas. Ino's team had failed to do much, and Rock Lee's teammates had done nothing but stand there and mock their enemies. What were they waiting for? Move already, you pupil-less freak. Her inner voice screamed. They had to know that Naruto had no chance of winning this fight. Naruto had to know it was hopeless. But there he was, screaming a battle cry in stereo as dozens of clones rushed out of the smoke cloud. Why? Why does he keep doing this for me? I tell him time and time again I'm not interested, and that stupid idiot keeps on being. Well. Stupid. A brace of kunai fell into her lap as one of the Narutos sped by her. Sakura-chan. Cover me. We can still get out of this and get that second scroll. She gaped at Naruto, confusion warring with terror over what he was trying to do and what might happen to him. How? Wait for my signal, then chuck all of these at Bandage Head and that guy with the holes in his hands. With luck, that'll distract me while I go take out the girl and even up the odds. Sakura gasped inwardly. But that's not the sound girl, that's Ino. He doesn't know about the Shintenshin no Jutsu. She tried to find the words to tell Naruto, but before she could warn him off, the Naruto clone had already moved on, bouncing upwards to ricochet off a tree towards the sound nin. Zaku laughed, raising his hands as some of the clones came at him. You shoulda stayed knocked out, kid. Wolda saved you the humiliation. Thank you. Air blasts jetted from the holes in his hands, forcing the clones to scatter away from him. The real Naruto, still hidden, frowned. Can't get in front of him. Have to hope Sakura can keep him facing away from me when I make my move. On the other side, Dosu simply readied his arm-mounted sound amplifier and waited for the clones to approach. If this stupid kid was going to have his clones come straight at him, he'd just oblige and take them all out at once. As Shikamaru had before him, Naruto paid attention to Dog's actions. Forget directions, I can't even get near Bandage Head. If Kabuto could dodge a punch and still get hurt, I'm in no position to risk it either. The Kazama code came back to him, and one rule in particular. Defeat the weakest first. The Sound Nin girl was just standing there, as if unsure what to do. Ruse or not, she looked like the weak link, and Naruto wasn't in the mood to think it over. As he'd learned from years of pulling pranks in the village, when it came to harebrained schemes, it was best to trust your gut. The girl would be his target. Sakura. Do it now. A last group of 10 Narutos detached themselves from the shadows surrounding Kin and Ino, behind Dosu and Zaku, falling toward the entranced Sound Nin. Sakura lay there, paralyzed for a brief moment, and then there was no other choice. Hurling the kunai in either direction, she screamed a warning to her longtime rival. Ino. Get out of there. He didn't see you take over her body. Realizing the danger, Shikamaru quickly scrambled back to teammates' hiding spot, dragging Ino's unconscious body with him. Choji, get over here. We're hiding. Their chubby teammate leaped to safety as Ino made Kin's body form the seal to release her soul. As Ino returned to her body, the Sound Nin slumped bonelessly to the ground. Sakura's warning had worked, saving Ino from further injury and possibly death. It had also left Naruto hanging in mid-air like a hooked fish, his intended landing point gone. Dosu and Zaku, realizing their mistake, dodged Sakura's meager distraction and turned their attention to the real Naruto behind them. Aw, crud, this is gonna hurt. Naruto. Sakura screamed as she watched as Ankyuha send her teammate flying into the tree behind Kin's body. Sake, Sakura-chan. This is nice and hard. Naruto weaved dizzily, feeling for something to support himself and reaching the tree trunk. Tree. Broke my fall. He took a moment to gather his bearings and then looked back at Dosu and Zaku. Heh. That's all. You got. Bandage Head. Inwardly, he was seething. So much for that plan, idiot. The element of surprise was all you had and it's gone. He closed his eyes until something snapped him to attention. Never. Give. Up. There's always a solution. Sunlight gleamed off the sound amplifier on Dog's arm, a flash of light like a bright star in the clearing. The other one has him built in, if I take out one arm, he can still point the other at me. Bandage Head has to take a swing with that glorified cheese grater if he wants to do any damage. Take the arm away and you take his power away. But how can I do that if I can't get close to him? A little breeze blew into the clearing, ruffling his hair. Suddenly, he knew how. 1,000,000 to 1 shot, but heck, you only live once. Without the Ninetales reserve of chakra, he couldn't have attempted this foolhardy idea more than once anyway. Gathering his strength anew, he grinned madly, pushing off the tree and rushing at Zaku. If that's all you got, then you're going down, freaks. Again, his hands came together in his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A line of Naruto streaked across the clearing, aimed directly at the Sound Nin master of air pressure. Dosu roared a curse at the Leaf Ninja's audacity, moving to intercept the real Naruto. Ignore me, you punk. Zaku. Send this fool over here so I can teach him a lesson. His teammates' mad laughter followed. You'll have to take him in pieces, Dosu. Zaku stretched his arms out and pointed both at Naruto, grinning as crazily as his opponent. Ultimate Zankyuha. Naruto exulted, even as the massive shockwave approached. Idiots. You actually fell for it. This time, when his hands met, Sakura's eyes widened. Those seals. What is he trying to do? She soon had her answer. Each of the clone Narutos vanished as the shockwave hit them, until only the real Naruto, last in line, remained. Spinning as tightly as he could, he released the last of his kunai and shuriken into the path of the ultimate Zankyu, and then vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving behind a simple log. Sakura gasped. Kawarimi no Jutsu. Then the kunai. With no obstacles in their path, the throwing weapons were caught in Zaku's attack and thrown directly at Dosu, momentum still taking him towards the place where Naruto would have been blown. Too late, Dosu realized what the Leaf Nin had intended to do by ignoring him. Goad him into attacking. Arm already outstretched, prepared to throw his sound attack, the Sound Nin team leader was barely able to fire off one last wave before he felt dozens of sharp piercing impacts all along his right arm and shoulder, the kunai and shuriken driven deep into his flesh by the force of the ultimate Zankyuha. Dosu's tortured scream rang through the clearing as he hit the ground, clutching the limp bloody wreck of his arm to his stomach. Naruto never had the chance to celebrate his success. Even as he turned to think of a strategy to defeat Zaku, Dosu's final attack washed over him, turning the world into a sickly image of itself, his vision swirling like a whirlpool. His head was a mad carnival of noise, ears ringing as though they were the top of a bell tower. Naruto fell to his knees, writhing in agony. Years later, Sakura still did not know whether it was frustration, panic, or even, God forbid, love that had made her open her big mouth at that very moment when she saw Naruto laid low. All the pink-haired Kunoichi knew was that Naruto had rushed into the fray like the hot-headed, hyperactive ninja Kakashi said he was and was now about to get his butt kicked by the last sound nin standing. The fact that she'd helped put him into this predicament by failing to warn him quickly enough about Ino was temporarily forgotten. Naruto, you idiot. What do you think you're doing? There's no way you can beat those three without. Even as the words left her mouth, she knew she'd made a huge mistake. The end of the sentence hung in the air, unfinished, but both Sakura and Naruto knew what it would have been. There's no way you can beat those three without Sasuke-kun. Naruto, who had been struggling to rise, stopped short and turned to stare, wide-eyed, at his crush. The kicker is she's probably right. I can barely stand up straight and I've got almost no chakra left. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Doesn't make it any easier hearing that. Naruto didn't have to say it. The betrayal and hurt in his eyes said it all to Sakura. What the hell were you thinking? For once, it seemed her inner self had sided with the spiky blonde ninja. She covered her mouth with her hands, as if to stifle any further talk. Looking back to Zaku, Naruto winced. This was a great idea, all right. Get hung out to dry by Ino, blown into trees, miss getting hit by a humongous wind blast, then get my head scrambled by Bandage Head, and for what? So could Sakura-chan remind me that I still suck compared to Sasuke? Sakura. Naruto stopped cursing himself as the voice spoke from behind Sakura. The Kunoichi turned around quickly, hearing the familiar voice of her crush, but her joy was short-lived. Sasuke rose slowly, still surrounded by the purple energy of the curse seal. Was it a rash? Spread out over the left side of his body, forming an odd tattoo-like pattern of black dots on his face, leg and arm. Sakura. Who did that to you? Who? It was Sasuke, and yet it wasn't. Even Naruto couldn't recognize the tone of voice, the menace implied in every word. The Sasuke he knew was arrogant, even flippant when facing an enemy, but it never sounded quite so lethal. Before. What did Orochimaru do to them when I was out cold? Osu rose to one knee, still cradling his useless arm. If Naruto had been a lucky victor, Sasuke represented a genuine threat. The waves of pure power emanating from the Leaf Nin's body wouldn't have been reassuring even if he had been able to fight. Now, after Naruto's handiwork, Zaku was the only one who could carry out the mission Orochimaru had given them. The curse seal. To actually get up from it. Sakura, tell me. Who was the one that hurt you? Dosu watched in horror as Zaku pointed a thumb at his chest. It was me. Fool. Do you realize what you've just done? Sasuke turned to face Zaku. As he did, the malevolent-looking seal spread to cover his entire body. Dosu recoiled. His chakra is too great. Zaku didn't seem to notice, bringing his hands together and psyching himself up. Dosu? What's there to fear from some half-dead freak? The Leaf Nins were all lined up, Sasuke having moved in front of Naruto, who himself shielded Sakura. They're all together. I'll take care of them all. Ultimate Zankyuha. Anything Dosu could have said to stop him was lost. Another massive air blast screamed through the clearing, cutting a deep trench in the earth. Everyone in the clearing shielded themselves from the backwash. When the wind stopped, all that remained where Team 7 had been was an empty gash in the ground. Were they blown to pieces? Zaku stared at his handiwork, gloating over his success. Who is who? He had no time to turn before a hand smashed into his back, tossing him across the clearing like a rag doll. Dosu looked up to see Sasuke with an arm outstretched, Naruto and Sakura behind him. Zaku? He's too fast. To move out of the way while carrying those two. The terror built within him, freezing him in place, waiting for the next blow to fall. Behind Sasuke, Naruto too was frozen, but for a different reason. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Typical Sasuke, riding in like the damn cavalry. Let's see you try that after Bandage Head hits you like me and Kabuto. Naruto looked up, staring at his rival's back, and suddenly the anger drained out of him, leaving only a bone-deep weariness. Yes, he supposed he was tired, at that. Tired of being the one to stare at Sasuke's back all the time, of being ignored, disparaged, insulted. Tired of always having to play catch-up. Some Hokage's son you turned out to be. He would have cried tears of shame, had he the strength even for that, and then the memories flashed before his eyes, his parents' faces clearer than ever before. Is the high and mighty 4th Hokage afraid of a little pain? We are the weapons. You're still a ways off. But you're on the right track. No. Tired or not, beaten, bruised or not, he was the son of Kazama Arashi. Of Uzumaki Haruka. To give up on himself now would be the ultimate act of disrespect to both of them. Naruto might not have known Arashi or Haruka for more than a day, but he refused to disgrace his parents any further than he already had. Fatigue vanished, to be replaced by his father's voice. Know your objective. The sound Nin's scroll was theirs anyway. Sasuke would have no trouble dispatching Zaku in this super-powered state. The girl was unconscious, and Dosu was little more than a cripple. All that remained was to get to the central tower, give the 2 scrolls to Anko-sensei, and then I'll take the first step towards never having to see your back again. When that happens, we'll see who's got whose bloodline beats. The respect he held for his teammate only went so far, and right now it was at its breaking point. If he wants to play the hero, let him. I'll get my day soon enough. Only heroism didn't seem to be on Uchiha Sasuke's mind at the moment. Fire element. Mythical fire flower, Hausenka. A quick sequence of seals and fireballs streaked from Sasuke towards Zaku, who sneered. So what? I'll blast them away. As Ankyuha quickly dispatched the flames, but not the shuriken hidden within them. Unable to react quickly enough, he could only raise his hands to protect himself from the rain of metal death. Even that gesture would prove futile. Dosu's warning came too late to save his comrade from Sasuke's true attack. Zaku. Below. The sound nin caught only a flash of blue clothing streaking by before his arms were yanked behind him and a boot thumped into his back. Naruto, Sakura, and all gathered looked on in shock as an odd grin appeared on Sasuke's face. So you're proud of these 2 arms? Zaku's face twisted into a pitiful mixture of fear and helplessness. Stop. As well tell the earth not to spin or wind not to blow. Sasuke's horrific smile only widened as he pulled the sound nin's arms backwards. The sickening crack of bone told everyone what had happened. Zaku's scream was simply the chilling confirmation. Sasuke let his broken foe drop and turned his eyes on Dosu, still frozen in place, shuddering as he beheld Zaku's fate. You're the only one left. I hope you let me have some fun. He began to walk towards the sound nin. That's not Sasuke. Not the one I know. All events considered, Naruto and Sakura would have been surprised to find out they were thinking the exact same thing at that moment. Only the Kunoichi did anything about it. Ignoring her wounds, she rose and threw herself at Sasuke from behind, clasping him tightly. Stop. Please. Just stop. Her tears had the desired effect as the curse seal began to recede, fading from Sasuke's body, and the Uchiha boy slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Naruto turned away, biting back a curse. He'd seen enough of both of them today to last him a good long while. You're strong. Sasuke-kun, we can't defeat you at this time, so here's a gift for you. I'll promise you this. If there's another situation where we meet in this exam, we will neither run nor hide. Dosu had left those words and a scroll of earth before seizing the opportunity to escape with the wounded Zaku and Kin. Ino's team, satisfied that all was as well as it would get, prepared to leave, as did Neji and Tenten, shouldering Rock Lee's limp form. All of them accepted Team 7's profuse thanks. Naruto gladly admitted that he'd not have survived to defeat Dosu without their help. In the meantime, he again had cause to curse Orochimaru, as the tale of the lost scroll of heaven was related to him. The Uzumaki training ground would remain locked a little while longer until they could find another team with the second scroll. He bit his words off in grudging acceptance. Fine. We should get moving, then. Every team in range is going to come through here, trying to find out what happened. We'd be too easy a target if we stayed. Swiveling on one heel, he strode into the forest again, followed by his teammates. Too engrossed in cursing his fate, he missed the 2 pairs of eyes that followed his disappearing form with an interest and curiosity they had never held before. Night fell quickly as Team 7 advanced. Soon enough, their visibility fell to nothing, and shelter was hastily arranged under another giant canopy of roots. Sasuke, still exhausted from the day's events, quickly fell asleep. Naruto. We should talk. Sakura had been going over the words in her head as they walked, but the time hadn't seemed right to try and apologize. Naruto hadn't spoken to anyone since they'd left the clearing, keeping his attention firmly focused on their surroundings and searching for enemies. Now he was perched on one of the roots that formed their shelter, looking everywhere but back at her. Silence blanketed the shelter for a long moment. What's there to talk about? I screwed up. Sasuke saved the day. We're back to square one. Business as usual. Sakura almost missed his low growl, not used to hearing Naruto do anything but shout. Before she could respond, he shrugged his shoulders. That's some rest. We'll take turns standing guard, call it 3 or 4 hours to a watch. I'll take my first watch. For a moment, Sakura thought Sasuke had somehow invaded Naruto's body. The cold indifference in his voice reminded her more of Sasuke's usual attitude towards her advances than the never-ending declarations of love she was accustomed to hearing from the hyperactive ninja. But why did she even care what he thought? Why did this sudden shift in his personality stir an empty feeling inside her? But Naruto, you're hurt from just now and from Orochimaru. Shouldn't you sleep first? He spoke again, back still turned to her. I've been asleep long enough. The odd tone of his voice made her pause, wondering what hidden meaning it carried. Rest. I'll wake you when it's your turn. Not daring to challenge his order, Sakura settled back down under the tree next to Sasuke. As she fell into an uneasy sleep, she couldn't help but feel as though a gap had suddenly opened between all of them, one that was widening by the day. Naruto listened until he heard Sakura's breath even out, making sure she was asleep. Then he turned his senses back outwards into the forest, still keeping his objectives in mind. Only when they acquired their second scroll would the real journey begin. Until then, he'd bide his time and do the job he had been assigned. Just as Arashi would have done. Chapter 5. Letting go. Yeah, darling, go make it happen. Take the world in a love embrace. Fire all of your guns at once and explode into space. Steppenwolf, born to be wild. So, Kabuto-san, you must really have put a lot of work into those ninja cards of yours. Sakura's voice sounded needlessly loud to all of them as Team 7 walked through the forest. Kabuto, who had become separated from his team and hooked up with them, strolled alongside her. Naruto and Sasuke had grudgingly accepted his presence, but their eyes never strayed far from the bespectacled Leaf Genin, the exam fostering distrust of his motives. Since the battle at the clearing, Team 7 had continued moving into the forest of death, but it was a tense atmosphere to say the least. Nobody spoke unless it was to give an order or report the results of a scouting jaunt. Sakura had found her attempts at conversation rebuffed by both of her teammates, and she still had not been able to muster the courage to apologize to Naruto, not that this new, unfamiliar Naruto would have given her the time of day to do it anyway. When Kabuto had showed up, Sakura latched onto him like a drowning person and pretty much kept on rambling ever since. It helped to dispel the growing emptiness that she felt, some of it, at any rate. If Sasuke had noticed her troubles, he kept it to himself, as always. Sakura found it a little ironic. Here she was, continually trying to find ways to show him she cared about him, trying to get him on dates, and she'd failed every time. Naruto had tried the same thing with her and, getting nowhere, apparently had now given up completely. Did that mean she should do the same with Sasuke? That thought alone had disturbed her into making 20 more minutes of inane conversation with Kabuto, who cheerily listened and offered the occasional response. For his part, Naruto still didn't feel like speaking to his teammates or Kabuto, but he was feeling a bit better about himself than he had when they'd left the clearing. Contrary to what most teenagers would admit, parental pep talks do help sometimes. Slow clapping interrupted his sleep from the moment he closed his eyes. I hear someone had himself a little dusted. Have fun. Naruto groaned. The last thing he needed after that colossal screw-up was "Oh, stop with the self-pity, son. Who said anything about chewing you out?" Arashi snorted. Believe me, if I was mad, you'd know about it. He sat up to stare, incredulous, at his father, who perched on the root of a big tree in the dream forest of death. Kazama Arashi waved a hand lazily, sarcasm in his eyes. Honestly, you'd think I sent you out there with an ultimatum to kick the crap out of every living thing in sight, or else I'd disown you. I'm not that sadistic. It doesn't change the facts, Dad. I messed up by attacking Ino and then got taken out by that sound nin. If Sasuke hadn't shown up like he usually does, I'd be worm food right now. So what? Naruto paused. So what? That didn't sound much like the words a Hokage would say. Arashi leaped down from the root and sat down to face his son. You want facts? Okay, we'll do the facts. Yes, you messed up on Ino, but since you had no idea she was there and you'd never seen her do that before, it could have been an excuse. Then, let's look at the odds. Even discounting Ino and the sound girl's body, it was 2-1, and both of them were relatively fresh, while you were still carrying injuries from Orochimaru. Not only that, you managed to whittle it down to an even match before Sasuke showed up, using nothing but cage bunshin, Kawarimi no Jutsu, kunai and psychological warfare. Arashi grinned. Considering you have a lot less practical training, experience, and than any Uchiha would at your age, I figured on a far worse job than you wound up doing. But like you usually do, you exceeded my expectations. Hell, you shattered him. Naruto gaped up at his father's smiling face, unwilling to believe he was being let off the hook so easily. But in the end it was still Sasuke who finished it off. Arashi shrugged. Ah, you said it yourself. If he wants to play the hero, let him. Let's not forget that you were the one who bought him enough time to actually get up from that curse seal. You took out Dosu, who might still have been able to do some damage to him if Sasuke had tried to fight 2-on-1 like you did. And they gave up the scroll, leaving you that much closer to finishing the exam. Remember the code, Naruto. The objective is always the key. Personal performance should take a backseat to accomplishing the mission. That's why they assign you in teams and not alone. Now, if you can kick everyone's butts by yourself, it makes things a whole lot easier, but trying to do it when you don't yet have the skill level is only gonna leave you disappointed in the end. It's not healthy. Naruto relaxed palpably, only to feel a twig bounce off his forehead. You'll note that I didn't say this gives you the right to get cocky. I don't expect you to surpass Uchiha Sasuke or anybody else overnight. I do expect you to keep on doing your best to improve as the days go by, in small steps or large leaps, as the case may be. Lamping a possible opportunity to sneak in, Naruto smirked. And you expect me to do that if you won't teach me anything? How many times do I have to tell you I know exactly what you're thinking? You're not gonna get any from me until you get out of the forest and learn your mom's taijutsu first. Besides, I already gave you the code. Is it my fault you took one look at Sakura and forgot half of it? This time Naruto had the good grace to look sheepish before his expression deflated. I just don't get her sometimes. Granted she knew I was making a mistake, but you'd think she'd be at least a little bit grateful. After all, I bought her precious Sasuke-kun enough time to play the cavalry. Oh, no, you don't. Arashi shook his head. I'm the last person you want to be asking for advice on women. You got mom, didn't you? Arashi's hearty laugh echoed through the forest. Son, let me share a bit of wisdom with you. It's a good thing that some women happen to fall in love with some men on their own, because if they didn't, I don't think anyone would ever get married or have kids. Face it, with a very few exceptions, about the only things most men will ever know about women is that they look different from us, pack a mean slap, and are at their most dangerous when they want to know how they look in a new outfit. You can't tell me anything? Naruto asked plaintively. I can't. Haruka might be able to. Suddenly, they were sitting at the end of the line of stools inside the Ichiraku raiment stand, watching as Haruka sat sipping some tea next to a young man who seemed to be her Anbu subordinate. The man in question wore a long leather duster and wraparound sunglasses, even indoors, and clutched a tiny bottle of sake in one hand. He was very obviously drunk. So I finally did it, Haruka-sama. Walked up to Tenko, held the flowers out, and everything, he slurred, gesturing with the sake bottle. Then I asked her out on a date. And? Haruka asked, arching an eyebrow. Turned me down. What a surprise. She's never gonna like me, the young man observed morosely, pouring himself another shot of sake and tossing it down. Might as well just go join Jiraiya-sama's peeping raids. He stopped blubbering when Haruka gave him a resounding slap to the back of the head. Ikigata Kazumasa. I don't care if you're in my squadron or not, or the master of blades or not. If I ever catch you peeping in the women's bath alongside that pervert, you're going to find out whether that mastery of blades extends to those that have been shoved into some very uncomfortable places. Just then, displaying the abysmal sense of timing unique to him, the pervert in question's star pupil parted the Ichiraku's curtain. Yo, Haruka. Ready to go and get a bite too. Oh. Arashi recognized two things upon entering the raiment stand. The enraged look in his girlfriend's eyes that appeared every time Jiraiya-sensei was mentioned, and Ikigata Kazumasa, known in the Leaf Village as the Master of Blades, as well as the Dunce of Love. A prudent man would have run for his life, Arashi settled for trying to beat a tactful retreat. Damn, look at the time. Wouldn't you know, I'm late for an emergency meeting with Sarutobi-sensei. Guess we'll just have to reschedule for some other time. He turned to go, but was yanked back to the stools as Haruka grabbed a handful of his robes. Oh, no, Hokage-sama. If I have to sit here and listen to him prattle on about Misawa Tenko again, so do you. Haruka sniffed as she beheld Kazumasa, who was mumbling something as he rested his head on his arms. Men. Are you all so dense that you forget women actually have a say in the matter? It's as though you come up to us with candy or flowers and expect us to fall at your feet on cue. Well, I did offer you dinner too. Arashi's grin was short-lived as his girlfriend turned a baleful glare on him. Not funny. Just before Haruka's drawn teacup bounced off his forehead, it occurred to the fourth Hokage that Jiraiya-sensei's boast about being able to charm women with a joke or two might not have been the wisest thing to test at that particular moment. Naruto groaned in disgust. Did you guys ever do anything but argue? I'll tell you when you're older. Arashi snorted. The basic lesson is, if you really want to make a point to Sakura, it's best to make her feel as if she's the one in control of the situation. In other words, stop being so persistent and make her come to you. That is, if you even want to keep after her. For a long moment, his son was silent. Naruto had been chasing Sakura for some time now, and nothing had come of it. As unhealthy as his pursuit of perfection might have become, an obsession over this girl could get just as bad. Arashi decided to keep the outcome of Kazumasa and Tenko's relationship secret for now, lest the boy get the idea that another decade or so of persistence was all that he had to do to succeed. I don't know, Dad. I like her, but what she said back there. She's beast. You ought to know that much by now. Look, if you really want advice, I say just leave the whole thing alone for now. Mooning over her ain't gonna get you anywhere, getting angry is only gonna make getting out of the forest harder. So finish your job, go train, and get it out of your system. When you're stronger, closer to Sasuke's level, there'll probably be girls lined up from here to the wave country chasing you. After a while, Naruto simply nodded. Why waste any more time with fruitless chases of Sakura when he could be training? So here he was, doing his job. Naruto scanned the forest again, trying to gauge the distance remaining until they reached the tower. For some reason, it felt as though they hadn't gotten any closer, even though they'd been on the move the entire day. He wiped a hand over his face as a misty fog passed him, leaving droplets of water everywhere. Wait. Mist. It's the middle of the afternoon and it's been hot all day. Suddenly he flashed back to the wave country. The last time he'd seen mist this thick appear out of nowhere was Zabuza and Haku. Mist nins in the forest ahead, then? No. Or at least, that wasn't all that was going on. It helped explain why the tower wasn't getting any closer. Jinjutsu. Illusions in the mist, and we're all so pissed at each other nobody's noticed or mentioned that we're going in circles. Hefting a kunai, Naruto lazily scratched an X on a nearby tree, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. 2 minutes later, as they continued ahead, he caught sight of it again. Unmistakable. We're trapped in their illusion. Leaning against the trunk he'd marked, he hung back and waited for the rest of the team to notice. They didn't. Sakura was so rattled by earlier events it escaped her completely. Kabuto was busy listening to her, and Sasuke. Well, for once it seemed Naruto had gotten the drop on him. For once. You can come on out, eh? Useless one, someone's figured it out. His shout drew instant results. The rest of the team turned around, realizing their mistake, as 3 forms coalesced in the mist ahead of them. It couldn't possibly be that easy. It wasn't. Kunai and shuriken flew out of the mist, streaking towards the leaf ninjas. Sakura and Kabuto dodged sideways, while Sasuke ducked underneath the assault. Naruto went up into the trees. Too absorbed in dodging the assault he could see, Naruto missed the kunai that sliced across his leg from a different angle. Merely a flesh wound, but it had the desired effect. Damn. Is it one hiding behind 3, creating those clones, or are all 3 spreading out and surrounding us? A deadly hail of metal filled the forest, throwing weapons flying in all directions, pinning the leaf nins in a withering crossfire. There was no time to figure out which were real and which were illusionary, they simply kept on dodging. Direct approach ain't gonna work. I can't tell where the real kunai are coming from. But if I can't figure this out, neither can the mist nins. Making him remember the wave country had been a mistake, his battle against Gatu Samurai at Inari's house was coming back to him, along with a little trick. I got a riddle for you, punks. When shuriken aren't shuriken, what are they? Pain for our misty pals, that's what. Gauging the locations of the mist ninjas he knew, 3 shuriken were quickly dispatched at the shadowy forms. The mist nins dodged, but just like the wave country, Naruto hadn't intended to hit them. My clones, however, do intend to hit you. 3 identical clouds of smoke were all the mist nins saw before his true attack commenced. Naruto ignored most of the fighting, throwing the occasional punch at the mist nins for effect. They couldn't be Team 7's actual opponents, nobody that stupid would have made it past Ibiki's exam. No, his clones were fighting enemy clones, a distraction meant to draw their attention away from the real enemy, still firing kunai at their leisure. The blonde ninja instead made his way back towards Sakura, Sasuke and Kabuto. They want clones. I'll give them clones. The rest of you get out of sight, maybe try to work your way around and find the real mist nins. I'll duplicate you all and keep 'em occupied. They moved silently, leaving him to face their opponents with a familiar phrase. Age Bunshin no Jutsu. Sasuke could have told Naruto from the beginning that something was wrong with the entire situation. As usual for him, he didn't say anything. Had it not been for his teammates' continuing refusal to treat him with any respect at all, Sasuke would have thought another ninja had infiltrated their group like Orochimaru had tried to do. This Naruto wasn't. Naruto. There was very little shouting, and rational thoughts actually seemed to be going through that spiky sea urchin-like head for once. Not only that, he was actually taking a leadership role and doing well with it. Sasuke wasn't sure if he liked that. He couldn't have stopped Naruto in this shape anyway, but it still stung him that, had it not been for the other genin's actions in the clearing, he might now be dead at the hands of Orochimaru's minions. How would he ever kill his brother if his teammates were the ones saving him, instead of the other way around? The young Uchiha rather enjoyed being the one to save the day all the time, not that he would have admitted it. Having so many people look to you felt good even if it really was irrelevant to his goals. A voice lurking deep within him, one he usually ignored, whispered in his mind. Are you sure that's all there is to it? It was no secret to Uchiha Sasuke that he had many admirers, as well as rivals, but very few friends. Having to come to grips with living alone and a vendetta against your brother will do that. At times he didn't care, friends needed saving all the time, and he didn't have the time or desire to go out of his way and pull someone's fat out of the fire. But did Itachi's path lie down that road as well? Sasuke didn't know why his brother had slaughtered their family, perhaps, in the end, it didn't matter, as long as he was brought to justice. He just wasn't sure that he wanted to become Itachi in order to kill him. What would be the point? Even if he did want to make some friends, what were his options? Sakura was, well, a special case. He knew she liked him, maybe even thought she loved him. Did he dare to return that affection, knowing that he might throw it all aside when he was ready to pursue Itachi? Even worse, would settling down with her someday dull his edge, take away his determination? She just didn't understand that any real relationship between them would always come second to him. And, as always, there was Naruto. Once nearly useless at everything, he seemed to be growing by leaps and bounds each day. How soon would it be before Sasuke was chasing him instead of the way it was now? Things had been changing a little. Both Naruto and Sasuke had found respect grudgingly growing between them until the Forest of Death. Sasuke didn't have to be reminded that Naruto's last memory before he'd been knocked out by Orochimaru was of a scared, petrified boy who had been willing to fail the exam just for an uncertain chance of preserving his life. Not only that, his exploits in the clearing had had a definite effect on his teammate. Where there had been respect and even a hint of friendship, now Sasuke only sensed resentment from Naruto, perhaps even outright hatred. Why did it even matter to him that they weren't friends or even friendly rivals? It wasn't relevant. Only his brother was relevant. Wasn't he? For the first time in a long time, Uchiha Sasuke felt uncertainty creeping into the narrow focus he had shaped his world around. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. Shaking it off, he continued to follow Sakura and Kabuto deeper into the forest. He'd think about it later. Maybe. Back on the battlefield, Naruto had no time to think. Quickly transforming the 3 clones he'd made, he led his fake Team 7 into battle. Buy time, but don't get too close. One hit and the clones disappear, then they realize I'm the only one who's really still around. The whole thing had basically turned into a long-distance sniping match, both sides unwilling to reveal their true positions and resorting to volleys of weapons instead. The old Naruto would have lost patience by now and charged, the new Naruto was about 3 minutes from doing that anyway. He'd had enough of dodging a bunch of kunai. What alternative was there, though? Until Sakura and the others got into position, he could do little else but wait. Unless I make their jobs a little easier. It was easy enough to lure the mist nins out, he simply dropped to the ground behind a large root, gasping for breath, joined by the 3 clones. Now things were getting interesting, the stream of kunai continued, but this time they seemed to be merging. The bastards know where I am, looks like the real mist nins think they can go for the kill. Naruto watched them close in, hazy forms becoming more and more defined. You'd better be on the ball, Sasuke. I'd hate to have to let your clone get humiliated by a bunch of cowardly knife chuckers because you couldn't do a simple flanking maneuver. To both Sakura and Sasuke's chagrin, Kabuto noticed the mist nins first. Holding out an arm to stop the Kunoichi's advance, he pointed a finger in the direction they'd come from. Sakura-san, look. Seems they're coming out of hiding. We should wait a moment and then move up from behind. How do we tell Naruto we're ready? The Leaf Genin grinned and held up a blank version of his ever-present ninja trading cards. I think I can take care of that. Something whizzed past Naruto as he prepared to tackle the real mist nins. Not seeing the dull glint of light off metal, he prepared to dismiss it, but took a look anyway. When he saw the little brown card stuck in the trunk of the tree behind him, he smiled. Seems that guy's more useful than I thought. Time to clear the field. Leaping over the root, he charged at the mist ninjas, just as the real Sasuke, Sakura and Kabuto's attacks diverted their opponent's attention. Hey, guys, forget me already? This time he felt the satisfying feeling of flesh striking flesh as his fist crashed into the jaw of the rearmost mist genin. His smile didn't last long, though, as the other 2 ninjas rounded on him, twin blows to the chest forcing him back and taking advantage of his retreat to escape back into the forest, leaving Team 7 alone again. Just as Naruto prepared to scream a frustrated curse, he stopped. Arashi's calm voice echoed in his thoughts. Keep your emotions in check. Best thing to do is compress all the things you're feeling into yourself and think rationally. But how to finish it? Their ploy had failed and now the mist ninjas would be even harder to flush out. Another hail of kunai passed just a hair's breadth from his face. Or maybe not. As the mist thickened, solid forms emerged again, but no kunai came from their position. Great. So which ones are real and where are they? It was long past time to just cut loose and throw caution to the wind. Eventually the mist ninjas would run out of kunai, he just had to hope this little kamikaze charge wouldn't get him in the path of what throwing weapons they had left. Leaping forward, Naruto hurled a few more shuriken in the general direction of the mist nin before lashing out at the first form he saw. This time, he wasn't so lucky, the mist ninja blocked and sent him reeling with a short jab to the chest. As he rebounded off a tree, a flash of memory stopped him short. That didn't feel like the same punch, but it was the same movement. Same form, less power. Think, Uzumaki, think. Where have you seen this before? The bandage-swathed face and a massive sword swam before his mind's eye. Momochi's Abusa's first battle with them had begun much the same way, only more directly. And in the end. Mizubunshin no Jutsu. What are clones? Solid, but far weaker than the original. That's why the mist has gotten so thick, like back on Tazuna-sen's bridge. They waited until the mist got thick enough and then hit again. Only this time, their clones' attacks are real enough to confuse us even further while they hide and throw kunai. Kakashi-sensei had taken the direct approach and beaten up Zabuza's first few water clones. With fog this thick and 3 fresh opponents instead of 1, Team 7 could do that all day and still lose a war of attrition. They had to do something, and fast. Sasuke exulted inwardly as his Sharingan reduced the situation to a no-brainer. The water clones showed up in his vision as nothing more than blobs of chakra, while the mist nins fairly glowed with the exertion of creating so many clones. Should he tell Naruto and risk incurring further anger from his teammate? It would finish the job more quickly, and after everything that had happened it was probably best to just let them all finish this stage and get some time away from one another. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, that opportunity vanished forever, and things would never be the same for Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto again. Naruto would never have called himself a genius, not even after learning who his parents were. Almost all of the successful battle plans he had come up with had involved him getting his butt kicked fairly thoroughly at some point, whether as bait or simply to make a point, like recovering his forehead protector from Zabuza. Arashi had called it a natural outgrowth of a lack of training. His son knew better. Sometimes adversity just helps you think. This was one of those times. There's gotta be something I can do without asking Sasuke to go blow wind fireballs everywhere. Bah, in his condition I don't think he could even produce a spark anyway. Gotta find a way to end this myself. Think, Uzumaki. What happened to being rational? Dad said the code was all I would need to get out of here. Arashi's voice came back to him in fits and starts, but what he could dredge up was no better than a riddle. There was another half to that rational thinking rule. What was it? Only get passionate when you've got no other choice, and then let it all out. That can be in itself. Clarity of thought is rare in the world. When it comes, it almost seems like a miracle. Zen masters find enlightenment in such moments, philosophers find their one true calling, and ordinary, regular people just find themselves for perhaps the only time in their lives. In Uzumaki Naruto's case, all he found was an answer to his question, but it was more than enough. That can be in itself. In itself. Dad, you total bastard. You could have just taught me and saved yourself from thinking up 5 more rules around it. Suddenly, Naruto just had to laugh softly to himself. His father did, indeed, know exactly what his son was always thinking. You could have, Dad. But that just wouldn't be my style, and you knew it. It had been sitting right under his nose ever since the sound in battle, and he had missed it completely. To gather every negative emotion within him, combine it with his fierce determination and passion, bowl it in with his chakra, compress to the smallest point within him, and then just cut loose. To turn his emotions into a raging inferno that would consume his foes, and not himself. Sasuke's arrogance, Sakura's indifference, the villagers' attitudes and unfair treatment of him. Dark, bitter memories flashed before him, and then he simply forgot them, letting them fall into the growing ball of chakra he could feel inside. Now they would be his fuel, and not his burden. Today, I begin a new life. Konoha's going to see a Naruto they ain't never seen before. The seals came naturally to him, hands flashing to and fro in a rhythm that Arashi's or Haruka's might have, once upon a time. But when it came time to attack, this new jutsu's name was uniquely his. As it should have been. As Arashi must have wanted when he left his son to figure it out for himself. His eyes opened, and Naruto roared in triumph. Nice try, punks. But as with life, all things must come to an end. Fire element. Naruto Bakuten no Jutsu, Naruto Bomb. Heat filled the forest first, a short thermal pulse, almost like the overture to a symphony. The enemy had no time to react to that before a white-hot corona of fire exploded from Naruto's position, flash boiling the water clones, and sending the mist nins flying through the forest to land in a battered heap, singed, burned and smoking. In that moment, long-held perceptions vanished. Kabuto's eyebrows rose slowly, the genin letting out a slow whistle of appreciation. Sasuke shut his mouth, wondering what this new Naruto was capable of. And Sakura gasped as she watched the explosion's aftermath, Naruto glowing faintly with an energy and strength she'd never seen from him before. Quickly searching through the mist nin's clothing, he pulled out a slightly signed copy of the Scroll of Heaven. Then, panting slightly from his exertion, he looked up and winked at her. Now that's what I call going out with a bang. Well done, everyone. Kakashi's smiling face greeted Team 7 at the tower when they finally arrived. Kabuto had rejoined his group and left already, leaving the 3 of them to finish the exam. Where's Anko-sensei? Sakura wondered. It's classified, but since you've already encountered him, I'll tell you. With Orochimaru here in the village, we're suspending the Chunin selection exam for a while. Could be a week, could be a month, so stay ready and don't slack off on your training, Naru? Well, that's odd. Where'd he go? Sakura looked around and caught no sign of Naruto. Again, she felt a little twinge of emptiness, realizing she still hadn't been able to really talk to him about what had happened between them. Why did it suddenly mean so much to her anyway? Kakashi shrugged and shook his head in exasperation. I guess he's gone home already. If either of you see him, let him know we'll be meeting as usual once a week until the exam starts again. For some reason, Sakura felt as though she wouldn't be seeing Naruto again for a long time. As she looked back onto the Leaf Village, she wondered if he really had gone home. But at least one person in the Leaf Village already had an answer to that question he had. Hokage-sama. The third Hokage looked up from his crystal ball and searched for Orochimaru to see Naruto kneeling in a formal position before him. The village leader smiled. He'd known this day was coming for 12 years. Yes, Naruto. The boy looked back at him, that infernal grin on his face, eyes tinged with a hint of steel that hadn't been there before. I've spoken with Kazama Arashi, Hokage-sama. Naruto bowed and then rose slowly. I'm ready. The third Hokage watched his successor's son for a moment and finally nodded. Indeed. Rise, then, and prepare yourself. Your training will begin in the morning. Chapter 6. A time to go home. The urge, it's my turn to fly. People think of many things the morning after any life-changing event. That was especially true the morning after Team 7 returned from the Forest of Death. For most people in the Leaf Village, Orochimaru was the focus. Would their children be safe? How had the criminal managed to evade security and enter their home in the first place? Did he have anyone else working for him? Uzumaki Naruto, fortunately, wasn't like most people. After scarfing down his usual morning meal of instant ramen and assorted junk food, plus regular milk, his last experience with the raw stuff had taught him a rather painful lesson. He pulled the directions that the third Hokage had given him from under his pillow. Go to the base of the mountain, it said, and then head east until you come to the Uzumaki house. Don't ask, you'll know it when you see it. As he headed out, the young genin looked up into the sun. Its bright rays were a welcome sight after spending 3 days in the gloomy forest. Today would be a good day, and rightly so. Maybe once I've gotten familiar with the training ground I can practice the Naruto Bakudan again. See if I can't learn to control the power and range. Otherwise I'll probably fry some poor genin when the Chunin exam starts again. The thought of turning Sasuke into a crispy critter brought on a little snicker, and Naruto whistled a jaunty tune as he strolled towards the Hokage monument. Across the village, Haruno Sakura rose slowly out of bed, clearly blinking the sleep out of her eyes. Getting a full night's rest in an actual bed felt like a luxury after living the forest life. The pink-haired girl winced as one of her remaining bruises brushed against the sheets. Luxury was not what she needed right now, training was. Sasuke was still miles ahead of her, and Naruto had gone from a hothead with some power to a decent threat after only being knocked out. Sakura? Not even close. When had she become the third wheel of the team? Things had to change, or else she might as well just stay home. What use was there in being a Chunin if the enemy could take you out with scant effort? Now was the perfect time to start getting stronger again, with no missions to go on and the exam suspended. She could go and ask Kakashi-sensei to tutor her, and she might even have a little fun in the process. It was the perfect idea. Feeling more energized than she had in weeks, Sakura prepared to leap out of bed and greet the new day. It probably would have been a good idea for her to untangle her legs from the sheets first, however. Ow. As she picked herself up from her little faceplant, it seemed the new Sakura was a little behind schedule. All the more reason, then, for her to rise with what dignity she had left, dress and head out to find Kakashi-sensei. The jounin in question was sitting in the Konoha infirmary, across the table from a grim-looking Mitarashi Anko. The examiner of the second test rubbed her neck as they both looked over at Sasuke, resting in bed. Do you think he's still around? Kakashi asked the other jounin quietly. Anko knew who her counterpart meant. Maybe not in the village proper, but he's close. Probably having his people bring him reports about what's been going on since he attacked the Uchiha boy. Orochimaru knows Hokage-sama would settle his hash if he took him on directly. I never would have expected this to happen, not least when there was an exam going on. Kakashi sighed, his visible eyes closed. Orochimaru knows Sasuke's minced well. Maybe too well. With that desire to get stronger, he'll have a hard time controlling the effects of the curse seal. If he should falter. The copy ninja balled his fists. The prospect of killing one of his own students to keep him from turning traitor was not a happy one. Especially when it was someone as talented as Uchiha Sasuke. Things had him spooked lately. From Orochimaru to his misgivings about the Chunin exam, the curse seal, and even Naruto's odd disappearance, nothing seemed right in the Leaf Village. Had Kakashi felt a little guilty for not going to find the hyperactive genin, even though he knew Sasuke was the real priority. He's grown up fast, sensei. I wish you could see him. Naruto's come so far in such a short time, it's scary. He gets more and more like you every day. Arashi's prediction to his son had, indeed, been correct. Almost from the moment he laid eyes on Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi had uncovered his former teacher's last secret. The child might not have been named Kazama, but his features and spirit told a different story. But what to do? Arashi-sensei had never told him to look out for his son, indeed, the fourth had never told Kakashi anything about having a child. Should he have protected Naruto? The boy wouldn't have stood for it, as independent as he was. Besides, that would have been showing favoritism, not Kakashi's style. He'd uneasily settled on trying to keep the boy safe until he could figure out what to do. Things had spiraled out of control from there, from Zabuza to Haku, and now Orochimaru. When he should have been keeping his charges safe from harm, they had saved him instead, Naruto and Sasuke freeing him from Zabuza's prison. And when the criminal missing nin had struck, he hadn't been there at all. Of all things in life, had Kakashi hated not being able to protect his friends and comrades. After that incident, he had to do a better job of looking out for them from now on. The only question was who to protect first and how. Painful as it was, there was no avoiding reality. He needed to supervise Sasuke and work the boy through this seal first, the safety of the village demanded it. Kakashi only hoped that Naruto could stay out of harm's way until he could find a way to repay the debt he owed to Arashi-sensei. Forgive me, Naruto. You'll be on your own a little longer, it seems. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto could have cared less what anyone else was thinking. Now he understood what the third Hokage meant when he'd said he'd know the place when he saw it. The tall wooden arch stood in front of him as he cleared the tree line, the name Uzumaki carved in beautiful hiragana on a wooden plaque at its apex. Beneath it lay a path of crushed stones, lined with stands of bamboo. And at the end of the path, it wasn't much of a place, as houses in the Leaf Village went. Wide and spread out, rather than the tall apartment building he was used to, and its dilapidated appearance gave him an odd feeling. Was it regret? Loss? As he saw the third Hokage approach, Naruto pointed a thumb back at the residence. Hokage-sama. How come I wasn't brought here when my parents died? It's a big enough place, after all. The third sighed as memories of the Nine Tails attack assailed him. Because of who the Uzumakas were, Naruto. They were the most secretive clan in the village, almost all of the Manbu are retired from it. There are traps in that house that nobody other than an Uzumaki would know how to disarm or avoid, so many that, with most of the family gone, having someone take care of you here would be suicide. Perhaps once you have completed your training here, you'll be able to move in and make it safer for others. For now, I suggest you come with me. The training ground is separate from the house and dojo, and it's safer. Figuratively speaking. Naruto noticed the large wooden box the third carried under one arm as they walked around to the back of the house. What's in the box? Your father's instructions, both to me and to you. The third looked down at the box and thought back to the night he had received it. You look like hell, Arashi-kun. The fourth Hokage looked up from the scrolls he was packing into a box to see his predecessor striding into the room. Yeah, if you're going through hell, might as well look the part. His face haggard, Kazama Arashi continued packing. Getting ready to evacuate. The third's half-hearted joke fell flat, they both knew Arashi wasn't planning to run. Don't tell me you're actually going to try this harebrained scheme. You said it yourself, this is a suicide mission. Without Haruka. Arashi gritted his teeth. This was not the time to fall prey to emotions. There was no time for anything but the job at hand. I can't kill the demon outright. The Tenchi-ken was one of the only ways we might have done it and I can't do it alone. It has to be paired. All that's left is to weaken the Nine Tails and seal it away, then I'll join her. So you're going to seal it in a box. The third looked at the growing pile of scrolls within the container, arching an eyebrow. High-level stuff. Hardly. These are for Naruto. If he's to become strong enough to kill the Nine Tails, he'll need training. In my absence, these will have to be done. I've written out everything I know, from what I taught Kakashi to what Jiraiya-sensei taught me. Stuffing the last scroll in the box, Arashi shut the lid and handed it over to the third. I hate to do this to him. And to you, but secrets were made to be kept, after all. We can't afford to have him grow up weak or coddled. If his bloodlines become common knowledge he'll be a hero, a sympathetic figure. No. As much as I'd like people to know the sacrifice he'll be making, for the sake of everyone, I'd rather he grows up on his own, unheralded. But the Uzumaki clan almost wiped out, there's nobody to take care of him anyway. He's your son, Arashi. The third shook his head. Nobody deserves a life like that. At least let me try to find one of the other Uzumaki clan members out there. Perhaps the other senins would know. Believe me, sensei, I've tried everything. But without Jiraiya-sensei in the village, nobody knows where to find Tsunade. Even if we did find her, she's just a distant relation. No guarantee she'd return just to raise a kid she doesn't know. And other Uzumakas. Forget it. I don't know them, and they didn't know of our Uzumakas. Better to leave them be in their own villages. Besides, Arashi's mouth twisted in a savage grin. I never could resist the opportunity to go for a little poetic justice. This way, Haruka's son will get revenge on his mother. Not only that, he'll take the demon's strength for himself. No better vengeance than that. He won't be avenging you, then? Hell, no. Arashi shook his head slowly, an odd smile on his face. After what I'm going to put him through, he's going to want to kill me himself. When he's ready, sensei. Give the scrolls to him. They'll say what needs to be done better than any stupid will or letter could. As you wish, Hokage. The words were roughly written, a hasty scrawl marred by the occasional dot of ink on the paper. The third had handed Naruto 2 scrolls from the box before he unlocked the gate to the training ground and headed back to the village. He was now looking at the scroll marked introduction. I don't know how to do all that dramatic crap, so I'll just cut to the chase. If you're reading this, Naruto, it means you're ready to start training yourself to kill the Ninetales. The place you see before you is the ancestral training ground of the Uzumaki clan, where the diamond body and invisible body taijutsu styles can be learned and eventually mastered. Under no circumstances are you to reveal the secrets you learn here to anyone, not even your friends or teachers. Not only could it come back to hurt you, but, well. Your mom would kill me if she ever found out I'd let the Uzumaki technique slip. Naruto kept his leg slightly bent as he strolled into the training grounds, still reading the scroll. He remembered the last time he'd been here and wasn't too keen on being hit with another log. As he approached the spot where the dream log had swung out of the sky, Naruto stopped short just in time to get slammed to the ground by a net of rocks. Where the hell had that come from? Looking down at the scroll, a loud curse escaped him. Time for your first lesson, don't bother trying to memorize the course layout. The entire course is set up with a timed mechanism that switches all of the obstacles within it into random patterns every day. The only things that never change are the entrance and exit. Naruto could have sworn he heard his father's snide chuckle on the wind. Dad, when I get my hands on you, you're a dead man. Or a dead ghost. Well, dead spirit. Oh, hell, you're just dead. You hear me? Dead. He stopped yelling when he saw the next paragraph of the scroll. And don't waste your breath cussing me out about it. I wasn't the one who set this thing up anyway. If you've got the strength to complain, you've got the strength to do something about it. So get off your ass, go back to the entrance and read the scroll first before another trap gets you. Painful lesson learned, Naruto beat a hasty retreat. Okay, now that you're ready to start, you need to make a plan for your training. You've got 3 basic choices. Learn the diamond body first, learn the invisible body first, or, if you're feeling adventurous, you can try to learn both of them at once. According to your mom, it's possible, but it's been a generation or 5 since any Uzumakis managed to pull that off. Of course, as our son, that means you should have no problem at all with it. Naruto rolled his eyes. Ever heard of something called modesty, Dad? Take today and maybe tomorrow to get yourself familiar with the course. If you get yourself beat up, don't sweat it. You'll get used to it or you'll get so fast you won't have to. Once you've done that, it's time to pick up all the equipment you'll need to use here. A short list of odd items followed, Naruto scanned it, getting more and more puzzled as he continued. What did steel plates and ring weights have to do with a zipper-pocketed jacket and pants? Bandages he could understand, but why a ball and chain? There's a few pros and cons to starting. The diamond body is painful to learn, I ain't gonna sugarcoat things. But you may want to either learn it first or do the 2-in-1 method, hint hint. I say this because the invisible body can be misleading if you master it first. You'll get so fast that you won't want to absorb the punishment that the diamond body requires. If that happens, you've just cheated yourself out of a valuable technique. Wouldn't want that now, would we? Probably just wants to see me get pulverized for kicks, Naruto snorted. 2 days later, a battered Naruto staggered into the training ground, dragging a huge bag behind him. Getting familiar with the place had meant absorbing tremendous punishment from all sides. With the obstacles constantly changing position, he was basically one big bruise from head to toe. As for training choices, there really hadn't been any not after Arashi's first scroll directed him to read the chicken scroll if he chose anything other than learning both styles at once. His father hadn't appeared in any dreams the past 2 days, so Naruto was reduced to grumbling as he opened the scroll marked dual path training. I'll assume you've got all your stuff and you're ready to get started. Step 1. Get the steel plates and ring weights, as well as the zipper pocket clothes. Insert 1 plate each in the shoulders of the jacket and 1 ring in each pant leg. And, of course, put the clothes on. Naruto clapped a hand to his forehead. What am I, 5 years old? No, it's not armor. Well, at least, it's not intended to be armor. You'll note that you can't move as easily as before, don't worry, that's the idea. This builds up your strength for both paths. Gradually, you'll notice that it gets easier to move around each day. When you can move with the same speed as you did before you put the plates in, add another set of plates and rings. Quite simple, really. Of course, there's an added bonus. While learning the diamond body, you'll find that your natural danger sense will make you try to dodge the mid-air traps whenever possible. If you're trying to train toughness and stamina, that doesn't help you improve. The extra burden of the weights will keep you from being able to dodge as easily, and you'll be forced to toughen up instead. I knew he wanted to see me get pulverized. Step 2. Do 1 run through the course to get yourself used to the sensation of being slowed down. Then go home. By the time you get through this first run, you probably won't be in any shape to do anything but get some sleep anyway. Says you, old man. Naruto rewrapped the scroll slowly, gauging the slowness of even this light movement. Perhaps instinctively, he'd purchased the heaviest weights available. The set he wore now felt like an anvil on his shoulders, and it wasn't so much walking as it was like trudging through a deep bed of mud. No dodging, indeed. Walking over to the starting area, he knelt, gathering strength, and then he was off. Unlike the old training ground from Arashi's memories, pressure plates and other sensors had apparently replaced the tripwires. Naruto had no idea when or where to expect an attack. Running into the first clearing, all he could do was keep his eyes peeled. There. Out of the corner of one eye, a log descending from the trees. He had to dodge. No, wait. Thinking back to Haruka's methods, Naruto leaped up instead, trying to meet the obstacle in midair. Unfortunately, he didn't have the benefit of Haruka's training, especially in geometry and physics. Curled up into a ball, Naruto did manage to meet the log. Unfortunately, he'd met it at an angle that bounced him right into a nearby cluster of poles and trees. By the time Naruto had ceased to be a human pinball, his father's instructions actually made sense. A bath and a couple days of sleep sounded damned good. Of course, he'd have to get through the rest of the course first. Oh, that does it. Too slow to dodge, too hurt to run. This course is toast. Aimlessly advancing, Naruto grabbed onto poles and tree trunks as best he could, feeling movements he could have done blindfolded turn clumsy and slow, missing paths he could have taken through the course just yesterday. It was rough going, frustration building quickly. That was all according to plan. By the time the exit came into sight, he could barely summon the strength to move. It didn't matter. One last assault loomed, and the genin could feel it coming. That was perfectly alright, he was prepared this time. Screw control, give me some power. Naruto Bakuden no Jutsu. Rage and anger exploded outwards to meet wood and stone, nature lost. The conflict was over before Naruto's shout had even had time to echo through the woods, dust and dirt blanketing the clearing. Scorched ropes smoldered, dangling in the air where the traps had been. What do you have to say to that, Dad? He unwrapped a scroll, wondering what Arashi had scheduled for the next day. Oh, right. Forgot to tell you something the first day. No Uzumaki clan means nobody to maintain the training ground, but the trainee. In other words, you break it, you buy it. Destroy a trap and you'll have to put the logs or rocks back by yourself before the course will work right again. Axes and saws are in the toolshed behind the house, along with extra rope. Don't forget to lift with your legs, huh, kid? Dad. I'm gonna kill you. Somebody ought to warn that Sakura girl about your temper. Don't start, Dad. If I could move, I'd kick your ass back to wherever you were hiding for the last 12 years. Naruto lay on his bed, the dream shaping itself to his will for once. Well, except for the bruises. Those had stayed. Well, you've made it through 3 days. Pretty good. I thought for sure you were gonna pull a ghost girl. Pull a what? Naruto gingerly turned his head to face Arashi, leaning back in a chair with his feet on the lone table in the room. Well, she had a name, but it was so long ago the villagers had forgotten it even back in my day. I heard the story secondhand from another jounin when I became Hokage. There was this girl in the academy who was born brilliant, the best trainee the teachers had ever seen, sure bet for jounin at a young age, maybe even Hokage, but she was bone lazy. On the day of her genin exam, she never showed. Turns out later she slept through the whole thing. They gave her 2 more chances, she slept through those, 2, or just blew 'em off. Flunked out of the academy, never even made genin. After that, nobody ever saw her in the Leaf Village again. So we call her Ghost Girl, cause she just up and disappeared. Couldn't take it. Weird. I'd hate to be her parents. Naruto wondered why anyone would throw away the chance to be a ninja. He'd hate being here a lot more. Imagine the ridicule, the shame she'd have to go through. I understand why she left, better to start anew, even if you can't be a ninja. Go find something else to do, get your mind off it, I guess. But doesn't anybody wonder what happened to her? Arashi snorted. You can wonder all you like, but you'd be better off getting some sleep and resting those bruises. Ghost Girl can handle her own affairs without our help. Some say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. In this one case, however, it began with a single explosive sneeze inside a busy restaurant. Achuo. A petite waitress standing on the other side of the room started in surprise, and the tray of dirty dishes in her hands began to fall to the ground. I better not hear a plate crack, or else it's coming out of your salaries, slackers. Gruff and loud, a voice rang out from the kitchen, though nobody was at the window looking out. It was obvious this was business as usual. Less obvious was the lithe form streaking across the room to catch the falling tray in one hand while balancing a similar tray. The offending waitress sighed in relief as she watched her coworker come to her rescue. Oh, thank you, Setsuna. Her savior was a willowy woman in her early 30s, black bangs dropped almost to her eyes, which themselves looked half closed. Setsuna put her tray down and returned the dropped one to its owner. Well, I caused the problem, Mickey. Might as well fix it. Do you have a cold? Mickey's brow furrowed in concern. The raven-haired waitress shook her head. When she spoke, it was with an easy drawl, like she couldn't be bothered with health or anything else. Nah. Must have been someone talking about me. Can't imagine who that could have been. Again, the voice from the kitchen. Get back to work, you slackers. You can admire your tray-catching skills when we ain't got a lunch rush to deal with. Screw you, Slinger. Any thought that the waitresses disliked their target vanished when the customers saw the smiles on their faces. Simple banter between old friends and nothing more. Then they turned back to their meals and all was right again. Bartender, another round of sake for my ninja waitress. Saved me $50 in new dishes at lunch again. Slinger Azaki, head chef of the Utenya restaurant, waved a hand in Satsuna's direction as she and Mickey lounged on the other side of the bar booth. How many times I gotta tell you to stop with the ninja stuff, Slinger? Not a ninja, don't wanna be one. Too many responsibilities, all those missions. Who'd want that life? She regretted saying it the instant the words left her mouth as the cook went into his would-be hero mode again. You kiddin'? Assassins in the night, climbing walls like spiders. Shadows to the left, shadows to the right, you sneak up on them anyway, and POW. Mickey and Satsuna had already leaned out of the line of fire. Years of experience had taught them that Slinger's drink always came flying out of his glass at the height of his fantasy. The big man sitting in the next booth over, however, didn't know Slinger Azaki. Judging by the look in his eyes as he wiped off the remains of a shot of hot sake, all he wanted to know was how long it would take to turn the cook into a bloody pulp. Slinger was apparently thinking the same thing about his opponent from the look in his eyes. Got a problem, buddy? Oh, not again. Satsuna and Mickey looked at each other and then at the ceiling in exasperation. Their roles in this recurring drama were well established. Mickey grabbed Slinger and yanked him out the back door with surprising force, leaving Satsuna to face the offended drinker. Hey, big boy. He's drunk, let it go. It's only sake. Satsuna groaned inwardly as, like most foes in this situation, the man simply looked her up and down. The thought that she might be a threat didn't even register to him. Thinking with the other head, Arya. Enjoy the show. Then get out of here and drop the thug act. Don't go making trouble you don't need. Like most of the people she'd faced over the years, he didn't even move. I think your pal owes me an apology and a little exercise. You'll do, for starters. You sure, big boy? Satsuna's drawl had dropped all the way down to a whisper. I'd hate to be the one who had to tell his friends he got his ass kicked by little Almi. Like to see you try it, girl. His sneer wiped the feigned fatigue right out of Satsuna's eyes. Her opponent stepped back a pace when he caught his opponent's new expression. Then throw down, already. You're such a tough guy. Make the first move. He didn't need any more prompting, getting taunted by a woman half his size was more than enough motivation. A ham-sized fist sped at her face. It never got there. The few patrons still left in the bar gaped as Satsuna's hand shot out and seized her opponent's lead arm by the wrist, stopping it cold. A second later, if their jaws could have hit the floor, they would have. A deft pressure point pinch and arm twist left the big man kneeling on the floor in agony before the waitress delivered a short brittle knee to his head, scoring a knockout. I really gotta find myself a new line of work. Rubbing her knee, Satsuna grumbled to herself as she walked out of the bar. How long has it been? A year? 5. This was the longest she'd stayed anywhere since things had gone wrong. Perhaps it was time to think about moving on. Absent-mindedly, she looked at the little box on the mantel in her apartment. It was a happy memory, of sorts, a home that had all but forgotten her and the one person who hadn't. Opening up the lid, she scanned some of the letters within the box. Hey, sis. Things haven't changed much. We tried to talk grandfather out of it, but he's set on disowning you, and as clan leader, he can't be overruled. I guess you don't really care, but it still sucks. Hi again, sis. Hope you're doing well, just remember to send the letters to Amiko's house. She doesn't have to worry about her grandparents scanning everything in the mail. I swear, ever since I started dating that guy I told you about, everyone here's paranoid or something. Anyway, let me know if you're moving and send me something when you get there, so I know where to reply. It had been a welcome reminder that someone still cared. She'd hated the life of a ninja, that was no lie. Nobody understood her when she said she'd do missions if they wanted, but preferred to live a carefree life. It was just too much pressure and nonsense. She could have done it, but with so many willing candidates, the village was set for life. What did one little genin matter? To her family, it mattered more than she'd thought. Only her younger sister had kept in touch, and even those letters had stopped. Turning the last envelope over in her hands, Satsuna opened it. It had only been read once, and she'd been running from it ever since. Sis, I don't really know how to say this, but by the time you read this letter, I'll probably be dead. The village is under attack by a fox demon, and nobody we have can stop it. Arashi-sama thinks he has a way to seal it off, but he's been at it for 2 weeks, and he's still not done with the new technique. Grandfather's dead, and so is Daddy. In the end, Daddy stood up to the demon more than he ever did to Grandfather. I guess he felt guilty about what happened when you left. Strange way of showing it, though. I suppose I should apologize, been hiding a secret from you the last few months. That's why you're getting this letter, really. I need a favor, and it won't keep. Setsuna closed her eyes, shame bringing unwanted tears to them. For 12 years she hadn't read past this line, hadn't wanted to read the end. She owed no duty to the Leaf village or to her clan. But her sister. Can't be carefree forever, girl. Everyone's got some responsibilities. Past time you faced yours, instead of hiding here and kicking back. She opened her eyes slowly and, hands shaking, unfolded the last part of her sister's final letter. I have a son, almost 2 months old now. His father and I didn't see eye to eye on how he should be raised, so we haven't married yet and he's still part of our clan. But right now, I'm about to go out there to fight the demon. I know I'm not coming back. Arashi-sama still needs more time, I think I can give him that. But it could mean leaving my child an orphan, and that's just not going to happen before I make backup plans. People here have forgotten you, even if you seem to think you're some legendary failure, it's safe to come back. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'd feel better about this fight tonight if I knew my child was going to have someone to watch over him when I'm gone, should his father follow me into the grave, as that over-emotional idiot probably will. I'd be honored if you were that person, Setsuna. If you don't want to come back, I understand. No matter what you decide, know that I'll always be there, wishing the best for you, hoping you're safe. That's what family is for, right? Setsuna looked out at the moon as she slowly packed her bags. Slinger and Mickey had been her family here, but blood was blood. She'd been running away long enough. Time to go home and hope that she wasn't too late to take up the duty that had been given to her. Time to go and find her real family again. As she prepared to leave, the letter lay on the table, its final lines burned into her memory, lending her resolve. Your loving sister, Uzumaki Haruka. Chapter 7. Journeys large and small. Avril Lavigne, Mobile. Leavin', huh? Think this place ain't good enough for you anymore? Uzumaki Setsuna sighed. Slinger and Mickey's reaction to her intentions weren't out of the ordinary, but she hated long goodbyes. Between emotional stuff, tears and packing, this trip was turning into one big pain in the butt. This kind of Haruka's better not be some spoiled brat. Slinger, this doesn't have anything to do with the Utenya. I like it here. But I've got a job waiting for me back home, can't just keep staying on here and running away from it. Mickey nodded. Always a sucker for a dramatic story, Haruka's letter had reduced her to several hours of tears and blowing her nose. Slinger, it's not like she's going away forever. Think of it as a long vacation. Yeah, fine. Look, I ain't your ball and chain. If you gotta go, then do it. We'll be waiting. Slinger crossed his arms and tried to look unconcerned. Always awkward with emotions, he failed. Aw, hell. I know I sprung this on you guys kinda quickly. How about we go out for one last night in the town, celebrate before I split? That got Slinger Azaki's attention. You're paying, right? This kid really better be worth it. Setsuna mentally waved goodbye to her wallet. When the three of them got really worked up, budgets and accounts everywhere were liable to collapse in ruins. Later, as she walked on the road back towards the Leaf village, Setsuna had to think back and wonder whether Haruka had heard that complaint and done something about it. But I think I am, Slinger, a money tree. We are not going to the casino. Halfway into their night of partying and random entertainment, Slinger had dragged the three of them towards the only casino in the out-of-the-way town, still full of suckers and gamblers of all kinds even close to midnight. Said you wanted to live it up, right? Take a chance for once in your life. Just because you get a rush from blowing your money here doesn't mean everybody will, Slinger, Mickey sniffed. Honestly, if you'd save some cash once in a while, you wouldn't always be asking me and Setsuna for loans. Whether or not the younger waitress genuinely cared about their boss, Mickey almost always attempted to steer Slinger towards more useful pursuits and morals. Most of the time, she got nowhere. Aw, come on. Everything evens out in the end. When I hit it big, you'll get all your money back. Slinger turned on whatever was left of his charm. It probably would have left his two waitresses swooning had they been drunk, desperate and several decades older. For Pete's sake. Setsuna had had enough. Grabbing Slinger and Mickey's hands, she dragged them both towards the very first game she saw, a wheel that bore several odds multipliers on its face, ready to be spun. Once and for all, I'm gonna prove that this place is nothing but a huge waste of money. Pulling out everything left in her wallet, Setsuna slammed the wad of cash down in front of the young, pimply-faced worker manning the wheel. Step aside, kid. One spin and we're out of here. Setsuna. That's more than 3,000 yen. What are you trying to do? Mickey looked at the entire scene in horror. Teaching this idiot the value of money, that's what. I work my ass off for this stuff when I'd rather be sleeping, and he pisses it away here. So let him see what happens when people wager stuff thinking it's all gonna even out. Turning to the wheel, she yanked it down with a savage jerk and then turned to go. I'm out of here. Before she had gotten 5 steps away from the wheel, a shout froze her in her tracks. Oh, my dear sweet lord. Turning around slightly, Setsuna caught sight of Slinger and Mickey still staring at the wheel, faces ashen and gaping. Okay, what now? Hypnotized by all that fool's gold. Why you? Slinger could only point at the wheel, speechless. Setsuna glanced towards Mickey, looking for a saner viewpoint. She slapped her forehead as Mickey copied their boss. Why you? What? You two gone bonkers. Then she caught sight of the wheel. The needle had stopped, pointing at the lone slice of the wheel marked jackpot. Well, what do you know? Slinger was right for once in his life. World's coming to an end. Setsuna looked at the casino employee, pointing a thumb at the wheel. What's a jackpot pay? 10,000 to 1. Hands shaking, the young man looked down at the pile of cash on the table. Roughly estimating from what you bet, you're up more than 30 million yen, ma'am. Slinger Azaki fainted dead away. You gotta let me come with ya, Setsuna. That's enough cash to build a new restaurant, hell, enough to build 10. Forget the Utenya, we could all start over in your village. What do you say? One Slinger had been dragged out of the casino, had water splashed in his face, and gotten over crying about missing his big chance. He had started in on Setsuna. The ex-waitress looked over at Mickey with a questioning expression. Well, it would be nice, I suppose. Things just wouldn't be the same with only me and Slinger here. Mickey smoothed back her frizzy red hair and giggled as Slinger got down on his hands and knees and started kowtowing. Besides, you know he's never going to quit begging until you say yes. I just know I'm gonna regret this, but it's easier than having to listen to him beg for another 6 hours or so. Alright. You two can come with me already. Now would you shut up? You mean it? Slinger sprang up with surprising speed. Hold it, big boy, this ain't a free ride. I got conditions. Name it. Money signs were dancing in the chef's eyes as he awaited a response. I'm the boss now. No more of this lacquer junk coming from you. Mickey and I work when we feel like it, as hard as we feel like it. I think you're not treating us with the proper respect, you're out on your ass. Got it? Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, chief. Slinger might as well have been a robot for all the attention he showed. Setsuna sighed. I'm really gonna regret this. The country way, Naruto was regretting something for a different reason. Preparing to return to training, he had gotten barely a block from home when he noticed a medium-sized cardboard box scurrying behind him out of the corner of his eye. Aw, crud. Not those three. Flexing his knees slightly, Naruto leaped up onto the roof of the house across the street, intent on leaving Konohamaru and his two cronies behind. He normally didn't take Rashi's comments too seriously, but his training was important enough that the fourth Hokage's word sunk in for once. Nobody else could be allowed to learn the Uzumaki techniques, whatever edge he might gain would quickly vanish. Still stiff from 3 days of being pounded by traps, Naruto couldn't move as fast as he wished, the weights on his shoulders and legs weren't helping. So he wasn't surprised when, 3 houses later, the box was still scrambling along the street after him. With such reduced mobility there was no way he could outrun them. Bound to reality, Naruto leaped backwards off the roofs, landing behind the box. No training for a while. Alright, you idiots. How'd you find me this time? Konohamaru's muffled voice echoed from inside his hiding place. Leader, you clunk when you walk. It's hard not to notice you. Would you get out from under that stupid box? Naruto bristled. He had to deal with the kids, but he didn't have to like it. It never fools anyone. While it was a good lesson for the 3 kids, Naruto probably should have kept his mouth shut. The box exploded as it usually did when Konohamaru was discovered, sending multicolored clouds of smoke billowing into the air as Konohamaru, Yuden and Mogi were revealed. Leader, will you play with us? It's been so boring with everybody away in the forest. Mogi coupled her request with the deadliest form known to man, puppy dog eyes no jutsu. Had Konohamaru asked, Naruto would have denied him outright, but the little Kunoichi was too cute to resist. Besides, after getting beat up so badly, he wasn't too keen on going back to the training ground for another day or two. Yeah, sure. Just don't go running off too far, dangerous people are still in the village, and I'm not in any shape to be saving your butts like last time. Yay. I'm probably gonna regret this, but what the hell. Naruto growled to himself as he followed the Konohamaru Corps in the opposite direction of the Uzumaki house. His actions did not go unnoticed. Looking through houses again. Hyuga Hinata jumped as the soft voice startled her out of the Byakugan, solidifying the objects between her and Naruto. She turned from her seat on a bench to see her teammate, Aburam Shino, sitting down next to her. Well, I thought I would practice. Niji-kun is always looking at birds, so I thought I'd try looking through things instead. He wouldn't like me copying him. Shino shrugged. You really shouldn't worry about what others think of you, Hinata. It's your life to live. Hinata twiddled her thumbs absently. I know that. I just don't like to make trouble. The ghost of a smile flitted across Shino's face. For once, I think you should follow Kiba's example. He couldn't care less what others think of him, as he usually lets everyone know. Hinata giggled. Teammate didn't have a true leader, but from watching the constant conflicts between Kiba and Shino, an outside observer would think the two boys wanted to settle the issue once and for all. Hinata knew they both respected each other too much to actually pull rank, no matter how many subtle insults they threw at each other. They weren't friends, but they'd band together before they let anyone else get the upper hand. Akamaru would bite anyone that disrespected Kiba anyway, Shino. I could give you a hive or two of wasps. Shino grinned. Forget it. With my personality, they'd probably turn on me first. Hinata's timidity was half a running joke and half a problem for teammate. Shino normally said nothing about it since he himself preferred the conservative approach. Kiba, on the other hand. Boy, what's with you two? You got nothing better to do than sit around, then we ought to go train or something. Shino grimaced. Speak of the devil. And Yuzuka Kiba, as usual, strolled up with the brashness that defined him. Akamaru perched on top of the Fang Genin's hood. What about it? Shouldn't waste this break time. Everyone smart's gonna be looking for every advantage they can get while the exam's suspended. And I'm no idiot. Shino snorted. Could have fooled me. Bite me, you bug-loving freak. Sorry. Dog blood doesn't interest the guys here. Hinata smiled as Shino and Kiba continued the argument, all the while moving towards their usual sparring grounds in the forest. It was just business as usual for teammate. Still, her teammates had brought up some good points. Things weren't going too well the way she was now, unassertive and behind everyone in strength. Perhaps once she got stronger and more confident, Naruto would actually do more than greet her and move on. She shouldn't waste time. Knowing Naruto, his strength was growing day by day. To catch up, she'd have to be just as dedicated. Resolving herself to work harder, Hinata followed her teammates and went to train. Her dreams would have to wait a little longer. Daydreams were in the mind of another leaf ninja, but this time it was Nara Shikamaru. Leaning back on the balcony outside his room, he stared up at the clouds, pondering what the day held. Choji was off somewhere, probably stuffing his face to make up for losing a few days' worth of meals in the forest and using the meat tank no against the sound Genins. That was no problem. Unfortunately, his other teammate hadn't shown up yet. That meant he was about due for another round of Shikamaru. Get off your butt and let's go get some training in. We've got better things to do than sit around all day and stare at nothing. Just like clockwork. Shikamaru wondered if Yamanaka Ino had been born pushy and overbearing or if something had turned her into the holy terror of Team 10. If she'd been born that way, he wouldn't envy the poor sap that married Ino someday. Heaven help Sasuke if she ever gets her claws into him. He'll wish she'd chosen Sakura, alright. The platinum blonde Kunoichi glared up at her teammate, frustration evident in her eyes. Had she been less experienced with Shikamaru, Ino probably would have tried to possess him with a Shintention and move him herself. Now she knew it was just a waste of time. As usual, his slow response sent her temper soaring. The hell should I bother with that troublesome crap? Go train yourself. You can't go possessing everybody and you don't know how to do anything else. Then I need a sparring partner. Ask Choji. He can take the punishment and he needs the exercise anyway. Arg. No wonder we're so weak. I've got a human vacuum cleaner and a lump that calls itself a ninja to work with. When Shikamaru was like this, Ino knew she wasn't getting him to go anywhere. If even Asuma-sensei had trouble motivating him, nothing short of dynamite was going to pry her teammate off the balcony. Shikamaru turned his attention back to the clouds once Ino had stormed off, not bothering to think about where she might go. It was such a pain in the butt anyway. As much as he liked Ino as a teammate, he wasn't fond of her constant pushing. You'd think that if I never talked about her Sasuke obsession, she'd leave me alone. Team 10 wouldn't have looked like this if things had been left to chance. Their parents had been looking to recreate the Ino Shikacho formation that had worked so well for their generation, and Iruka-sensei had gone along. Unfortunately, the adults hadn't counted on the kids' different personalities. Neither did they remember that the three ninja formation had only formed out of years of teamwork in close quarters, building the trust and camaraderie that made it work. If Ino wasn't pitching a fit, Choji was kicking back and eating something that made it tough for any of them to build confidence in the team. Adults. Ain't a damn one of them that tries doing something for us without screwing it up. Shikamaru might have been a little lazy, okay, a lot lazy, but he wasn't stupid. The longer this experiment went on, the more likely it became that Team 10 would just self-destruct someday. That'd be troublesome for all of them. Maybe it'd be best if he actually did go and train. Once they made Chunin, the team might not stay together as much and things could cool off. He might even be able to deal with Ino as a regular girl and not a screaming harridan. Rising slowly, Shikamaru headed downstairs and out of his house, intent on finding Asuma-sensei. Just this once, for the team, he'd leave the daydreams at home. Halfway to the Akamichi house, Ino simply stopped and turned towards the forest instead. As bad as Shikamaru was when he got into lazy mode, Choji was worse when he had access to food. Yelling at him wasn't going to improve things any more than trying to move Shikamaru had. No matter what the others in the village thought, Yamanaka Ino hated having to be the motivator. It wasn't fair. Sakura had gotten paired with Sasuke, and she didn't even have a cool, unique at her disposal like the Yamanakas did. Instead, Ino had gotten Shikamaru and Choji. They weren't bad, and they did get along most of the time. But the reality was that they were weak, even as a team. Weaker than Sakura's team had been, and probably further behind now, after what had happened in the forest. Between the curse-powered Sasuke and this new Naruto, Team 7 had made Team 10 look like exactly what they were, flawed and unprepared. Or at least, that was what it had felt like to Ino. It still sounded weird to her, even after a week of playing the memory back, but just once, Ino wished that Shikamaru were a little more like Naruto. The passion and tenacity in his eyes had been undeniable even when he was only the class clown of the academy. But when Naruto had turned himself loose against the sound nins, she had seen him go to a completely new level. This was someone who actually seemed to care about being a ninja. Granted, he was a little hot-headed, but it had to be better than sitting around daydreaming and playing shogi like Shikamaru. If Sakura hadn't warned her. Ino shivered. Naruto wasn't a clown anymore. He might not be in Sasuke-kun's class yet, but it wouldn't be for lack of trying. The looks of despair, then savage determination she'd seen in his eyes when Sasuke had rescued him had told her as much. In spite of everything, the blonde ninja found herself admiring and envying Sakura. She has two people on her team who'd be willing to die for her. And what do I have? Not a whole lot, really. Perhaps Shikamaru had been right about one thing. She didn't know much other than the Shintention, and that was a dangerous gamble. It was long past time for her to grow stronger, more than a threat to just one enemy. Once she made Chunin, she could let someone else deal with her teammates. And maybe find out whether a certain spiky-haired ninja would be interested in helping her improve. Maybe that will motivate Shikamaru's lazy butt. Many journeys would begin in the Leaf Village that day, revolving around the son of the fourth Hokage in some way. The most important one to Naruto would soon arrive to take him along for the strangest ride yet. Uzumaki Satsuna. It's been a while. The third Hokage waved his guards off the ex-waitress as he entered his office. I take it you've reconsidered my offer to reinstate you at the academy. Like most of the Hokage's jokes, this one fell flat too. Hardly. Satsuna took Haruka's letter out of her pocket and slid it over to the third. It's true I'm taking up a duty, but this one's purely personal. The leader of the Leaf Village grunted an affirmative as he scanned the letter. Frankly, this is a surprise. Haruka never spoke a word about you in public after Kotaro disowned you. She knew better. Satsuna harbored nothing but bitterness towards her grandfather and made no attempt to hide it. Told her before I left it wasn't worth antagonizing the family over me. I said the same to Sentaro. A younger brother and sister died, and here she was, picking up the pieces. Satsuna couldn't help but wonder whether she'd have been standing here today if things at the academy had gone the way their family wished. The third sensed her hesitation. Before I take you to go find your nephew, would you like to go see the memorial to the fallen? Kotaro, Daigo, Haruka and Sentaro are all there now. So is your nephew's father, the fourth Hokage, Kazama Arashi. That part of Naruto's bloodline is to remain a secret from the village, as per Arashi's instructions. That's the kid's name? Uzumaki Naruto? Yes. Don't be too surprised. He may not look much like Haruka, but his spirit is all hers. Surely you didn't stick him in the old house. Satsuna didn't remember much about the village, but she did know how dangerous the Uzumaki house could be for the unprepared. Nobody would be crazy enough to live there, Satsuna. The third had been in Uzumaki Kotaro's house often enough that he knew the dangers. It had been hard enough to find someone to watch over Naruto every so often in a regular house. Well, I am, and he's coming with me. Last time someone fixed a place up again. Satsuna locked out in the direction of the mountain memorial and down towards her old haunts. But my brother and sister come first. The third Hokage nodded. As it should be. You drive a hard bargain, sis. But I don't make promises I can't keep, so consider this favor I owe you. Satsuna looked down at the names engraved in the rock, those ninjas who had died in service to the Leaf Village. The Hokage had left to summon Naruto, allowing her to be alone with her thoughts. Her eyes strayed to the senator's name as well, as memories assailed her. Growing up had been something of a struggle for all of them, with parents and grandparents so often gone on missions. The clan wasn't well known among any but the most elite of Leaf Village leadership, but they were expected to uphold family standards and honor all the same. Satsuna had hated it, Haruka and Sentaro had coped better. And where did it get them? When she had refused her third chance at the genin test, Uzumaki Kotaro had made his displeasure known. Her grandfather had challenged her to a fight, agreeing to release her from the academy if she won. Only Haruka's intervention had saved Satsuna from serious injury or even death at Kotaro's hands. Agreeing to take her sister's place in the family's lineage and the duty of becoming an Anbu member, Haruka took up the burden that Satsuna had once shouldered. It seemed she hadn't looked back. Tracing her younger brother's name, Setsuna recalled a struggling kid trying to live up to his ancestors' legacy, yet knowing that he was powerless compared to his two elder sisters. With rare exceptions like Kotaro and Setsuna's father Daigo, talent in the Uzumaki line usually skipped over men. Uzumaki daughters could produce brilliant children, but only for other houses. The sons almost always had to wait until their own daughters were born in order to contribute much to the house. From what the third Hokage had told her of Sento's demise, her little brother had finally had enough. For the only time in his life, he had equaled Haruka's exploits, dealing so much damage to the nine-tailed fox that it backed off for a week. Too bad he wasn't around to enjoy it. This kid Naruto would be different. He had to be different. No more burdens, nothing to live up to, just the freedom to become whatever he wanted. She'd give that to him and hope it was what Haruka would have asked for. Otherwise. You're great at guilt trips, sis, but you suck at giving instructions. Just stick around and help me keep him out of trouble until he's out of my hair, okay? That's all I came to say. Let's hope the kid doesn't join you guys here for a good long while, huh? So? Naruto looked at the woman in front of him with a skeptical gleam in his eyes. My aunt, Hokage-sama. The third nodded. Haruka's older sister, Setsuna. I've just reinstated her as the head of the Uzumaki clan. Wait a minute. A girl in exile? Reinstated. Naruto thought back to Arashi's story. That makes you the ghost girl. Setsuna arched an eyebrow. Ghost girl? Haruka was serious when she said nobody remembers who you are anymore. The Hokage shrugged. Of course, how much of that is Kotaro not being around to grumble about it, I don't know. Hold it, hold it, hold it. How am I supposed to know she's really my aunt? She doesn't look anything like my mother. Naruto scratched his head, pondering the question. All of a sudden I've got family popping up out of nowhere, first dad, now the ghost girl is my aunt. I better not have some gigantic inheritance nobody ever told me about. Well, technically you do, if you fancy running a restaurant. Setsuna grinned. Okay, I've got it. Naruto turned to the third. You said only an Uzumaki would be able to get into and out of the house unhurt, right? But I did, son. What of it? Naruto swung back to Setsuna, pointing his thumb back at the Uzumaki house. You want to show your family? Prove it. Get through the first floor and out onto that second floor balcony without a scratch on you, and I might believe it. His only answer came in the form of a flash of black hair going past him and into the house. If you're going to demand proof about something, kid, try and make the trial a little harder next time. Naruto gaped as Setsuna suddenly appeared, vaulting over the balcony railing to land gracefully on her feet in front of him. Geez, you must know a ton of if you're that good. What can you teach me? Nothing. Naruto's head made a dent in the ground as he facephalted. Budaya means nothing. I only know Taijutsu. Never made genin, so all those flashy enhanced seals might as well be gibberish to me. Just a simple waitress. For the rest of the day, people in the Leaf Village wondered why his shout was still echoing through the woods. Aw, how come the only family I get is the kind that can't teach me anything? Setsuna only grinned, watching her journey into motherhood begin. I think you and I are gonna have a lot of fun together, kid. Well, I will, anyway. Still chuckling, she took Naruto by the arm and led him into the Uzumaki house for the first time. Come on, stop whining. I can at least teach you to get to your new room without getting yourself killed. The third Hokage watched them go, the Uzumaki clan alive again at last, and smiled as he headed back home. Things are getting interesting again. For now, at least, life was back to normal. There would be time enough to think about the village's problems later. Chapter 8. Sights, Sounds, and Souls. Hey, kid. Don't just go wandering around, okay? Second floor is no safer than the first. Naruto blinked sleepily and turned toward his aunt's voice. He quickly turned around and dashed for his new room. Geez, Aunt Setsuna. Put a shirt on, will ya? Setsuna looked down at herself and then slowly returned to her room. She'd forgotten that she was actually living with someone now and kept on sleeping next to nothing. Don't tell me you've never seen a rack before, Naruto. His answer was muffled from coming through two doors. Yeah, but it wasn't one related to me. Setsuna didn't stop laughing for a good long while. Her nephew was still refusing to look at her when they met again at the top of the second floor stairs. I'm dressed now, you can turn around. Naruto didn't move. Setsuna arched an eyebrow as she looked on. Are you sure you're not mad? Setsuna, you dimwit. Here's this kid who hasn't had any parents, not even anybody who's supposed to care about him. Now he's probably scared you're gonna boot him out of the house cause he got a good look at your chest. Kid, it's all a learning process. I'm as new to this family crap as you are. Now, if I catch you peeping on me in the shower, I'll kick your ass, otherwise, we're cool. I just gotta remember to keep some more clothes on in the future. And possibly find someone to tell you about sex, cause I sure ain't gonna do it. Naruto breathed an audible sigh of relief and turned to go down the stairs. He didn't make it to the landing as Setsuna grabbed his collar. Okay, Naruto. Lesson number 1 about the house is to watch the staircase. It likes to eat people who just go straight up or down without thinking. Eat people? Just watch. Setsuna had picked up one of Naruto's spare ring weights the night before and now she tossed it onto a step in the middle of the staircase. In seconds, the staircase swung downwards from the top, collapsing into a slide that led down to a cavernous pit. So what's in the pit? I really don't know. Nobody's been down there since my great-grandfather installed the staircase about 100 or so years ago. Your Uncle Sentaro reckoned he once heard tigers roaring when the staircase opened, but I doubted. There isn't enough sunlight down there and we don't get enough unwanted visitors to keep an animal fed anyway. Probably just wooden stakes or something. Naruto watched as the staircase slowly began to rise, finally locking itself back into place with a soft click. The ring weight had disappeared. So how do I get up and down without going way down? Can't always bounce off walls and banisters like we did yesterday. There's always tricks to this place. For the staircase, it's maths practice. Naruto made a face, drawing more laughter from Setsuna. If you ever want to survive the training ground, you have to learn a little geometry and physics. It's not only about blindly getting hit or dodging. Fastest way to get through is to use the course to your advantage, borrowing the momentum of the traps. So what's maths practice? Simple addition. 1 plus 2, and so on. When you're coming up, the first step is always safe. Then you skip a step and hit the third step, skip 2 more and hit the sixth. Keep adding 1 to the number of steps to skip and you'll be fine. Helps with the number crunching you'll have to do when you start learning higher maths. Wait a minute, that only covers going up. How do I get down? I can't remember all that stuff going backwards. So jump. Naruto wondered when his aunt had turned cuckoo. Just jump. What if there's a trap on the floor where I land? Ha! The kid's got a brain in his head after all. You know, you've got a similar enough build to Sentaro that you could try what he used to do to get down. Setsuna took a running start and leaped onto the banister. Aunt Setsuna, what the hell are you doing? Just watch and learn, Naruto. Leave the screaming to some girly girl. He looked on as she slid down the banister, only to leap off halfway down, to land on the first step of the staircase. Simple and fast. Least that's what Sentaro used to say about it. Naruto shrugged. Why not? Taking a running leap himself, he slid down as well, intending to just go all the way without jumping off. Then he heard the soft click. Oh, crap. Before Naruto could find a foothold to jump off the stairs, they had already begun swinging away from him. He shut his eyes, flailing around for the edge of the hole that was opening up. Naruto, when I said you had a brain in your head, I didn't think it'd make your noggin swell. He felt a hard jerk as a hand latched onto his jacket. Setsuna landed on the first floor next to the staircase and let her nephew drop to the ground. No place for arrogance or cockiness in this house, Naruto. The minute you forget this place is dangerous, you're gonna get hurt. Your mom wouldn't be too pleased and I'd be out of a job. So shouldn't you be going to work now? I know how to get in and upstairs now, so it's time to go replace the traps I blew up 2 days ago. Gotta get the course to work again. Ha! Responsibility advice from a kid who wakes up at 10 in the morning. Setsuna grinned. You ain't the man of the house yet. Naruto's answer was no less sarcastic. You should talk, Aunt. I own a restaurant I haven't even started building yet. Okay, you win. Get the course fixed. I gotta check on Slinger before he has the crew build some 3-story monstrosity. As they prepared to leave the house in their separate directions, both of the Uzumakas felt good, but for different reasons. Setsuna found she missed the easy banter and company of a family. Naruto just felt lucky he finally had someone to talk to all the time that wasn't named Kakashi, Sasuke or Sakura. Oddly enough, they were about the only 2 people in the Leaf Village with anything to feel happy about that morning. Ikagata Tenji. You get back here and finish your breakfast. People in the southern neighborhood of Konoha didn't even blink at the sight of a half-dressed 6-year-old boy running and jumping down the street, being chased by a hairy girl twice his age. Given that it happened every day, they were getting used to it. One old grandmother sunning herself waved a hand cheerily at the girl. He patted, girl. You'll get him one of these days, I'll wager. Ikagata Tenten smiled at their family's neighbor before she turned back to Tenji's escape. As she did, her expression turned back into one of murderous rage. Being placed in charge of her little brother made Tenten wonder what she'd done to tick her parents off. Forget the rumors. The Ninetales must have made a stop at our house before it got sealed away. Her younger brother, Ikagata Tenji, turned around in midair and stuck his tongue out at her. Naya. It's not my fault your cooking sucks, sis. Tenten suppressed a frustrated scream. I only burned the eggs once, you little brat. You didn't even try them before you waltzed out today anyway. Why should I? Sauda's mom makes more sausages than they can eat, he always leaves some for me. Tenten reached into the pouch on her back as Tenji continued to insult her. That's it. I've had it. Grabbing a little bowl inside, she hurled it off a wall in front of Tenji. The little boy had enough time to make one last rude gesture at his sister before the ball exploded out and formed a rope net, enveloping Tenji and pinning him to the ground. Stalking over, Tenten grabbed the end of the net and began dragging her brother back home. Go get dressed. I don't care if you don't want to eat, but at least put the rest of your academy uniform on. Don't embarrass the family any more than you already do. Tenten untied the net and threw the door of the Ikigata house open as they reached the front gate. Tenji, who was usually too sure to reply after getting caught, just kicked at the dirt before running into the house. His sister folded the net and put it on the table next to the door. She was usually too tired to stuff it back into its normal shape until bedtime. Use the net again, huh? Tenten turned to see her father lean his head out the kitchen door, holding onto the doorframe. Ikigata Kazumasa was still wearing his sunglasses, even though the bandages on his eyes told everyone he didn't really need them. When's mom supposed to get back, anyway? Oh, you know her. She usually only gets the quick rank B missions because of our situation. I make it 3 or 4 days at most. Kazumasa stopped his attempt to cheer his daughter up as Tenten slammed the front door and headed for her room. I'm sorry, princess. Tenten reluctantly trudged back to the kitchen. Her father had been temporarily blinded by a sword slash to the face on an Anbu mission while defending her mother. The Leaf Village medics had mostly fixed his eyes, but Kazumasa wouldn't be able to see again until the internal damage healed itself. From the doctor's looks of pity, Tenten had gathered it wouldn't be anytime soon. Ikigata Tenko had become the sole breadwinner for the family and was usually gone 6 days out of the week, leaving Tenten as housekeeper and babysitter on top of her genin duties. She also had to make sure that Kazumasa didn't kill himself by stumbling blindly around the house. Having him come up the stairs trying to apologize wouldn't have been safe. Daddy, you know nobody blames you. But Tenji's been taking advantage of everyone and I'm getting tired of it. Kazumasa could still sense individual chakra auras, but not inanimate objects like walls and furniture. When he attempted to discipline his son, Tenji often managed to hide behind corners until his father gave up and left him alone. Tenko wasn't much help, nobody wanted to burden her with anything when they saw how exhausted she was all the time. I honestly figured that the teacher at the academy would have been able to do something with him. If he could get that Naruto kid to behave and make genin, Tenji shouldn't have been a problem. Tenten's thoughts wandered off as Kazumasa continued to ramble about Iruka's failure. Unlike Hinata, Sakura and Ino, she didn't know much about Naruto. All she had were the rumors in the village and what she'd seen in the forest. Oh, she'd seen that stupid prank he pulled by painting the Hokage memorial, but other than that, Naruto hadn't done anything else in her sight that was so bad. Why would he be such a burden on Iruka-sensei? When she asked her father, he shrugged. I knew his parents. What's that supposed to mean? Kazumasa couldn't wink at his daughter, but his grin said it all. That is a secret, Daddy. Alright. Kazumasa dodged Tenten's elbow and leaned back against the wall. But I better not hear you tell anybody else about this, not even Naruto. His father and the third Hokage laid a bond of secrecy on me a long time ago for everybody's good. Naruto's mother was Uzumaki Haruka, my squad leader. His father was Kazama Rashi, the fourth Hokage. Kazama. Why isn't he named for the fourth? They were planning to get married someday. Kazumasa shook his head. Then the Ninetales showed up. Nobody knew how to get rid of the demon. Best we could do for a long while was to damage it and hope it would back off until it healed up. The fourth finally thought of something that could kill it, but by the time he had it all figured out, Haruka was already dead. Our team had drawn the short straw to face the demon and she wouldn't let Arashi pull her off the front lines. We got out there and she saved all our butts at the cost of her own life. That explains why he has no mother. But why would the fourth deliberately turn Naruto into an orphan? He didn't have any other choice. Without Haruka his first technique wouldn't work, had to come up with something else, so he went with sealing the demon away. The sealing killed him in the process, but it did the trick. You still haven't told me why Naruto's supposed to be such a handful. Before Arashi learned a little responsibility, he was the biggest practical joker in the village. His sensei, his teammates, even the third Hokage, nobody was safe. Smart as hell, but he didn't take too much seriously. They were taking a big gamble when they made him Hokage, and they were lucky it paid off. Haruka was the serious one, she wouldn't take crap from anybody. If you pissed her off, she'd let you know, and she generally did something about it too. Any kid of theirs? Man, would he be a force of nature. Tenten tried to match the heroic legend that was the fourth Hokage with the sometimes hothered, always loud Naruto. Other than the hairstyles, they didn't seem that similar. Of course, his constant desire to be Hokage made a lot more sense now. She couldn't have known it then, but the words that came out as her mouth opened would change her life forever. If he's improved that much, you might as well hire him to keep Tenji in line. You know something, princess? There was a loud crack as Kazumasa's hand slapped the kitchen counter. What the hell? We've got nothing to lose, right? For the first time in a while, the Master of Blades and his daughter had a reason to laugh. With some luck their little problem might not be so bothersome after all. The fact that they'd be dumping their problem on Naruto was forgotten for now. Across the village, there wasn't any laughing going on at the bridge where Team 7 usually met. What do you mean, you can't tutor me? Kakashi scratched at the back of his neck as Sakura stared up at him, bewildered. I'm sorry Sakura. Right now I've got to train Sasuke, and with his condition it's all I can do to keep him from hurting himself. Maybe you should ask your parents, or go find Naruto. Her flat expression told Kakashi what the pink-haired girl thought about that idea. I know Naruto can be a little hyper, but from what you've told me he's getting a little more serious about his duties. Besides, he hasn't shown up since he got back from the forest, and I'm too busy to check. Could you find him and let me know how he's doing? Sakura looked hesitant, but it wasn't for the reason Kakashi seemed to think was stopping her. The Uzumaki Naruto that had come back from the forest wasn't the one she was used to. This one made her feel strange, half interested, half scared. And for the life of her, Sakura wasn't sure she wanted to know what had happened to Naruto and whether it was permanent. But without anyone else to help her train, she reluctantly bowed to reality. Alright, Kakashi-sensei. Only it wasn't alright, as Sakura found out when she reached Naruto's house. The door was open and apparently, nothing was inside. It was as though nobody had ever lived there. If you're looking for Naruto, he doesn't live here anymore. The voice behind her echoed in the empty halls. Sakura jumped a bit in surprise and turned to find Iruka looking in through the front door. But Iruka-sensei. Where would he move? The academy teacher shrugged. Seems he has a family after all. Naruto's aunt left the village 20 years ago, but she got a letter from his mother asking her to come back. As soon as she arrived, they both moved to the old Uzumaki house. Sakura could only stand and wonder about another odd turn of events involving Naruto. What was going on? You know, Naruto's aunt is building a restaurant. If you want to find him, she'd probably know where he is. Where would I have to go? Iruka smiled down at his former pupil. Hokage-sama told me where the building site is. I have to drop off something I was going to give Naruto, why don't you come along? Okay, I guess. Iruka stopped them at an old building that was being torn down, voices were coming from within, but nobody was outside. Sakura could hear faint arguing going on. Look, I ain't paying you guys overtime for a simple demolition job. Knock this thing over and let's get building. Slinger, would you shut up? Everybody just step back and calm down. I'll give you time and a half for today only, cause you had to deal with this windbag. But only if everybody leaves the building right now. What the hell for, Setsuna? Gonna blow the thing down? Remember what happened the night you got wasted and challenged all those lumberjacks in the Timber Town bar? Only from what Mickey told me the next day. Well, this old building has the exact same design flaw as the Timber Town did. Bust the two central supports and the entire thing will come crashing down. So, you want me to destroy every post in the room? Not unless you want to wind up buried under 2 stories of wood and brick. I can do it. Come on, everybody out. Iruka and Sakura watched as a team of construction workers filed out of the building, followed by a stocky man in a chef's hat. The chef turned around and yelled something back through the door, but a shout sent him running back to where the workers had gathered. The 2 ninjas went a little closer and saw a woman walking back and forth on the ground floor, rapping every post in the room with her knuckles. Once she had tested each one, she turned around and cupped her hands to her mouth. Don't get close. This sucker's going down. Setsuna turned her attention back to the biggest support in front of her, going into an attack stance. A ninja she wasn't, but a very tough street fighter she definitely was. Taking a running start, she launched herself at the wooden pillar and lashed out with a spinning kick. You're standing in the way of progress. So hit the skids. The pillar disintegrated into a cloud of wooden splinters, accompanied by a loud creaking noise as the building sagged on one side. Okay, one left, and then book it out the door. Wouldn't want to leave Naruto an orphan again. Striding over to the side without support, Setsuna braced herself against the wall before launching herself at the other support with a flying shoulder block. Well, old man, who'd have thought it? That junk you taught us in the training ground served some use after all. Summoning what she remembered of the diamond body training, Setsuna slammed into the remaining support pillar and blasted right through it. Now get out, girl. No time to admire your handiwork. Leaping through an open window, the ex-waitress kept on running until she was a good 200 feet away from the condemned building. She didn't need to turn around to know her work was done. The loud crash of wood and stone collapsing in on itself was proof enough. Pay him their overtime and then go back to the inn, Slinger. We'll clean the place up tomorrow and get to the building. Setsuna waved a lazy hand back at the stunned workers and her chef. Where are you going? The hell do you think I'm going to do? I'm gonna go take a nap, is what I'm gonna do. Haven't had to get rough like that in years, even with all the bar fights you get us into. Iruka stopped her with a question as she turned to leave again. Excuse me madam. You wouldn't happen to be Uzumaki Setsuna, would you? Naruto's aunt. What did he do? Iruka blinked in surprise at Setsuna's quick, sharp response. What do you mean by that? Look, it's no secret Naruto and I are family. All day long I've been getting weird stares, people coming up to me telling me he's done this, he's a monster, pulled some prank or pissed somebody off. Some of them even say I'm crazy for raising a kid like him. As if they even tried to get to know him. I don't need to hear about any more grudges or be insulted. Save your breath and throw down. Mess with the kid and you get me thrown in. The academy teacher put his hands up quickly to ward off any violence. I don't think any such thing, Uzumaki-san. Let me introduce myself, I'm Iruka, Naruto's academy sensei. Before you came to the village, I was the one who was mostly in charge of looking after him. Setsuna relaxed visibly. So you're the one who feeds him all that ramen. I swear he won't eat anything else. Now that the tensions had been done away with, Iruka could let himself laugh about it. Well, I guess this new restaurant means I won't have to treat him to meals anymore. Teachers only make so much. Setsuna looked at him impassively, then shrugged. You want some food, you're welcome to drop in on this place after it's been built. Anyone who takes care of my family's a friend of mine. Actually, there's something I need to stop by your house for. Got a little message for Naruto that has to be delivered in person. Follow me, then. Probably a waste of your time, though. What makes you say that? Iruka and Sakura had to jog to keep up with Setsuna as she turned to leave. She tossed a comment idly back over her shoulder. Kid's busy training in the family obstacle course. A team of Jounin couldn't pry him out of there now if they tried. Sakura pondered that as she hurried along behind Naruto's aunt. What could he be learning that would be stronger than what he was doing in the forest? Looking at Setsuna as she strode into the forest, the genin wondered if another Uzumaki could help her train instead of Naruto. Setsuna's sarcastic comment to Iruka had actually been wrong. Right now, Naruto wasn't feeling too great about the training ground. The rock nets had been fairly easy to replace. Heavy and unwieldy logs were a different story. Still, it was either fix the place or go back to reading scrolls like before. Picking up an axe and saw from the rack in the Uzumaki toolshed, Naruto strode out into the forest to find a dead tree. A conversation he'd had with Arashi the night before occupied his thoughts. Okay, Dad, spill it. You didn't even know the ghost girl was in Uzumaki. For once, the fourth Hokage was on the defensive. Hey, don't blame me. Your mom might have let me know all about herself, but when it came to her family, she could clam up as quick as anyone. Besides, she hated burdening others with her problems. Haruka would listen to you bitch and moan about something, but the only thing she ever did when you asked her how she was feeling was smile a little. Wouldn't complain for the life of her. Naruto wasn't buying it, as the look in his eyes told Arashi. She obviously had a temper, Dad. Mom had to vent sometime, and you were both probably too busy to scream at each other all the time. Well. Arashi hesitated. Should he tell the boy? True to form, he ignored his misgivings and plunged on. She didn't vent. Haruka had another way of dealing with her problems, as I found out one day by spying on her. The dreamscape shifted from Naruto's new room to a clearing in the forest outside the village. Haruka sat on a tree stump, idly tossing a kunai at a fallen log nearby, then pulling it back with a string tied through the ring on its end. Wouldn't Mom have known you were here? Naruto's question drew a laugh from his father. I know you don't think that much of me, Naruto, but even a Hokage has some special tricks. Take a look at the third tree from the left, behind her. Naruto looked up and saw an outline of his father's younger self against the branches and trunk of a tree at distance from Haruka. Your mom was good, but she wasn't that good. I had ways to screen out light and sound with my chakra. If I didn't go making any quick moves, nobody could find me. Helps a bit on assassinations. Anyhow, Haruka always walked off when her father or her grandfather got her angry. I used to think she was only doing it to annoy Gramps, until the day you're seeing. Caught the end of another screaming fight between the two of them and decided to follow her on a whim. A branch snapped in the forest behind Uzumaki Haruka, but she didn't seem to notice. The younger Arashi started as a pack of large wolves emerged from the trees in the direction of the noise, causing his outline to waver. What the hell is she doing? Those are dire wolves, not the timber wolves I've seen the Chunin summon. The fourth laid a restraining hand on his son's shoulder. Relax, son. That was what I thought at the time. She's about to prove us both wrong. Haruka turned around without any apparent concern. Naruto kept a tense watch, clenching and unclenching his fists. In the back of his head the blonde boy knew it was only a memory, Haruka couldn't have been killed here. It didn't make having to watch his mother in apparent danger any easier. Of course, that was before the danger vanished. The young Arashi's outline blurred again, and Naruto's jaw dropped, as the largest dire wolf simply sat down on its haunches and fixed Haruka with an expectant look on its battle-scarred face. She smiled and inclined her head briefly in a gesture of respect. You're early, Packmaster. What is it you want of me? The dire wolf growled deep in its throat, ears flicking slightly backward. Haruka's smile was unfazed. Don't play innocent with me, Blood Fang. You never come here early unless something's bothering the pack. This time the leader of the pack lay down fully, head resting on its front paws and barking sharply. Haruka laughed. Bears? You've never had problems with bears before. What happened to those boasts about your sire and grandsire slaughtering whole packs of them? The faint whine was all Naruto heard as the dire wolf's ears laid fully back. Oh, I get it. They send in the younger, stronger warriors, and now you want me to save your hides. One of the smaller wolves emerged from the pack, clutching a dead raccoon in its mouth, which it laid at Haruka's feet. The young woman's eyebrows arched. Asking me to face down a family of bears and the best tribute you could get was a tanuki. You're lucky the wolves have my favor. Rising from the stump, Haruka snapped the string off her kunai and tucked it into the pouch at her waist. Alright, you lazy git. Lead me to them before I change my mind. Naruto watched his mother leap into the forest as the dire wolves ran back the way they'd come. You're kidding. Arashi chuckled. Welcome to the weird, wonderful world of the Uzumakas, Naruto. Otherwise known as the Nature Ninjas. Nature Ninjas. You never wondered why almost all of them were Anbu? They were the perfect killing machines, even without any actual man-made weapons. Other bloodlines may have their power in the eyes or the body, but only the Uzumakas had it in the soul. Every last one of them had an innate ability to commune with animals. Haruka's favorite was always the dire wolves. Your uncle Sentaro had an owl familiar, and Gramps Uzumaki kept some ravens. I still don't get it. Naruto turned away from his mother and the wolf pack to look at Arashi. Sure, it's great to be one with nature, but what's that got to do with the Anbu? It has everything to do with the Anbu. Arashi snapped his fingers, taking them to a model of a large house. Armed guards appeared on the veranda facing the rear courtyard, while other shadowy forms lurked inside, behind the shoji panels. Most humans are either too dumb or proud to admit that animals are useful for anything other than food. The Uzumakas knew better. Need a scout? Send a human in, and if he gets caught, you're screwed. Guards are alerted, and your job just got that much harder, maybe even deadlier. As Arashi spoke, the guards at the model house sprung into action, drawing swords and moving to cover all the entrances. But send a bird or a squirrel, and nobody even bats an eye. It can tell you exactly how many you're up against, where they are, and you keep the element of surprise. Now the guards went back to their original posts, some alert, but others asleep or distracted. Need to distract guards once you're in. Summon a skunk, snakes, something people are always afraid of. They're too busy dealing with a little annoyance to realize you've crept up on them. By then it's too late, they get knocked out or they're dead. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Learning taijutsu and stuff was one thing, but talking to animals. He remembered Hinata's teammates vaguely, one could control bugs, the other dogs. The idea that he might be able to do the same was just bizarre. What's this got to do with Mom and Aunt Satsuna anyway? Arashi shrugged. The forest was Haruka's refuge when the human world got too messy or frustrating. The rest of the family had an animal or two to speak with, but she became something of a roving problem solver for the creatures in the forest. It made her feel like she had control over something in her life and kept her from venting in public, where embarrassing stuff like the ghost girl thing might have come out. You'd think she would have said something about Aunt Satsuna to you, at least. The fourth Hokage sat down, shaking his head. Some wounds run deep, Naruto. Deeper than even a lover or a spouse can reach sometimes. Living in a house with people as old-fashioned and inflexible as Uzumaki Kotaro wasn't easy for Haruka. I get the feeling she buried her memories of Satsuna deep inside as much to keep from reminding Gramps of his failures as to keep from missing her sister. Telling me about it would only have brought back bad memories. Arashi waited for a response. When none came, he looked over to his son, sitting next to him and staring out into space. What's eating you? Looks like someone kicked your dog or something. Dad, can you miss someone you've never even met? The fourth kicked himself mentally. He should have known that using memories of Haruka to motivate their son would do this. Why wouldn't the boy hunger for his mother's love once he'd seen her and discovered what had been taken from him? Damn you forever, Haruka. Did you even know what you were doing to our son and me that day? Why, out of all the duties in the world to fulfill, would you be so stubborn about fighting that thing? The irony was, she probably had known what might happen. Satsuna's arrival had made that much clear. Family duties aside, all the forward thinking in the world couldn't make up for a decade's worth of neglect. Arashi knew it had been unavoidable. Naruto had to become strong on his own, or else he would never be able to kill the demon fox. The fourth had logic on his side. But logic rarely trumped guilt. Arashi hung his head. When he spoke, it was much softer than usual. Yeah, you can. But missing someone can go one of two ways, son. You can let it get you down, or use it to make yourself stronger. Which one do you think Haruka would have wanted for you? I know all that, Naruto muttered. The scrolls you left behind are a big help, but it's just not the same. I do this stuff, but unless you choose to show up at night, there's nobody to tell me whether I'm doing it right or wrong. Even if I do get stronger, I wonder if that's even worth it anymore. You won't let me tell people I'm your son, and how many of the villagers would change their opinions of me, even if they believed me to begin with. This is not about you, son. Arashi let the guilt pass for a moment and fixed his child with a stern gaze. The becoming Hokage thing. You could give it up today, and nobody would think any worse of you. But the one thing I ain't gonna let you do is stop improving or getting stronger. Killing the Ninetales is your duty now. Can't just drop everything halfway. I'm not. Naruto shouted hotly. Who said anything about quitting? It's just a lot harder than what I used to be learning, and you can't help me with the physical stuff anyway. Well, you won't be doing anything physical anyway until you fix the course. Why don't you try and see if you can activate your mother's ability while you're off getting the logs? Naruto glared darkly at his father. Typical. I haven't even finished learning one thing and you stick me with another. Arashi simply whistled, trying to look innocent. One hint and one hint only. Your mom used to say that the secret to dealing with anything in nature was using your soul to do things. Once again, you've lost me. Figured out the last one, didn't you? Just remember. See with your soul, not just your eyes, for the eye simply sees what the heart believes. He's not a Hokage, he's a court jester. Naruto muttered an oath as he trudged deeper into the forest. So far, most of the trees he'd seen were too young or small to replace the logs he'd blown up. All the older growth was further back, towards the mountain. As the blonde-haired ninja walked, Arashi's next puzzle taunted him. See with your soul, not just your eyes, for the eye simply sees what the heart believes. What was he supposed to do? Walk up to an animal, say hello, and wait for a response? That was too easy, too simple. Putting it out of his mind, Naruto kept looking for a likely tree. Spotting a fairly old one, he readied the axe. Just as he was about to strike, chirping began to echo from the surrounding trees. It stopped the blonde ninja short, but when he lowered his axe, the chirping ceased. What the hell? Shrugging the bird calls aside, Naruto raised the axe again. As soon as he did so, the chirping started again. Geez, you'd think they were trying to warn me off this tree or something. The thought gave him pause. Nah. If you're going to warn a guy, you could at least do it in a way he can understand. Naruto smirked flippantly as he looked back in the direction of the chirping. Let's see you respond to that. Even knowing what Arashi told him, Naruto wasn't prepared for what he heard next. As he turned back to the tree, the renewed chirping suddenly became something very different. Bloody human. Just chop the tree down. Why taunt us about it? Who the? Another voice spoke, female to the first one's male. That's enough. If you're going to feel anything for the humans, feel pity. They know not what they do. Isn't it enough that they destroy our homes? Must we watch and do nothing? This time the female sounded exasperated. What would you do? Peck its face. It's pointless to speak of such things. Naruto shook his head. He had to be going nuts. As that belief arose, the conversation disappeared, to be replaced by chirping again. It can't be that simple. Was it that simple? As soon as he had treated the chirping a little seriously, taking it as more than a simple bird's song, it was understandable. But think of the birds as dumb animals again, and speech faded back into chirps. Just believe, Naruto. How is this any different from having to trust that dad's not just a figment of my imagination? But Arashi, at least, was human. Naruto expected to understand what the fourth said. That doesn't stop Kiba or Shino from talking to their companions. If they can do it, why can't you? Just because it's not human doesn't mean it can't think or feel. Years later, Uzumaki Naruto would look back on that very thought as the one that had made him worthy of his family's legacy. The birds' voices immediately returned, still arguing. Taking a chance, he spoke. Alright, then, what's so special about this tree? The clearing was silent for a minute or so before anyone spoke again. Did he just talk to us? And more importantly, did you actually understand that? Can you birds get what I'm saying? Naruto watched as a pair of tiny sparrows flitted out of the forest, coming to rest on a branch of the tree he tried to cut down. The male bird chirp spoke first. That much, I understood. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear the speakers had returned. Speakers? Did they mean the Uzumaki family, perhaps? Naruto asked a question. Excuse me. Was the last speaker a human woman, about this tall, with black hair? The female sparrow cocked her head at him, hopping along the branch until it could peer down at Naruto's features. Indeed. There is something of her in your voice, human. Where have the speakers been these long years? There has been no one to maintain order since the destroyer's time. The strong run rampant, the weak have no champion. Is the ancient pact forgotten? Naruto shrugged, shaking his head. I don't know anything about any pact. I didn't even know I could speak to animals until last night. For once, the male sparrow didn't sound agitated, instead, its voice bore faint disgust. How far have the speakers fallen? The only one left is completely ignorant of everything. I didn't come here to be insulted by a couple of birds. Naruto's mouth twisted in a snarl. Maybe that's because my family was nearly wiped out, or had you forgotten? I'm sorry I don't meet your exalted expectations. Enough. The female sparrow fluttered down to Naruto's shoulder. As long as he is of the blood, he can be taught. If you have waited this long, surely you can continue. Wait a minute. You still haven't explained what my job is even supposed to be, or why I have to do it. It is quite simple. Some centuries ago, the first of your line, as well as some in other places, the original speakers, made a pact. In exchange for the ability to speak with and gain the trust of the animals, the speakers agreed that they would help to watch over and resolve the petty problems that plagued us all. Their ability to speak with us proves that you are of the blood. But with that power comes responsibility. If you choose to speak with the children of nature, you must abide by the pact. So what is it that I actually have to do? And does it have anything to do with this tree? I really need to get some logs. Speak with the ravens. They have always been the keepers of information and can teach you what must be done. When you are ready, seek out any bird and ask them to lead you to the even shadows. Okay. What about the tree? It is unwise to harm a living thing, even those you cannot speak with. We will lead you to a dead tree if you so require. Lead on, then. Before I do, I would know the name of the future speaker. Uzumaki Naruto. The female sparrow spread her wings and flew back into the tree. Well met, Naruto. Let us hope we see each other again. It has been too long since there was a speaker in this forest. I can't promise you anything much, but I'll keep it in mind. Don't exactly have a lot of free time right now. It's your life, we know that. But even if we do not demand an answer from you now, such a time will come. When it does, you must make a choice. For the sake of all in this forest, we pray that it will be a good one. Naruto only nodded, walking into the forest as the sparrows began to look for his tree. As he walked, a smile played over his face. At the very least, following in his mother's footsteps would be pretty interesting. Even after lugging 3 huge log sections back to the training ground, Naruto was still faintly grinning when Setsuna, Iruka and Sakura arrived. Setsuna smirked as she watched her nephew try to hook up a 100-pound piece of wood back into its rope harness. You must be a glutton for punishment, kid. Even your great-gramps never smiled when he had to fix this place up. Naruto shrugged. A little sweat and dirt now compared to being able to kick Sasuke's butt someday. I think I can live with that. Our training ground alone is gonna let you beat the Sharingan kid you're always complaining about, among other things. Naruto spared an aside glance at Sakura. Let's just say that there's some stuff even a super pair of eyes can't copy. What more could he risk saying? Sakura was an unknown quantity, how much would she tell Sasuke of this? Still. She was his teammate. For now. Best to be charitable. What are you doing here, Sakura? She started, as if surprised that Naruto would speak to her. Oh. Nothing, really. Kakashi-sensei wanted me to check on how you were doing. Well, he's off training Sasuke-kun, that's all. Training Sasuke? That's great. That's just great. Visions of Kakashi's battle with Zabuza resurfaced. The power of the Sharingan wasn't lost on Naruto. Sasuke was already far enough ahead of him, this might just make it worse. More training ahead. If he's going to be learning from Kakashi-sensei, I can't afford to slack off. No reason to burden Sakura with that, though. Well, just training, is all. Nothing special. Putting the troubling news about Sasuke aside for the moment, Naruto turned and greeted his favorite teacher. Yo, Iruka-sensei. I see you met Aunt Setsuna. Now I can get all the ramen I want without dragging you to Ichiraku. Iruka laughed, but in the back of his mind he felt a bit strange. He couldn't deny that he thought of Naruto as a little brother, if not a son, after what happened with Mizuki and the Forbidden Scroll. Maybe it was for the best. He was protective of the boy, so much so that he'd nearly convinced the third Hokage to keep the rookie Genin teams from taking the Chunin exam. Instead, they'd passed their preliminary tests and taught Iruka a valuable lesson. There comes a time to let go, even if it's hard on you. They can't be kids forever. The proof of that was lying in Iruka's pocket. Kazumasa's request had specifically asked for Naruto, and the Anbu member had classified it as a rank C mission. Knowing what he did about Ikigata Tenji, Iruka wasn't about to dispute the ranking. Naruto didn't know Tenji, and the prospect of getting to do a rank C mission by himself would be too tempting to make him suspicious. Still, some lessons have to be learned the hard way. Maybe this will teach Naruto a little responsibility. Food is all you think about, huh? Maybe I should take this mission somewhere else. Mission? What mission? We're in the middle of an exam here, Iruka-sensei. Oh, that. Iruka waved a hand. Don't worry. It's supposed to start after the Chunin exam is over, the client doesn't mind if you do it as a genin. Geez, thanks a lot. I feel so confident now. Naruto glared at his old sensei. Fine, you're a big boy. Just don't go getting yourself killed. Iruka rolled his eyes and handed Naruto the mission form. Do things. The third stage of the exam begins tomorrow morning. A path will be cleared for all remaining teams to go to the tower inside the Forest of Death. Secondly, you've been specially requested for an emergency indefinite rank C mission. The details are on that form in your hand, a mentoring job for one person. Payment will be discussed once you've decided whether or not you want to accept the mission. Another step towards becoming a Chunin. A mission just for him. Naruto had but one thing to say to Iruka about it. Bring it on. Chapter 9. The eyes have it. If there's one thing you need to avoid, the copy ninja has said, it's losing control of your emotions. Molding chakra is one thing, but emotions are far worse. It's human nature to feel angry or frustrated at times like these, which is precisely what Orochimaru was counting on when he attacked you. Give in, and the seal will activate. Kakashi was off somewhere this morning, though he'd promised he would be back in time to take Sasuke and the rest of Team 7 to the tower. I'm going to go find a way to keep the seal in check. For now, keep practicing your self-control. The irony wasn't lost on Sasuke. Self-control was practically a part of him. Keeping himself from lashing out at his teammates when they acted like idiots all the time was bad enough. One couldn't keep her hands off him, and the other. That idiot's not dead last anymore, but nothing's really changed. What was Naruto but a lucky fool? Orochimaru had done something to him, but instead of being unable to use his chakra, Naruto was stronger than ever. And that attack. Typical of the blonde genin, he named it something dumb. Who named a technique after themselves? Not like it matters anyway. The next time we fight, he'll get a taste of his own techniques. Then we'll see who's better. Sasuke ran through the list in his mind, all of the promising genin he'd met before the exam were still alive. Gaara of the Desert, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee. And Uzumaki Naruto had joined them on the list of Sasuke's desired opponents. If Naruto had been around, the smirk on Sasuke's face would have driven him into a fit of rage. Opponents. Mere obstacles in his path. Itachi was stronger than all of them. To kill him, Sasuke would have to become stronger than even his brother. No genin would get in his way. Even if they did. Curse seal or no curse seal, he would find a way to win. That would be all the peace Sasuke needed. Naruto had his own ways of finding inner peace, and even a mantra of his own. Okay, today I'm gonna go out there and get even stronger. Time to kick some butt. Satsuna's muffled voice came through her closed door. Naruto, could you kick butt outside, please? I need my beauty sleep. Even people in Konoha who didn't really like Uzumaki Naruto freely admitted the boy was fearless. The words coming out of his mouth proved that his reputation was accurate. And Satsuna, if that were true, you'd be waking up sometime next week. Too engaged in laughing at his joke, Naruto missed the quiet sound of a shoji door sliding open. The pillow Satsuna threw caught him full in the face. I think I can stop wondering why that Sakura girl doesn't like you. Now that's hitting below the belt. Keep it up and I'm gonna make you pay for the ramen you eat at the restaurant. No. Anything but that. Satsuna had never seen anyone go from insulting to groveling that quick before. I'll have to remember that trick. Learned your place in this house, have ya? Get out of here. If I can actually get back to sleep I may forget what's happened so far this morning. Before the words had a chance to echo through the hallway, her nephew was gone. Satsuna looked around before shutting her door and pulling the pillow over her eyes again. You're about a dozen years too early to be challenging me to a war of insults, kid. Naruto put the temporary defeat out of his mind after 10 minutes or so, like he usually did. Unzipping his backpack, he pulled out another set of plates and rings, grinning all the while. After almost a week of having to deal with the added weight on his shoulders and legs, the spiky-haired boy felt like his movements were back to normal again. That meant it was time to crank his training up another level. Sitting on a bench and taking his jacket off, Naruto slipped the plates inside its shoulders and likewise added 2 rings to the ones already in the cuffs of his pants. Hey, you. You that human everyone's talking about. Naruto looked up to see a small furry creature looking at him from the leaves of a nearby bush. Before the heir of the Uzumaki legacy could respond, the animal turned into a gray streak scurrying out towards him. It stopped on the bench beside him, revealing. The weasel. Hey. I'm a ferret, not a weasel. Get it straight, speaker. Naruto blinked. Speaker? Since when am I the speaker? The ferret groomed its whiskers. Naruto's new ability translated that into the animal's attempt at a shrug. Talkin' to me, ain't ya? Listen, the more you talk to us, the deeper the speaker ability sinks in. The sparrows have been telling everyone that runs across you to talk, so you get used to the idea. What? So every dog or cat I see in the village is gonna be dishing out the gossip on their masters, forcing me into the job. The ferret gave an incredulous snort, or a full body shake, to anyone else's eye. Them? Forget it. You won't hear nothing from an animal that's living with humans. Their spirits are broken, and along with that, their connection to nature. Soon as an animal loses that, even wild creatures can't talk with them anymore. Well, except for parrots, and they just repeat what you say anyhow. What about the ninja dogs, or the bugs Shino's always hanging around with? They're special cases, and you can't talk to them either. They got specific bonds with their patrons. Besides, what's the point of talking to sellouts and lapdogs? You can talk to any wild creature you want. That's loads better. Naruto arched an eyebrow. And the fact that you all get to shove your problems on my shoulders has nothing to do with it. Hey, it ain't like you don't get advantages from the deal besides just talking. Oh yeah? What advantages? Summons. You got any idea what kind of power a summoning contract between a speaker and his charges can give? Come on, frogs, snakes, and stuff don't get that big on their own. Now that did open Naruto's eyes. He knew for certain that Sasuke had seen him do the Naruto Bakuden in the forest. Pretty safe to assume that he can copy it then. Of all the things the blonde genin resented about Uchiha Sasuke, the Sharingan was probably at the top of the list. For someone like Naruto, who had learned everything he knew through hard work and drilling day after day, something that lets you use another person's techniques just by looking at them once or twice might as well be cheating. Of course, Kakashi's Sharingan was different. At least Kakashi-sensei only uses it when he's fighting a bad guy, like Zabuza. Something that required a contract couldn't be copied, at least he hoped it worked that way. You needed to have your own contract with the animal or spirit, and no super pair of eyes could give that to Sasuke. The speaker's job suddenly looked a lot better than it had when he'd gotten out of bed. So what, you want to sign a contract with me? The ferret shrugged again. Do, me? I'm more of a sidekick type. Us ferrets are scavengers, not fighters. I'll bet. Hey, what am I supposed to call you guys, anyway? What, our names? Every tribe's got its own traditions. Birds name themselves after where they hatch, the dogs and the wolves prefer stuff about their personalities. The ferrets around here have been living near the city so long we name ourselves like you humans. You all have names like regular human men and women. Not really. We name ourselves after stuff. My uncle's called Sushi because he lives under the Naiko Sushi restaurant. My dad loves eating chicken, especially early in the morning, so everyone calls him Andori, the rooster. And of course, cause the big boss ferret lives up on that mountain, he's Lord Yama. So what do I call you, then? You're called Odd, I'm called Itachi, Weasel, alright. Naruto stared at the ferret for a moment, scratching his head. I thought you just said you weren't a weasel. Itachi sounded embarrassed. Okay, so I'm part weasel. My dad's a full-blood ferret, and that's what counts anyhow. If you say so. So you wanna hang around with me, is that it? Itachi scurried up on the blonde boy's shoulder. Why not? I'm bored. Other ferrets don't do much until nighttime anyway. I'm about to go take a test, though. Who knows if that's gonna be any fun. Will there be human girls there? Thinking about the teams that had survived, Naruto counted up how many included Kunoichis. There was that Sand Village girl that teamed with Gaara of the Desert and the weird kid who played with dolls. Ino had made it, as had Hinata, Rock Lee's female teammate. What the heck was her name, anyway? And of course, Sakura. Yeah, a few girls. Why? Human girls go crazy when they see guys like me. You know, kawaii this, kawaii that, whatever that means. They feed ya, pet ya, and all kinds of good stuff, so I always go where the girls are. Naruto slapped a hand to his forehead. Of all the animals to hang out with, I get the perverted one. Well, good to see someone's actually gonna have fun today. Come on, before I change my mind. Sweet. I'm gonna get some tender loving care. So much for rest and relaxation. The little smile on Naruto's face as walked towards the forest, idly stroking Itachi's head, told the truth about how he really felt. Not everyone finds inner peace the same way, after all. Back at her house, Sakura dressed slowly, wondering what the third exam would be like. It couldn't have been any worse than the conversation she'd had with Uzumaki Satsuna the day before. Naruto's aunt had just looked at Sakura for a while after the girl had asked her to become her teacher, puzzled by the request. What the heck do you think you can learn from me? I'm not a shinobi. Sakura looked down at her shoes in embarrassment. No, but you can fight, and I can't. You're really strong. The hell's that supposed to mean? Satsuna sized the girl up. For someone the hyperactive Naruto was mooning over, she seemed a little plain, even weak. That had to be the problem. Her first instincts upon looking at Sakura had practically screamed nerd. Well, there's only one way to find out. Hit me. Sakura looked up at Naruto's aunt, startled by the request. What? Look, I just demolished a building, and I'm pooped. The last thing I need right now is to spend an hour or two trying to figure out whether you actually need training, or if you're just insecure. The easiest way to find out how strong somebody's will always be a straight-up fight. So gimme your best shot already. Punch, kick, whatever you're best at. Okay. Satsuna sighed, shaking her head at the timid tone of Sakura's reply. Stop right there, Sakura. Talkin' weakly is just as bad as fightin' weakly. What do you mean? Strength ain't only about your body. It's as much mental as it is physical. I ask you to give me your best shot and you bust out with some weak ass, okay? If you don't really mean what you say or do, you're never gonna be a fighter. Just a talker. I don't understand. Setsuna strode over to a nearby log and sat down, beckoning the pink-haired girl over. Have you ever known any bullies in your life? A few at the academy, I guess. And girls used to make fun of my forehead until Ino stopped them. Okay, think back to those bullies. How did they manage to push everyone around? Well, all the other kids would be afraid of them, afraid of getting beaten up. You're getting the idea. In the end, when did all those bullies stop being threats? Sakura considered the problem for a while, finally coming up with an answer. When the kids saw through the words and figured out that the bullies were no different than them. Right. See, some bullies probably are stronger than the average kid. But what really sets them apart is image. Actually, make that confidence. That's really all the image is about. You could be the strongest fighter in the world, but if you lack the confidence to do anything with that strength, it's all a waste. So you're going to teach me confidence? Setsuna threw her head back and laughed. Confidence ain't taught. It's earned, built up gradually. Look, there's a good way for you to learn both strength and confidence from me, if that's what you really want. That got Sakura's attention. How can I do it? Setsuna pointed a thumb back in the direction of the village center. You were there when I cleared the land for my restaurant, right? Come and work for me as a waitress in your spare time. What does working as a waitress have to do with confidence or strength? Uzumaki Setsuna had plenty of stories to tell Sakura, but something told from her personal experience would work best here. You don't think people are born knowing how to fight, do you? When I left the village, I was barely a teenager. I knew the mechanics of fighting, but I wasn't all that powerful. Did a few odd jobs, bounced around from place to place, until I got my first job as a waitress. She mimed carrying a heavy tray with one hand. If your restaurant's busy, you'll run into stretches where you get swamped. Sometimes you'll be handling 2, 3, maybe even 4 tables worth of orders at once. That can help improve your strength and balance in a hurry. When customers get impatient, you also have to deal with them bitching at you about it. If you don't have thick skin, you develop it fast. The confident waitress can even learn to toss back a few choice insults. Sakura considered that prospect. Won't you get fired for that? Ha. Maybe from the first job or two. But once you get good enough at what you do, you're home free. No manager would dare piss off an efficient veteran waitress, especially if it means having to train another one for months at a time. As for you, I know what the job is like, so unless you're a complete waste of time, I ain't gonna fire you. Sakura looked down again, trying to decide. Hey, you wanted training, it's your decision. Tell you what, think it over. Come back once the Chunin exam is over and tell me what you want to do. Setsuna had left it at that, leaving the training ground to go take her nap. Sakura watched the older woman go, trying to figure out how she managed to look like a fighting machine one minute and a lazy sloth the next. A day later, here she stood, still trying to figure out if she should entrust her training to such a strange woman. The sheer force of Setsuna's personality kept on coming back to Sakura. How did anyone who wasn't a shinobi still have such strength, both physically and psychologically? Naruto, she understood. His energy came from his goal. To be recognized by the village and become Hokage. What about Setsuna? It seemed her only goal in life was to eat and sleep. If for nothing else, Sakura figured working for the older lady might be worth it just to figure out what made her tick. But before then, the pink-haired girl sighed. One more exam to go. Win or lose, she probably wouldn't be any closer to finding her peace or confidence until the exam was done. With all that said and done, the 3 members of Team 7 approached the old bridge slowly, each occupied with their own issues. Sasuke said nothing as usual, leaving Sakura to notice the ferret perched on her teammate's shoulder. Naruto hadn't said a word to either of them, too busy clowning around with his new companion. Just as she was about to ask Naruto about it, a puff of smoke atop the arches above them announced Kakashi's arrival. Yo. Naruto looked up and glared at their sensei. So what's your excuse this time, Kakashi-sensei? Pretty girl. You got lost. If you must know, I was at the library. Naruto and Sakura looked at each other and then up at their teacher. Like they usually did at times like this, they spoke in unison. Sensei, when did the village library start stocking porno? Had they been behind the copy ninja, the 2 genin would have seen a huge sweat drop on the back of Kakashi's head. I've really got to start hiding that book in something normal. Hey, I read regular books too. Naruto smirked. Yeah, and pigs fly. Do you want to get to the exam or not? Oh, sure, keep us from reporting you for corrupting the youth of the village. Sakura smiled a little. At least some things hadn't changed about Naruto. As they walked through the roped-off path into the forest of death, Kakashi finally noticed the furry shape now draped across Naruto's shoulders, apparently asleep. What's this, Naruto? Your new pet? Naruto shrugged a bit, trying to wake the ferret up. He's not a pet, Kakashi-sensei, he's just along for the ride. Itachi, say hello to Kakashi-sensei. The ferret looked up for a bit, wrinkled its nose and whiskers lazily at Kakashi, and laid down again. Hi there. Now go away. Boy, Itachi, look alive and show some respect, will ya? He's my teacher. The ferret's sleepy mumble was accompanied by even lazier stretching. If he were a she, I probably would. If he ain't petting or feeding me, then I got nothing to say. Naruto sighed. He should have talked to Aunt Satsuna. They're a matched pair, except for the perverted part, anyway. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Itachi's more of a nighttime type, I think. Kakashi looked down at the sleeping animal. His mask moved in something resembling a smile. Itachi, huh? An interesting choice of names. Naruto looked over at the copy ninja in confusion and then shrugged. Itachi's part weasel, what's strange? And what's interesting about the name Itachi? It just means weasel anyhow. Too engrossed in talking to Kakashi, Naruto missed the odd twitch that flickered across Sasuke's face every time he mentioned the ferret's name, the same name as that damned older brother of his, Sasuke's hated foe. Is that idiot baiting me? The mantra he'd repeated earlier began to recede, frustration and anger building up anew. Forgetting that Naruto couldn't have had the faintest idea what the name Itachi meant to an Uchiha, Sasuke concentrated all of the pent-up emotion in his head on a single target. Who do you think you are? Learn one new technique and you think you're better than me? I don't care if it's during this exam or afterwards. You and I are going to fight. Anywhere, anytime, I don't care. I will be stronger than you. I have to be stronger than you. Forget everything else, this was all that mattered. In a sense, it was all that had ever mattered after their first meeting. The four of them spent the rest of the walk in silence, everyone occupying their minds with their own concerns. Eventually, the central tower loomed in the distance. Naruto grinned to himself. Time to get it on. Once all of the genin were inside, they found themselves in a huge room, 2 balconies overhead and a large pair of hands carved into the wall, forming a seal. In front of the seal stood the third Hokage, accompanied by all manner of shinobi from the Leaf Village and the other villages being represented in the exam. Each remaining team was arranged in a line as their teachers filed up to the stage behind the third, who walked forward a few steps and smiled down on them. First, let me congratulate you all on passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. We will now begin the third stage. For those of you who had a hard time getting here, you'll be pleased to hear that this is the last part of the exam. Naruto looked around as he heard a loud sigh go through the crowd. He chuckled to himself, seeing Ino whacking Choji across the head for being so obviously relieved at the news. Are you a man or aren't you? Hey, if it means I can get back home quicker for dinner, I'm all for it. Naruto shrugged. None of my business, really. Choji was good for comic relief once in a while. What he was more concerned about was the team that had shown up with only 2 members. Where's Kabuto-san? Never one to keep quiet, the blonde boy raised his hand to ask a question. Hey, where's Kabuto, the guy with the glasses? His speech interrupted by Ino, Choji and Naruto, the third cleared his throat and began again. Ikushi Kabuto withdrew from the Chunin exam after the second stage, citing injuries received during that stage. His teammates, however, will continue on, leaving an even 20 genin remaining to conclude everything. Now, before I tell you what the third stage is all about, there is something you all should know. It concerns the real reason for the Chunin exam. Confusion quickly spread through the crowd of genin. Nobody responded, so the third continued on. It's all well and good to talk about friendship among the allied nations. However, this test is, and always has been, nothing more than a replacement for war among our nations. In the rear of the group, Tenten and Rock Lee exchanged glances, the Kunoichi speaking for both of them. What's that supposed to mean? A third, his face normally smiling or gruff, looked uncommonly stern now. Relations between the shinobi villages haven't always been so good. We're not far removed from the last great war for dominance. In the end, it proved to be a waste. Instead, the allied nations created a stage on which a different battle could be fought, which eventually formed this Chunin exam. Naruto was puzzled over it and didn't come up with any reason for the change. What the hell does a bunch of genin trying for promotion have to do with wars? The third's expression didn't change unless you caught the sudden gleam of challenge and maybe a little pride in his eyes. That much is true. Part of this exam is about deciding who has what it takes to be a Chunin. But at the same time, it's also about prestige. In other words, the shinobi of each village risk their own lives to protect their land's reputation and power. For once, Sakura looked confused too. Why prestige, Hokage-sama? This stage of the exam is special. Previously, there were no witnesses other than your fellow candidates and the examiners. The third stage will have an audience, composed of influential leaders and individuals from all nations. You could say these are all potential clients of our villages. The basic point should be obvious. Villages that do well in these battles will be seen as stronger. They will then attract more clients. Those who do poorly will see the opposite effect. Similarly, a weaker village may be seen as more vulnerable to attack by other forces. Political consequences are at stake here. Kiba's snarl broke through the nervous whispering in the genin ranks. Fine, then. But why do we have to risk our necks? The third's reply carried both wisdom and experience. The strength of the country is the strength of the village. And a village is only as strong as its shinobi. The only way to determine that strength is through life-risking battle. Denton took over with a question. So why all the stuff about friendship if we're all going to be trying to kill each other? To a shinobi, friendship is nothing more than achieving balance through life and the loss of life. That isn't the kindest view of life, to be sure, but then this isn't a kind profession. So let me make things perfectly clear before we begin. You will battle with your lives on the line, and the stakes are not only your dreams. The honor and prestige of your nation lies in the balance as well. The third stepped back as another leaf ninja appeared. Hey, please begin. Racked by a fit of coughing, the examiner nodded to the Hokage and turned to the candidates. Hello, everyone, I'm Hade. Before the third stage begins, I'll have to ask you all to do something. We're going to have a preliminary round to determine who advances to the actual third stage. Shikamaru roused out of his usual laziness for once, voice raised in protest. Preliminary? What the hell is this troublesome crap? Well, it seems that the first two stages of this year's exam may have been too easy. There are too many candidates left and we only have so much time for the third exam since the audience is full of busy people. Therefore, we need to reduce the number of candidates. Anybody who doesn't want to continue should leave now since the preliminaries will begin immediately. Naruto laughed. Like I'm gonna wuss out now. Sasuke wasn't laughing. You utter moron. The thought had hardly come to him when the Sharingan user flinched, grabbing at his shoulder. More than one person watching him knew what that meant. I told him not to get emotional. Kakashi knew Sasuke wasn't stupid, but the Leaf Village couldn't afford to lose such a talent to Orochimaru. If you give in to the curse seal, you're finished. Anko had told him as much. If I have to stop you from hurting yourself, even if it means pulling you out of this exam, I will. Sakura, closer to the problem, took hold of Sasuke's arm. That seal thing is acting up again, isn't it? You shouldn't be fighting in this condition if you're still in pain. When her teammate didn't respond, Sakura turned and took a step towards Kakashi, up on the stage. This time, Sasuke moved, blocking her path. Shut up and stay out of this. Kakashi-sensei's already seen it. I've been working on controlling this thing. This test doesn't mean anything to me. Promotion's not my goal. All I want to do is find out how strong I am. If I'm to be an Avenger, I need to fight the strong. This is the best place to do it. If you get in the way of that, I won't forgive you. Naruto might not have been speaking much to Sakura, but he wasn't going to let that comment slide. What's your problem? Sakura's worried about you, even if you damn well don't deserve it. Where do you get off threatening her? Naruto. Sasuke gave him that annoying smirk. I'll especially be looking forward to kicking your ass. The blonde boy's eyes narrowed, but he kept his mouth shut. The hell you will. What do you want to do, steal my techniques? Better to keep up appearances, though. Try it if you think you can. I'm not gonna go down so easily. So if you want to use that thing as an excuse when I whip your butt from here back to the wave country, then go right ahead. Before they could start throwing punches at each other, Hate's voice intruded on the situation. If there are no more takers, we'll begin the preliminary. It will be composed of one-on-one fighting, as if you were truly battling each other. Only the winners will advance to the finals. The win is achieved either through a knockout or surrender. I may also stop the fight if I think a winner's been clearly established. Now, if you turn to the scoreboard on the back wall, we can start the first match. The battles will be determined by random draw. The draw had, in fact, begun as soon as Hade had mentioned the electronic scoreboard, all of their names flashing across the screen as the order was determined. Eventually the two lines stopped flashing as two names emerged. Akatu Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke. Very well, Hade nodded to both of them, let's have the two fighters step up, please. Will everyone else go to the upper level while you wait? Naruto noted Kakashi stepping off the stage as he filled up the stairs with Sakura and the other genin. If you want a shot at me, you'd better not bow out here, Sasuke. The copy ninja had few words for Sasuke. He knew the boy wasn't in a listening mood, especially after nearly coming to blows with his own teammate. I'll make it simple. Don't use the Sharingan or any other. If that seal activates, you could be killed. Best to end it quickly if possible. If I see the seal activating, I'll stop the fight myself. Got it. The student nodded, attention mainly focused on Yoroi, standing still opposite from him with an unreadable expression. Kakashi shrugged. He'll find out soon enough whether I'm serious. Alright, once the fight is over, I've found something that'll help with the seal. So there's your incentive to get this over with as fast as possible. Sasuke kept his eyes on Yoroi. Even without the Sharingan, he knew things weren't going to be normal. No fire, not even clones or body switching. This would have to be a pure slugging match, something he wasn't ordinarily used to. Pei-8 stepped up between the two genin, glancing first at one, then at the other. Now then, please begin the match. With the speed that only comes from years of martial arts training, the combatants were 100 feet apart in the blink of an eye. each readied an attack, Yorway's right hand surrounded by an eerie glowing energy, while his other hand drew forth some shuriken. Without chakra, Sasuke could only reach for the kunai strapped to his thigh. Let him make the first move, maybe he'll give away his strategy. The masked genin didn't keep him waiting long. Yorway hurled a brace of shuriken at his foe, Sasuke hung back, still unimpressed. That can't be all you're capable of. You never could have made it here if that was the only attack in your arsenal. Sasuke parried the thrown weapons with a cool wave of his kunai. Come on, don't get all shy now. At that moment, Kakashi's warning flashed across his thoughts, accompanied by a searing burst of pain from the curse seal. Idiot. Pride's as much an emotion as anger or frustration. Don't get too high or too low on yourself. Any happiness he could have found in realizing his mistake soon vanished. As the seal's flare-up staggered Sasuke, Yorway closed in for the kill. The Sharingan user could hear his opponent's footsteps closing, but it was almost too late by the time he regained enough control over his rebelling body to get clear of the descending fist. This isn't working. He was too riled up over Naruto and too frustrated by Orochimaru's seal to stay focused for long and keep the seal in check. Every time it flared, his mobility took a hit. The only way to win the fight would be to restrict Yorway's movements. He had to wear down the masked boy's speed and agility until they were evenly matched again. Then, there might be a chance to land one good attack. But that in mind, Sasuke stopped his escape, plunging the kunai into the concrete floor. Swiftly capturing one of Yorway's legs and leg scissors, he levered the leaf genin down onto the floor, shifting the fallen body in order to trap one arm in a classic armbar, threatening to break it. It won't hinder his movement much, but knocking down his attack potential will do. Straining to dislocate or break his opponent's elbow joint, Sasuke focused his energies on that task. As precious seconds flew by, he suddenly realized something was wrong with the situation. Wait. Why isn't he struggling? Sasuke had discovered his opponent's trap, but entangled as they were, there was no escape. Helpless, he watched with a curious detachment as Yorway's hand turned around and made contact with his chest. There was no pain, but that wasn't the point of the attack, as Sasuke discovered. The flame that had enveloped Yorway's hand began to glow even brighter than before, and suddenly the Uchiha boy's grip on that right arm began to slacken, strength gradually leaving his limbs. Soon enough, the masked genin had pulled out of the armbar, retreating back across the arena. By strength. What the hell did you just do? Yorway's only response to the weak-voiced question was to charge back toward Sasuke again, his glowing right hand a silent promise of more pain to come. Still in shock from the odd technique that had been performed on him, Sasuke never saw his opponent coming. A scream from above snapped him out of the trance. Sasuke-kun. He sat up, responding to the urgency in Sakura's shout, and immediately wished he hadn't, as Yorway's hand latched onto his face. The weakness spread faster this time, a tired feeling sweeping through Sasuke's body as the seconds passed. You. He gasped brokenly, looking into the cold black lenses covering Yorway's eyes. You're draining me. Chakra. Good to see you're not a total fool. Finally noticed it, eh? Above them both, up on one of the balconies, Orochimaru, cloaked in the form of a sound village jounin, looked down on the battle. Yorway's ability is to drain his opponent's chakra by touching him with the palm of his hand. When you run out of chakra, my dear Sasuke, you will have no choice but to release the seal and rely on my power. That is, if you want to continue fighting, to keep growing stronger. Summoning what was left of his flagging strength, Sasuke wrested himself out of Yorway's grasp. What now? He's impossible to beat in close combat, not that I'd survive another shot from that hand of his. How am I supposed to win if I can't hit him from a distance or up close? As his rival ran through his options, Naruto watched the fight, feeling torn. On the one hand, he wasn't fond of seeing Sasuke win all the time. Then again, even if he hated to admit it, he was still proud of everything their team had accomplished. Sasuke losing would totally screw with our good record so far. Reluctantly, Naruto urged on his teammate in the only way he could without feeling like an airhead cheerleader. Hey, Sasuke. How are you gonna beat me if you can't even get past a one-trick pony like him? Get off your ass and finish this. Even in later years, when their relationship had gone through twists and turns of all sorts, Sasuke would look back on Naruto's shout as one of the few times the spiky-haired boy had treated him as a friend and in spite of himself, remember the moment with a smile. I hate to say it, but the idiot's right. I've been going about this the wrong way. This guy relies on close combat, getting inside your guard and doing his thing. I have to take him out of his element to beat him. Without chakra, there's only one way to do that. Sasuke's thought process ended when Yoroi rushed forward again, fully intent on ending the match. You don't have time to daydream, kid. The audience had enough time to see the corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth rise a little before he disappeared from view. When the Sharingan user reappeared, everything changed. Rock Lee was the first to notice what had happened, as he probably should have been. That's my. He had a right to be stunned. Sasuke had just launched Yoroi airborne with the same taijutsu kick that Rock had used on him before the exam. Naruto didn't remember what most of the thick-browed genin's attacks looked like, he'd been unconscious both times Rock had fought for real, but he didn't have to. The other boy's expression said it all. Sasuke had copied another move with the Sharingan. Itachi woke up as his new friend's shoulders moved, shaking slightly as Naruto clenched his fists. "What gives, speaker? You're shaking me out of a nice dream here." "It's not fair," Naruto muttered in a low whisper. "I worked my butt off learning all these new moves and abilities, and Sasuke could take most of them in the blink of an eye. What's the point of all that work if what's yours won't stay yours? Hey, he's not a speaker, right? Never will be, he ain't got the blood for it. Take what I've got and be happy with it, huh? Something like that. For us wild creatures, life is short and there could be something lurking behind the next tree waiting to eat you. Instead of getting down over it, we try to enjoy the good times and try not to get too down in the bad times. It ought to be the same for you, focus on what you're good at, master the stuff nobody can take away. If you do that, what damage could this Sasuke guy hope to do? That's so?" Naruto grinned, still whispering as he picked the ferret up off his shoulders and brought it up in front of him. "Then you and the rest of the animals can have your speaker, on one condition." Itachi's whiskers quirked, like the arching of an eyebrow. "And that condition would be? When the exam is over, win or lose, you're going to go into the forest as my mouthpiece. Find all the tribal leaders you can and get them to sign summoning contracts with me. Words are well and good, but ferrets don't carry much weight with the wolves, bears and other big shots out there. Without proof we're a team, I'd just be a snack once I set foot in predator country. Tell you what, I'll find something you can wear and then we'll both go to the sparrows and tell them all about it. If they're going to set me up for the job, those bird brains had better do some work for me. If you say so. Just don't forget about that proof, okay? I'm too cute to die." Naruto snickered. "Don't flatter yourself, you lazy poofball." That issue resolved, Naruto put Itachi back on his shoulder, both settling down to watch the end of the fight. "You might be able to steal the Naruto Bakuden, Sasuke, but I'll make sure you can't steal anything else from me again." It wasn't something he could explain well, if at all. How could he, without giving away what he knew about his parents? Call Uzumaki Naruto sentimental, an emotional sap, if you want. None of his critics had had to live without parents for 12 years. The things he'd seen with Arashi, the memories of Haruka, were more than just training for Naruto. They were family moments, what he had been missing for so long. Setsuna was funny and treated him well, but right now, taking care of Naruto was just what she'd called it, a job. There was no guarantee his aunt would ever love him as Haruka would have. Until that moment came, all he really had were the things his parents had taught him. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't about to just let someone just come along and take that away. So he watched Sasuke work, and the distance between them, bridged just moments ago, silently widened again. Sasuke hadn't noticed. He was too busy dealing with Yoroi in midair. From this point of view, I'm going totally original. While feelings of triumph were usually good, in Sasuke's case they were disastrous. As he prepared to finish his opponent off, the seal flared to life again, even stronger than before. "No. Not now, damn it. I was so close to letting Kakashi-sensei deal with the stupid thing." He had a right to be angry, but it wasn't helping things. Sasuke could feel the burning pain spreading to his face, shoulder, arms, everywhere. "Calm down. Can't let it control you, or else Kakashi-sensei stops the fight." How could he bow out so easily? It would disappoint Sakura and probably set her off crying again, and he wouldn't be able to face Naruto in the actual battles if it all ended here. Don't be angry or frustrated. Find peace and you'll win. Below on the stage, Mitarashi Anko's jaw dropped wide open. Not only was the seal spread slowing down, but it was receding. How can he have this much control? It was easy, as long as Sasuke could remember not to feel anything about it. Keeping firmly focused on his goals, he spun Yoroi about, whipping a leg through the air aimed at the other genin's side, only to be parried away by Yoroi's arm. "Ha! Not quite enough, kid." Sasuke gave him the trademark smirk. "I'd agree with you. If I were actually done." His opponent had no time to respond, not when Sasuke had already spun about and booted him in the chin with his other foot. Following Yoroi down, Sasuke sped up the descent by punching the falling genin in the face. "Let's end this now. One last shot for the road." Shishirenden, lion combo. Yoroi didn't say anything this time, either. Then again, it's hard to say much when you've got a foot planted in your stomach, helped out by gravity. Both of them skidded apart upon making contact with the ground, but Hei didn't have to check on the fighters in order to know who'd won. The winner of the first preliminary and first to reach the finals. Is it Sasuke? Naruto watched Sasuke and Kakashi leave the arena as Hei and some other Leaf Shinobi cleared the floor of stray weapons so the next match could begin. What the two of them were going off to do, he didn't know and didn't care. Geez, how lucky could I get? If I get picked to fight next, I can pull all the tricks and techniques I want and Sasuke won't see any of them. Not that he'd come up with any new ones, but if it happened during the fight, he'd have them all to himself, for a while, anyway. Glancing over at the scoreboard, he silently willed his name to come up, thus, when the second battle was set, he was probably the only one in the room who wasn't surprised. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Wahahaha. Man, I must be psychic or something. Kiba was laughing too, but for a different reason. Wahoo. Talk about your strokes of luck, we can beat him for sure, Akamaru. Naruto just grinned, leaping over the balcony railing to land on the floor below. You gonna fight me, dog boy, or just keep barking? Ain't no way you can just talk me to death. Heck, might as well use that pooch of yours to even up the odds a little. Kiba came down from his perch just as quickly, putting Akamaru on the ground next to him. Ha! A straight-up fight against Naruto, the loser. I could take you myself. Going down on all fours, Kiba began the fight. Beast Effect Ninpu. Quadruped no Jutsu. Whatever this new technique was, Naruto was stunned to see its effects on Kiba. The other boy's face had taken on an animal-like quality, nails lengthening into claws, his hands now looked more like paws. He didn't have time to observe much more as Kiba charged straight at him. Is he nuts? All I've gotta do is dodge. Simple it might have been in Naruto's mind. Except for one small problem, which he discovered as he tried to move away. Oh, crap. You've gotta be kidding me. In all his excitement over being able to fight without Sasuke present, he'd forgotten about one tiny problem that was proving not so tiny after all. The weights. Why did you put them in today? Hell, why did you leave them in after you found out what was going on? This is a fight, how the hell are you going to dodge Kiba's attacks if you're only half as fast as normal? There was no way to ask for time to take the extra set of weights out and no time to try and at least take his jacket off. Just gotta find another way. He could focus chakra to his feet and use it to speed up his dodging, but that wasn't going to work forever and he'd run out of chakra he needed for other techniques. Think of something, or else running out of chakra is gonna be the least of your concerns. Naruto got a sinking feeling, racking his brain and coming up empty, even as he crouched to try and get clear of Kiba. This was going to hurt in more ways than one. I just know Dad's gonna kill me for this. Chapter 10. Star Power. Bob Dylan, Shooting Star. Wonder if you can feel strong, but incredibly stupid at the same time. Naruto harbored more than one embarrassed thought as he watched Kiba's charge. Still ready to dodge, he ran through his options. I could take the hit, find out for myself how much extra strength Kiba got from that beast effect ninpu. Maybe try to deflect it, like Mom would have done in the training ground, and use the momentum to buy time. That wouldn't cut it. One option might kill him, and running away from Kiba would only tire him out. Anyway, if you're gonna run, you might as well stay in one piece. Just as Naruto was about to make a move, a voice in his ear startled him right out of his planning. Naruto. Speaker-type person. Are we just gonna stand here and get run over, or what? Itachi, what are you still doing here? I'm in the middle of a fight. The young Genin's ferret sidekick sounded exasperated. What were you expecting? You got so pumped up about getting to fight you just jumped over the rail without saying anything. It was either hanging on to Yair's shoulder or getting turned into a big furry pancake. I'm sorry. Now get out of here, it's too dangerous. Too late. Hearing the ferret's last gasp warning, Naruto looked up, only to see Kiba plow into him, sending him flying towards the wall with a whoosh of expelled breath. Where's Itachi? Can't let that poofball get hurt before he talks to the other tribes. Naruto grabbed his furry friend off his shoulder and cradled Itachi to his chest as his back slammed into the wall. Stunned by the impact, the spiky-haired genin slid down off the wall, landing face first on the floor as Itachi scrambled out from under him. Kiba laughed as he turned to Hade. He'll be taking a nice long nap. From above the battlefield, many eyes watched Naruto lie there for a moment, perfectly still, as the ferret nipped cautiously at his ear, trying to awaken its friend. For most of them, their thoughts were the same. Man, that was bad. What a loser. He's a weakling. No way he could beat that other kid. Others in the audience knew better. Yamanaka Ino thought back a few weeks, remembering what the Sound Nins had done to Naruto in the Forest of Death. If hitting a tree like that couldn't beat him, this won't either. Hyuga Hinata hadn't seen that earlier fight, but her opinion was no different. Naruto-kun never gives up. If Kiba thinks the fight is over, he's wrong. Rock Lee turned to his teammates and sighed. That was so lame. I thought Naruto-kun was strong. His disappointment turned to surprise when he saw Neji and Tenten smile. What's so funny? Tenten couldn't reveal what her father had told her about Naruto, but the battle in the forest would serve just as well as a reminder. You haven't seen Naruto in action like we've seen him. Just watch. Sakura couldn't have agreed more. Naruto had once been an idiot, but she'd long since revised that opinion of him. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. He never lets anything stop him from looking to his goal. I know he'll show Kiba what a mistake it is to just write him off like that. Looking back at her teammate, she saw that Naruto was proving her right. He staggered to his feet, voice low but strong nonetheless. "Hey dog boy. That's all you got." Itachi, reassured that his friend was alright, scurried off to the balcony to watch the rest of the fight. "You better win, speaker. Lose to one of those sellout dogs and his master, and you'll never hear the end of it from the wolves." Kiba's eyes widened as he saw his opponent rise to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, limbs unsteady, but otherwise looking ready to fight. Big words from somebody bleeding all over the place. "Stop acting all cocky, you loser." "Cocky? I was just testing how strong you've become. Since you still suck, you might as well start using the puppy too and even up the odds." If there was one thing Naruto had figured out about Kiba, it was that his opponent had something in common with Akamaru, the animal mind. Provoke an animal beyond a certain limit and it would inevitably snap. If that happened, Kiba could sink to the level of an animal, attacking blindly and without strategy. It went without saying that Naruto would have a much easier time winning. From the look on Kiba's face, the blonde boy figured his plan was working. "You asked for it, punk. Akamaru, let's go." Naruto didn't much mind the little dog joining in, a bite here and there wouldn't faze him. Kiba had other things in mind. Grabbing a smoke bomb, he hurled it at Naruto's position. "You want 2-on-1? You've got it." "Okay, that was unexpected." Naruto frowned as the cloud of smoke billowed around him, obscuring his vision and rooting him to the spot. He couldn't dodge for fear of running into either Kiba or Akamaru. Neither could he attack if there was no way to see a target. He'd just have to hope his reflexes were good enough to dodge an attack if he somehow saw it coming. They weren't. Not with so much weight on his shoulders and legs that he could barely run. Quick, stinging strikes all over his body sent pain shooting through Naruto, staggering him again. Time to switch plans. Get out of the smoke and go back to square one. Stay strong until Kiba goes berserk. If that ever happens. What other option was there? He plunged forward, feeling a little triumph when he smelled clean air again, free of the blinding cloud. It felt good to be in the clear again. Up until Akamaru leaped up at him, latching onto his arm with a deep bite. Startled, in pain, Naruto stumbled back into the smoke and disappeared from view along with Akamaru. Kiba watched his opponents fall and grinned, that smile widened even further when the smoke began to clear. Naruto lay still again, a barking Akamaru next to him. "Who's all talk and no fight now, loser. Come on, boy, let's go celebrate." Nobody thought it strange that the little dog leaped in the air and turned a somersault as he approached Kiba. If the fight was over, master and dog could afford to celebrate. The Fang Genin was certainly ready to catch Akamaru, arms held wide open as he laughed in triumph. "Keep laughing, funny man. It'll be your last one." Kiba's eyes widened in horror as Akamaru exploded into a cloud of smoke. Stunned, he couldn't get out of the way before Naruto whipped his leg around in midair and blasted a foot into his opponent's jaw. "Bet a clue, dog boy. I ain't gonna drop the match just because of a bite or two." For once, the weights on the blonde boy's legs had come in handy, knocking Kiba for a loop. The fanged boy went flying, falling to the floor and skidding back to the wall on his side of the room. Naruto landed in a ready position, trying to predict Kiba's response. As he did, the weights in his clothes came together with a soft clunking noise. With the combined noise from Kiba's pained growls, Naruto's labored breathing and the murmuring of the audience, the metal noise nearly went unnoticed. Except for one keen set of ears underneath a bowl cut. "What are you nodding for, Guy-sensei?" Tenten looked over to see her team's teacher looking down at Naruto, an approving gleam in his eye. Mido Guy simply turned to Neji. "Neji-kun, why don't you take a peek and tell your teammates whether or not young Naruto has anything hidden in his clothing?" A few hand seals later, the pulsating veins on Hyuga Neji's face told his teammates that he was using his birthright, the Byakugan. "Are those metal weights?" "Indeed," said Guy with a grin and his trademark flashing teeth. "It seems Naruto-kun had the same idea as Arlie and is using weights to increase his strength and agility. That would explain why his reaction time has been so slow." Tenten looked down at Naruto, who did seem to be moving slower than he had been in the forest. But Lee's been using those weights for more than a year and Naruto was moving much faster in the forest, barely 2 weeks ago. Nobody gets used to so much extra weight so soon. Isn't he taking too big a risk? I nodded sternly, but the approval in his expression hadn't changed. That may well be true. Still, I admire Naruto's spirit and determination. He could have removed those weights and tried to battle normally once he knew what the test would be. Instead, he chose to fight under that extra burden, accepting adversity to make himself stronger. Now he's risen to meet the difficulty, as you saw. By tricking Kiba into ignoring that somersault, Naruto was able to use momentum and the weight on his leg to add force to his kick. A fine example of the power of youth, that boy, turning adversity into an advantage. Rock Lee looked down at the younger Genin, and a little thrill of expectation ran through him. It had happened when Uchiha Sasuke had shown off his skills in the last battle as well. I misjudged him. Show me how great a threat you really are, Naruto-kun. Kiba scrambled to his feet, swaying a bit as his legs wobbled. Naruto might have gotten one hit in, but he wouldn't get lucky again. If you're there, then where's Akamaru? Looking for this? He turned to see another Naruto holding the little dog in the air by its two front legs. Come on, Kiba, don't tell me you're only good at running on all fours. Give it all you got, or go home. Naruto's eyes narrowed suspiciously as Kiba drew something out of his pocket, an odd smile spreading slowly across his face. Careful what you wish for, loser. Too busy trying to figure out what Kiba meant by that, Naruto nearly missed the other Genin's fingers flicking something at Akamaru, which the dog swallowed. What's he doing, feeding the dog? Why would he do that now? It became clear why Kiba was feeding Akamaru when the little pooch suddenly wasn't so little anymore. His coat turning bright red, the dog lashed out at the Naruto clone holding him, banishing it. Hey, referee. Naruto roared, pointing a finger at this new Akamaru as he turned to Hade. He just drugged his dog or something. You gonna let that slide? If I'm not mistaken, that's a soldier pill he used, it's a ninja weapon like any old blade or bomb. Aw, screw you anyhow, the blonde boy yelled back. Not like I was expecting any favors from anybody in this village. I ain't gonna make it so easy for all of you to keep me down. Drug him, clone yourself, whatever. You think you're so tough, Kiba. Take a pill yourself and come on. Watching Naruto's outburst, the third Hokage shook his head slowly, thinking back to the last wishes of the boy's father. I've failed, Arashi. Not letting the villagers see him as a hero was one thing, but standing by as they belittled him and ignored him was just as foolish. The third didn't have to be inside Naruto's head to know why the boy had had such a knee-jerk reaction. They've held him down so long he thinks everyone is against him unless they prove otherwise, like Iruka. Even his goal of becoming Hokage isn't really for the good of the village. Naruto just wants to show that everyone was wrong about him. Should he someday be pushed over the edge, anyone in his way might be in serious danger. I'll have to work on that. Now and then, when Naruto wasn't acting up, he looked like any normal boy. Right now, he didn't look normal at all. Rage twisted his mouth in a snarl that promised extreme pain for Kiba. His opponent wasn't looking, busy meeting up with Akamaru to attack anew. It seemed he'd taken a soldier pill like Naruto had predicted, features growing more feral by the minute as the medicine took effect. Akamaru, let's do it. Juijin Bunshin, Beast Human Bunshin. Smoke billowed again, and when it cleared, two Kibas crouched across from Naruto, ready to attack. What, you're gonna beat me by making me look at your ugly mug twice? Come and get me, you pill-popping junkie. Outwardly angry, Naruto was calmer than ever inside, hoping to make Kiba think he was out of control. Kiba's attacks so far had all been anima-like, and now he looked even less human than before. Apparently, implying that the soldier pill was cheating had pushed Kiba closer to the edge. His original plan might be working after all. Now he just had to survive and think of a way to outmaneuver his foe when Kiba lost all rational thought. The Fang Genin wasn't going to give him that chance, rushing forward along with the other Kiba, or was it the other way around, with Akamaru in front? Naruto dodged one, and then the other Kiba, but with each near miss, his opponent's claws drew closer to ripping him apart. You already know it's not enough to run, and you can't keep this up forever. Try something different. Maybe jumping up instead of aside would throw his enemy off. Out of ideas, Naruto tried it out. As soon as he saw the triumphant look on Kiba's face, he knew he'd made a terrible mistake. So much for something different. Juijin Taijutsu Aogi, Beast Human Taijutsu Ultimate Technique. Gatsuuga, Piercing Fang. Both Kibas began to spin as they leaped towards him, quickly blurring into twin torpedoes of claws and teeth. Naruto barely had time to register the attack before he felt the tearing sensation of his flesh being slashed from head to toe. Leaking blood everywhere, he fell to earth once more, ragged breathing evidence of the damage he'd suffered. Kiba taunted Naruto with a derisive laugh as he landed. Some fighter you are. Where's that stupid catchphrase you always use, loser? You think you can still become Hokage with that level of skill? Hell, I'd be a better Hokage than you. Give it up. Yugi Kurenai, sensei of Team 8, looked around, startled out of her contemplation of the fight. Had she heard someone scoff at Kiba's taunt? That fool. Kurenai's eyes narrowed as she identified the speaker, chuckling softly to himself. What would Guy know about a genin who wasn't even under his care? What's so funny, Guy? Oh, nothing, the Taijutsu master replied. I was just amused at how Kiba keeps sabotaging himself. What are you talking about? I nodded down at Naruto, still lying there as Kiba laughed. Naruto-kun has a spirit and will be unmatched by any genin I've seen in this exam so far, except perhaps Arlie or Niji. The more Kiba-kun insults him, the stronger Naruto's determination becomes, and the harder he'll fight. Kurenai shrugged. You talk about willpower, but Naruto's the one lying there all torn up. I'd say our Kiba's progressed far past him. Nothing ever happens without someone's will behind it. If your heart's not in it, if passion is lacking, you'll never be able to accomplish anything. As long as you want it bad enough, you'll find a way to get it. I may not be Naruto-kun's teacher, but from what I've seen and heard of him, I know he's thinking much the same thing. If Kiba were really capable of finishing Naruto off, why would he waste time taunting him? Do you let your genin gloat over small successes before their objective is achieved? Kurenai flinched as the other Jounin's reply struck home. Guy was right, Kiba was giving the spiky-haired boy too much time to think of a counter to the piercing fang. Against somebody as driven as Naruto seemed to be, that could be a lethal mistake. At the railing, Hinata silently agreed with Guy, though she said nothing as usual. Kiba-kun. Sure, we're teammates, but you're wrong right now. It's a big mistake to put Naruto's dreams down. He'll only get angrier with you and want to beat you even more. The real Naruto isn't the loser you say he is. I know it. As he had unknowingly proven Sakura right earlier, now Naruto would prove Guy and Hinata right. Odd you become Hokage. I'd sooner see that jerk Sasuke take the title than have a low IQ dog breath pill popping half-animal jackass like you lorded over this village. Guess I better kick your ass for the good of future shinobi. He staggered to his feet, wiping away the blood that streamed from his head and mouth with one arm. The other, stained dark with drying blood and sweat, hung limply at his side, either broken or useless. Kiba laughed again, but there was no mirth in it this time, only cold anger. Launching himself at Naruto again, he beckoned the other Kiba on with a nod of his head. Losers like you just don't know when to quit. I'll do you a favor and shut you down myself. Watching above, Sakura gasped. Naruto had begun running forward, even as the two Kibas started spinning, preparing to use the piercing fang. Is he insane? Get out of the way. You can't fight with one arm. Shikamaru smirked, seeing the pink-haired girl's distress. Sakura had it all wrong. The faint smile he saw on Naruto's face told the real story. You had a good run, Kiba, but you should have finished him off while you had the chance. That Naruto isn't standing in front of you anymore. The confusion Sakura had felt spread through the audience when Naruto leaped up to meet his opponent's charge, spinning in the opposite direction of the Fang Shinobi and his dog clone. Was Naruto trying to commit suicide? The answer came in the form of a loud, resounding clang. Atsuga Hangiki, piercing fang counter. Henku Kaiten, deflection spin. Yes. Sakura's exultant shout was just one of the reactions to the sight before everyone's eyes. Kiba and Akamaru's claws had met Naruto's armor the training weights head-on and been turned aside. Neji and Tenten started as their sensei began to clap, applauding the counter move, joined quickly by Lee. Brilliantly done, Naruto-kun. Tenten was in shock. This was the no-account, loser, dead last Naruto she had always heard about. I don't understand. What did he do? Neji answered for Guy and Lee, who were still too busy roaring something about youth power to say anything. Naruto must have used the time when Kiba was taunting him to review the piercing fang and figure out where Kiba would try to hit first. When Kiba came at him, he jumped in order to meet the attack. When it came, Naruto positioned one set of weights each to block the first claw or hand attacks from Kiba and Akamaru. The momentum from his counter spin made the impact even harder on his opponents, like two carts crashing together. Given that it's flesh and bone versus metal, it probably hurts like hell. Hyuga Neji wasn't one to look favorably on anybody, least of all a kid who had always been a failure at the academy. Still, he had to admit Naruto had flair and a good tactical mind. Even if his social skills didn't come close to matching his fighting skills. Think I'll have some interesting matches when the real battles begin. Kiba wasn't interested in cheering anybody on. He landed gingerly, cradling his right hand and favoring his right leg, Akamaru Kiba mirroring his actions with opposite limbs. What the hell are you, a robot? Walking around with armor all over the place or something? You loser. Naruto ignored the insult and reached up with his left arm, taking off his headband. Tying it slowly to his belt, he threaded his limp right arm through the headband in an improvised sling. When he was done, his reply echoed through the room and changed more than a few first impressions. Loser? Give up. Where's the real Kiba and what did you do with him? What are you talking about? I'm as real as it gets. Are you? Naruto sneered, contempt evident in every word. I'll tell you what a loser really is, Kiba. A loser bows his head or bends a knee before the fight's lost or won. A loser gives up when there's still a way to win because he thinks it's impossible or that he can't do it. The loser taunts his opponent instead of finishing him off because he knows, deep in the back of his mind, that he doesn't have what it takes to win. That's not a shinobi. That's a waste of space. Wanna call me a loser? Kiba, the only way you'll ever earn the right to call Uzumaki Naruto a loser is if you kill me first. Naruto unzipped his jacket slowly, turning to present his undamaged left side to the enemy, and then held his arm out, palm up, unconsciously mimicking Rock Lee's usual stance. You're welcome to try. But don't kid yourself into thinking you can. His original tactic was simple enough, but Naruto had discovered one major flaw in it while he was face down. Say what you like about momentum and using the weights to your advantage. In a straight fight, even if Kiba ain't thinking straight, his reflexes and instincts are still too fast for you to hit him with a knockout blow. at least not without cutting his mobility way down. His only non-physical weapon was the Naruto Bakuden, but training at home had taught him the bomb had its limits. The explosion was powerful, but its range was short, perhaps 10 feet all around him. Worse, if his opponent had fast enough reflexes, the brief flash and thermal pulse at the beginning of the explosion would be enough warning for them to get clear. If that happens, not only have I not done any damage, I'm running low on chakra. How could he do it? With so many distractions during the rest period, he'd had no time to practice better chakra control or modifying the Naruto Bakuden. It's not like I can do the damn thing in steps, or only halfway. Or could he? The only thing that came to mind was risky, but he'd be damned if he'd give up just because of a little danger. Not when the prize for winning this fight might be a showdown with Sasuke. Who wants to live forever anyway? Ino, silent for most of the fight, was the first to notice it. For something that had looked limp and useless, Naruto's right arm was looking oddly okay, twitching subtly. Is he trying to hide a weapon in there? Shikamaru was way ahead of her in his analysis. Couldn't be a throwing weapon, Kiba would just dodge it. And regular weapons wouldn't work either. What's his game? Only 2 people in the room could know for sure, and Rock Lee turned to one of them. Niji, is it just me, or is his arm moving after all? Once more, Hyuga Niji activated his Byakugan, and immediately an unfamiliar look of confusion crossed his face. What's wrong? He's doing hand seals. With only one hand. Lee turned to his sensei, the question evident before he even spoke. Sensei, you can't do it with one hand, can you? Everyone I've ever seen was with 2-handed seals. That's not necessarily true, the Jounin muttered. Plainly, he too was a little in the dark. Some advanced bloodlines have inherited techniques that can be done with one hand. I've heard Mist Shinobi, for example, have such attacks. Tenten silently wondered whether or not blood had anything to do with Naruto's strange behavior. Is this one of the force or something his mother could do? Everyone had their theories, but all that mattered was what would happen below, on the field of battle. Kiba wasn't going to let Naruto badmouth him forever. Pulling out a handful of shuriken, he and Akamaru charged, intent on planting his opponent 6 feet under. Sakura, her worries about Naruto forgotten in the heat of this battle, screamed a warning as the dog and boy disappeared from view. Naruto. They're going behind you. Kiba, Akamaru and Hate were the only ones who heard the blonde genin's quiet reply. Above, below, behind, in front. Makes no difference. Charging at full speed, momentum carrying him fully forward, Kiba could only watch in horror as Naruto's useless arm whipped out of the headband sling to meet his left hand in a seal. Then his vision exploded in a flash of brilliant light, brighter than the sun in the sky, searing one last image of Naruto's back in his mind before his eyesight was replaced by darkness and agonizing pain. Arg. Sakura had seen that final seal before. That meant she was the only one who managed to shield her eyes before the corona of light spread to the rest of the room. As the light faded, she called down to him, voice shaking with uncertainty. Naruto, what was that? That wasn't the bomb you used on the Mist Nins. Fire element. Kaite Naruto Bakuden, revised Naruto bomb, Ninjin Hashi no Jutsu, Human Star no Jutsu. Twice the flash, none of the bang. Why is Kiba in so much pain if it's just a big flash bomb? Shikamaru, blinking the afterimages out of his eyes, answered for Naruto. Ever stare straight at the sun? Didn't it make your eyes water if you look too long? Now imagine looking at light that's 10, maybe 100 times brighter, directed straight in your eyes at close range. What do you think would happen? Sakura wondered why Naruto hadn't said anything. The reason became clear as she saw her teammate strip off his jacket, winding it around his right hand. His hands came together one more time, in his favorite seal. Page Bunshin no Jutsu. 6 Naruto clones emerged, 2 going to pin down one Kiba and the other 4 arranging themselves all around the second Kiba. Keep the dog out of this and send his master my way. The first 2 Naruto clones shoved one Kiba aside, while the other 4 seized the second Kiba, still stunned from the injury to his eyes, and hurled him toward the real Naruto, who threw a punch as his opponent came near. Naruto's balled-up jacket met Kiba's face with a dull thud, the shoulder weights becoming an impromptu set of brass knuckles. Naruto watched his opponent fall to the ground in a boneless heap. You want to see a loser, Kiba? Just look in the mirror. They didn't need to check the fallen genin to know who'd won. The winner of the second match is Uzumaki Naruto. You're not one for a quick finish, are you? Naruto looked up to see Itachi scramble up his legs and back onto his shoulder as he climbed up the stairs. As long as the job gets done, I can take a little pain. I'm sure it had nothing to do with lucking into a stupid opponent who didn't take advantage of your screw-up, right? The spiky-haired genin stopped dead in his tracks, a big sweat drop on his head. Har har. Tell anybody about this and I'll never show you to a human girl again, you mouthy poofball. Hey, I'm just saying. He felt, rather than saw, the change in the air, the looks in the eyes that followed him back to the balcony. Some were appreciative, others contemplative. A few might even have been sizing him up for some odd purpose. Naruto had only seen stars like that directed at Sasuke before and it unnerved him a bit. What, have I turned into a red-eyed jerk? Kids will be kids, after all. Naruto-kun. Pulling his jacket back on, Naruto nearly missed Hinata's soft voice as he passed her. He turned to see the timid girl holding out a tiny jar to him. This is for you. What's in the jar? It's a medicinal cream, Naruto. Kurenai said slowly. Just take it. Gee, thanks Hinata. I'll use it while I'm cheering you on or something. Naruto's sweat dropped again when Hinata went bright red. What did I say? Kurenai watched Naruto and Hinata going over the fight again in her head. She grudgingly admitted it had been a learning experience. Naruto should have had no chance against Kiba, but he'd proved otherwise. And his last attack. For almost any other, doing half the seals would be useless. But from what I could see, all that technique requires is to focus chakra and then expel it. By only doing seals with one hand, Naruto prevented himself from achieving full power, resulting in a flash, but no explosion. All he had to do was make sure the last seal was two-handed because it provided the trigger for the technique. By that time, Kiba's momentum was so great he couldn't react to the seal. This was not the Naruto she had heard so much about. If anything, this fight struck up a hint of shame in Kurenai. From the start, we're taught never to make assumptions about anything, be it a mission or an opponent. But there I was, assuming Naruto couldn't win. That assumption had cost her student greatly. Kiba would likely be temporarily blind for weeks, maybe months, given his proximity to the Flash. Being struck twice in the head with metal-clad kicks and punches might have given him a concussion. Kiba had done well against such a strong opponent. Yet he had thrown away every chance Naruto had given him to win through his overconfidence. That was her fault. I suppose I should thank you Uzumaki Naruto. Because of you, my genin will learn not to underestimate anyone or anything. Especially someone who's supposed to be dead last. Sometimes the most important lessons are learned from something other than victory. For that, if nothing else, Yuhi Kurenai would respect the boy she'd been so quick to count out from now on. Others felt much the same. The third Hokage had thought he'd known what to expect from his successor's son, and his surprise was evident. He's got your brains, Arashi, the creativity of a prankster. Goading the enemy into a blind attack and acting as though he was too unstable to be so cunning. The respect he's dreamed of getting may not be too far off now, eh? Sakura had celebrated Naruto's win, but not only because they were teammates. The last taunt that had driven Kiba to attack him only reinforced Satsuna's earlier lesson. As she watched Naruto talk to Hinata, everything Naruto's aunt had said finally clicked. Strength without confidence is weakened, like Hinata. Confidence without strength will only get you so far, like Kiba. The only way to ever be effective, in battle or otherwise, is to combine the two, as Naruto did. Lacking strength and confidence, Sakura's path was clear. Weird or not, lazy or not, taking Uzumaki Satsuna's guidance was probably the only way she would ever become a good shinobi. And if she had to wear some stupid uniform or serve food, well, so be it. Some things you just had to grit your teeth and bear for your own good. A little like having to deal with Naruto, in fact. If she could do that, she could deal with his aunt. Being able to deal with her future training was one thing. Sakura's brief moment of determination ended when she heard the sound of the scoreboard above her begin to sort names. To begin training, she had to get through the Chunin exam first, no small feat. Would her name come up next? Getting things over with wasn't going to be so easy. When the shuffling light stopped, it was someone else's turn to step up and come to blows. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 11. Fight or Flight. Avril Lavigne, anything but ordinary. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. As soon as the names stopped shuffling on the scoreboard, Naruto felt the wide-eyed girl in front of him start to tremble. He wasn't sure how to react, knowing little about Hinata or the other Hyuga. Vaguely he remembered someone saying Hyuga Neji had been last year's #1 rookie. If that were true, he didn't envy Hinata facing the prior class version of Sasuke. What's wrong with you, Hinata? Nobody ever won a battle by being scared from the very start. It was when she didn't respond that Naruto knew this wasn't just another case of the jitters. Walking down past him, zombie-like, the life had gone out of her already pale eyes. She's not just anxious. She's terrified. What the hell is that Neji guy capable of? The boy in question knew exactly what he could do. It filled Hyuga Neji with a confidence that made everything seem clear. He and Hinata were related in only one thing. Blood. In all other aspects of life, they could never be equal. Be it social status, martial skill, natural talent or even looks, though Neji would never admit to thinking about it, they were worlds apart. So when his well-trained eyes gazed upon Hinata as they faced each other before hate, Neji exulted. Just once, I can do what I like and there is no one from the main house that can do anything about it. For once, fate is on my side. He believed in fate more than any other force in the universe, except maybe gravity, and everyone knew that was real. What else could explain a life like his? Losing a father at a young age, while himself bearing the burden of the Hyuga branch house's terrible curse. If he'd been a girl, Niji would have looked like the damsel in distress from some badly written romance novel. It was something he loathed. Fate or no fate, Hyuga Niji wasn't going to let anyone think he had to be saved, let alone pitied. It explained a lot about why he loathed his cousin. For one thing, Hinata drove home their relationship every time she called him Brother Niji. He wasn't sure whether she meant it, and it really didn't matter. The very idea of someone from the main Hyuga line being like a sibling to a branch Hyuga was ludicrous. The main house holds all the power. We could die on a whim from any one of them, with just a simple hand seal. How is that supposed to let us be a united house? The day was different from the usual Hyuga tradition. Nobody could accuse him of scheming to hurt a main house member. In fact, there'd be precious little they could do, even if he killed the girl now standing in front of him. All he was doing was following the course fate had set. Hyuga Niji wondered what the odd feeling was that had racked him when he had that thought. An underused conscience has that effect on people. Hinata was dealing with her own odd feelings, but they had nothing to do with her conscience. How could eyes that were just like hers have been so different, so cold and hateful, that it made her quail just from the sight of them? Naruto would laugh at her for being so silly. If you thought about it, she hadn't just been silly, she was probably also guilty of stupidity. Seeing Niji's feelings for what they were, Hinata realized how ignorant she had been of Hyuga family politics. This was not going to be a regular sparring match, like if she had fought Kiba or Shino. Her opponent would do just about anything to hurt her, maybe even kill her. It didn't matter that she'd never done anything to him, all her cousin would see right now was the main house Hyuga. It was hardly a pleasant thought, and it only made her feel worse about the fight. Niji was talented, he was extremely talented, and Hinata had no ego to tell her she was just as good, which she probably wasn't anyway. She did have something just as good as an ego, however. Nobody ever won a battle by being scared from the very start. Was it the medicine she'd given Naruto that had made him notice her this once? Was it just something he'd been meaning to do for a while? Whatever had prompted it, Hinata held on to the blonde boy's hasty advice like a life preserver. She couldn't afford to look pathetic or weak in front of him. In any other fight, any other mission, she could afford to be her usual self. Not here. Not now. As if sensing that the mental tide was turning, Niji chose that moment to speak. Since you always insist on calling me brother, I suppose I should live up to the name and give you a warning. Above them both, Naruto blinked. Brother? They're siblings. The hand on his shoulder made the blonde genin look up into the eyes of Guy, standing near him with Rock Lee and his other student, whose name he still didn't know. Were it only so simple, Naruto. They share the same name, but I fear they share little else. The Taijutsu master looked over at his prize pupil, watching Niji with a tense expression. Lee. You know more about Niji than anyone. Why don't you explain what Niji and Hinata's relationship is all about? Right, sensei. I'll fill you all in on it. There is technically more than one Hyuga family. There's a main house, which Hinata belongs to, and a branch house, which Niji is a part of. That still means they're cousins, right? Sakura said, listening in on the conversation. Must be tough having to fight your own family member. It would be, Sakura-san, if they considered themselves like family. But that's not the case. I'm no expert on the Hyugas, but it seems their two houses don't exactly get along anymore. Too many bad feelings between them, for a reason I've never learned. Doesn't end there, either. Shikamaru had wandered over, figuring talking would be less troublesome than watching the two Hyugas just stand around. Ain't more than a few famous old bloodlines in any shinobi village, and the Hyugas are one of the Leaf's oldest noble houses. Most any house that's got a bloodline ability has rules to protect it, and they always favor one group. Correct? Lee went back into teacher mode as the four genin continued their talk. When one group is favored, naturally the other part of the family thinks it's being slighted, put down. The same holds true for the branch house Hyugas. Sakura pieced together her conclusion from Lee's words. So you're saying rather than sticking together, those two down there hate each other? Niji, yes. Hinata I'm not so sure about, not that it would matter either way. Before any of them could figure out what the thick-browed genin meant by that, Niji spoke again. Listen well, because I will only say this once, Hinata. Turn around and go home and give up. You are not qualified to be a genin, let alone a chunin. If I am not mistaken, the only reason you are here is because the rules only allow teams to sign up for the exam. He plunged on, oblivious to her quick attempts at a denial. You never fight for your own beliefs, preferring to go along with a group, craving harmony. I doubt that you have ever had a shred of self-confidence. Instead you would rather wallow in your own inferiority. Such is not the way a true shinobi can think and be able to operate regularly. Therefore, I would quit if I were you. No. Hinata managed to choke out the words, her cousin's comments already hitting home. Taking the exam was my idea too. To change myself. Hearing that, Naruto figured it was a good idea. Hinata was a novel personality compared to Sakura, but her timid voice and movements could get annoying if you spent enough time around her. The young genin had it wrong. It was Kurenai, silently watching, who knew what her student really meant. How far can anyone be pushed before they find something within that changes their lives? Hinata has been pushed aside by her family, her cousin, and almost everyone she knows. If she cannot change herself, she risks being left behind by the few people she's become close to. Shino, Kiba, and perhaps Naruto. Still her student continued to withstand the abuse. How long can you stay this way, Hinata? Neji scoffed as he heard his cousin's faint counter-argument. Just what I expected from one of the spoiled issues of the main house. You cling to the idea that people can be changed, but you are a living reminder that nothing can be altered. The loser will always be a loser. Sakura looked over as she heard a strange noise and saw Naruto gripping the steel rail while staring at Neji, an angry expression on his face. Anytime someone mentioned the word loser, he always acted like that. But why would he react when Hinata was the target? She saw that Naruto was in no mood to answer, it didn't make her curiosity go away. Neji continued, not seeing the increasing rage he was provoking in someone above him. We have labels like elite and loser because of the difference between people, separating everyone into groups or classes. Just like our own relationship, in fact, keeping you in the main house while I am below in the branch house. These eyes of mine have seen so much over the years, whether by themselves or through the Byakugan, and now they tell me that your protests are futile. You would rather be anywhere else in the world but facing me. That's not true. Hinata tried to assert herself again, but she felt everything slipping away from her again. Just like things always did. I don't. Even the spectators were ignoring her, talking to each other about what Neji had said. Maybe he's right. What's he saying about the Byakugan? Sakura said, as she turned back to Rock Lee. That's the Hyuga family's special ability, right? Some people say the Uchiha clan came out of the Hyugas, and that is the origin of eyes like Sasuke-kun's Sharingan. The Byakugan is another eye technique like the Sharingan, but you could say its ability of insight is even more powerful than the Sharingan. The Hyugas aren't considered the strongest family in the Leaf Village for nothing. Naruto snorted, still contemptuous of Neji. So those funny-looking eyes can actually do something besides freaking people out. Nice to know he's not gonna just try and talk his opponent to death. He couldn't really have explained it, even if Sakura had asked. Maybe it was sympathy, or just his personality. But hearing a Leaf Ninja call another Leaf Ninja a loser, especially one from his own family, grated on Naruto's nerves. Why couldn't that stupid moron look past rules and titles? Hinata seemed to do it well enough. He liked living with his aunt Satsuna, but Uzumaki Naruto still envied people who came from intact families. The spiky-haired boy didn't know why, was it the closeness between parent and child? The willingness of siblings to fight for each other? Or was it as simple as knowing that there was somebody out there who loved you? The reason didn't really matter. It burned Naruto up when he saw someone like Neji just throw away a family member. What was the point of being so wasteful? What could they hope to gain? He'd experienced loneliness before and wished it on nobody. Why would someone choose it unless they were nuts? What could Hinata do against someone who might be crazy? Naruto did not know the answer to his question. All that he could do was try and help the girl in the only way he knew. Shut the up. Hinata's doubts fled in terror at Naruto's shout from the balcony. I've never seen anything dumber, and I flunked the Genin exam 3 times. Yakking away like you got all the time in the world. Whoever heard of someone trying to talk their opponent to death? Neji tried to ignore it, but his eyes tightened. What does he know, that noisy idiot? Naruto didn't have to see the Hyuga boy's face to know he was listening. Yeah, I'm talking to you, you dumbass. If you're gonna fight, then fight. If you're gonna run, then run. Stop wasting everybody's time with empty-ass words and get to the damn point. And you, Hinata. The hell are you so scared about? Main line, branch line, that's all I hear. In the end, what's it matter? You're as much a Hyuga as he is. You've got the same eyes as he does. All it comes down to is how you use them. So stop listening to him and listen to yourself. Listen to what you believe in, deep inside, and not what others say about you. If I had listened to everybody all those years, would I be here today? Be what you want to be, not everyone else's Hinata. Hinata shook herself, listening as the words cascaded down upon her. He was right. Even if Naruto did not have the Byakugan, he could see that Hinata was feeling the impact of his shouts. What he could not have seen was the drastic effects it had deep within the pale-eyed girl. When you throw a light switch, shadows vanish, consumed into brightness. Something deep in the shadows of Hyuga Hinata's psyche awoke in that moment. It would have looked very familiar to Haruno Sakura. Still weak, like a newborn baby, it started slowly. I am. Emotions flooded her soul as Hinata stared at Naruto, then Neji, and then back again. I am. Hyuga. Gratitude. Envy. Pride. Hate. Tenacity. Frustration. I am. Hyuga. Too. And underneath it all, rage. Rage like a looming volcano, lethal intent boiling just beneath the earth. I am Hyuga too. She too was a Hyuga. Wielder of the powerful Byakugan. born of the main house, once heir to the strongest clan in the Leaf Village. But she no longer thought of the clan that way. Her cousin hated her, seeing the main house. Her father had thrown her aside, seeing a weakling. But Naruto and Kurenai-sensei had not. They had seen something Hinata had not. The Hinata that could be, someday. The Hinata that should be. The Hinata that would start her life today. Yes, she was a Hyuga, but she would make her own legacy. She would be her own Hyuga, free of main and branch houses. She would, to put it Naruto's way, just be herself. And try though he might, her cousin would not get in her new path without suffering the consequences. Her hands moved in a flash, as if something else was controlling her. Rock Lee saw the seals and knew what they meant. Looks like she's not going down without a fight, Niji-san. Niji watched his cousin prepare for the Byakugan, half disdaining, half curious. What could she possibly do, even if she were self-confident? Hinata opened her eyes, the veins around them pulsing as only the Byakugan could make them. Taking a familiar defensive stance, she gazed at her cousin, eyes probing into him. Come on, Niji. We've wasted enough time. I won't run, and neither will you. So let's fight. To everyone else, it sounded like nothing more than a dull statement. To Niji, Shino, Naruto and Kurenai, it sounded much different. Hinata's voice was supposed to be small, a feathery whisper that barely touched the ear. This Hinata's voice carried a dark, hard edge. An edge that promised pain and suffering, not shy weakness. It surprised Niji so much that he just managed to avoid the fist that came rushing at him, Hinata beginning the fight without warning. Niji was further surprised when Hinata did not turn around and attack again, running behind him and facing him as he settled into a defensive stance. All that talk and you run from my attack. Maybe Naruto-kun was right. Maybe you were the one who really felt like running. Hinata's soft voice carried a hint of contempt, making her cousin flush in anger. As he clenched his fists, she removed her forehead protector from around her neck, tying it around her forehead for once. Come on. Don't you want to prove I'm a loser? He needed no more prodding, surging forward to destroy his lifelong enemy. After all the talking, the two Hyugas stayed silent once the battle was joined. Fists flew and chakra exploded in the air with a funny crackling noise, as auras clashed. But even with all the murderous intent, their movements resembled nothing so much as a graceful dance, leaving the audience confused. How could movements that barely touched the opponent be doing any damage? Too evenly matched, Naruto groused. Nobody can get close enough to land a good knockout. How long will this take? I chuckled at the impetuous boys complaining. It's not that simple, Naruto-kun. For the Hyugas, even a glancing blow can be a deadly strike. Unless they know how to stretch themselves like that Orochimaru freak, I don't see how. Lee spoke in his best professor's voice again, taking over the explanation. It's got nothing to do with stretching. The Hyuga clan uses a special form of taijutsu, completely different from the kind that Guy-sensei and I use. In my fighting style, I try to cause damage from the outside in. The Hyugas, on the other hand, can do it the other way, from the inside out, by pushing their chakra into the enemy's inner coil pathways and attacking internal organs directly. Always insightful, Shikamaru caught on first. So as long as you can make some kind of contact. Correct? Lee nodded. You can cause damage. It may look weak, but the effect on the opponent is just as strong. In a way, it's stronger than what I could do with the same attacks. Naruto didn't catch on quite as fast. So what's the inner coil thing anyway? How come it's so special that they can go straight for it? I'll put it to you this way. Your blood runs through your body in veins and arteries, right? Chakra is a lot like that, there are pathways that let it flow all over your body. So it's a road for chakra, huh? Very good, Naruto-kun. One thing to remember, though, is that the roads lead to and around all the major organs in your body. Injure the road, and the organs suffer too. Shikamaru leaned closer to the rail as the other three genin looked on. Road's a good analogy, but if I were Hinata, I'd think of it more as a human chessboard. How's that? In chess, there are pieces on the board worth more than others because they can do more things or move farther. Naturally, a player wants to protect those pieces, sometimes they'll sacrifice weaker pieces to do it. Or they may sacrifice a weaker piece so they can get in position to attack a stronger piece. Niji's got a hide and reach advantage on Hinata, which makes it harder for her to get inside him and attack the major organs, like the heart or lungs. So one way she could get inside is let an arm or leg absorb an attack and then plow inside Niji's defenses and attack with what she's got left. Or, she could fake like she was going after something important and make Niji sacrifice an arm or leg to defend himself. Sakura beckoned them over from their discussion with a harsh whisper. Pay attention, guys. She's about to do something. Somewhere along the way, Hinata's jacket had become undone, flapping about as the two combatants lashed out. Niji dismissed it and kept on attacking. But as he did, Hinata suddenly swerved, taking herself out of the familiar forms of the Hyuga taijutsu, coming straight at him. He scoffed at her intent expression. Using a head-on attack, like that noisy fool. I'm not as dumb as Kiba. Judging where she would try to strike him, Niji surged forward. And found nothing as Hinata moved away from him. What was she doing? It didn't matter. There was still a way to attack. Grabbing at the back of his cousin's jacket with his right hand, Niji yanked it towards him. You can't escape that easily. Immediately, he knew something was wrong. The jacket was coming off too easily, with no weight shift to make him balance himself, like what would have happened if he'd yanked Hinata off her feet. Looking up, his eyes widened as he saw himself grasping the back and one empty arm of the jacket. She slipped out of it. Momentarily shocked, Niji's confusion grew as Hinata planted her feet and somersaulted backwards over his head, wrapping her end of the jacket around his arm and pulling it with her as she flew through the air. The branch house Hyuga could only watch, off balance and stunned, as his cousin landed and kicked a foot out backwards, aimed straight at his shoulder. Niji's image of his loser cousin disappeared with a short, sharp cracking noise. For a moment after Hinata's attack, you could have heard a pin drop in the arena. Sakura broke the silence, confusion evident in her voice. What just happened? Naruto's reply carried equal parts of pride and grim satisfaction. She changed. Rock Lee had watched the short exchange with intensity, something Sakura and the other genin expected out of him. Only Guy knew the real reason why his pupil was paying such attention. Watch, learn, and absorb Lee. Niji is your greatest rival, and if you are ever to surpass him, you must learn how to do so from people like Hinata. Shikamaru smiled, appreciating the audacity of the move, just like a chess master. Nice move, Hinata. Lull him into thinking you're only going for slight contact, trap him with the jacket, and force him off balance. Hey, Shikamaru, you're the chess player. Naruto smirked. Who did the sacrificing and who did the attacking? Man, you're tiring me out with your stupidity. I'm only gonna explain once, so listen up. Hinata started off fighting just like Niji, so she could trick him into thinking he knew what she'd do next. So when she went straight at him, he figured he could counter her attack cause he knew where she'd be. Instead, Hinata hunched her shoulders a bit to let the jacket get loose and moved aside instead of attacking. All Niji grabbed was the jacket and he overbalanced himself because he figured he'd have to compensate for Hinata's weight. When he did that, Hinata jumped behind him and twisted Niji's arm backwards. Then she kicked him at the shoulder joint and because of the leverage she had on his arm, she probably broke or dislocated the joint. Either way, she's weakened one of his arms. His arm hung loose, painting a blazing fire in his shoulder, but Hyuga Niji would not cry or scream. Especially not when his hated cousin had done this to him. Niji contented himself with glaring at her, his anger obvious. That was not the Hyuga Ryu style. Those are not the techniques that we were taught from birth. What are you trying to do? Again, Hinata's reply was laced with contempt. What do you think I'm doing? If the Hyuga clan no longer wants me as heir, why should I keep on using their tactics? Why does my father deserve my respect after tossing me aside for a child half my age? Grow a brain and stop thinking so narrowly. Don't lump me in with the high and mighty Hyuga clan. Don't flatter yourself by thinking we carry the same blood, either. I'm not going to be a part of the main house or the branch house any longer. Their so-called Hyuga Ryu is not my school. I will fight for myself and fight the way I want to. That's all there is to it. He didn't respond. Hinata wouldn't have listened anyway. Niji focused all of his willpower into ignoring the pain, taking hold of his limp arm and trying to push it back into place. Hearing the slight pop and feeling the grinding of bone, he knew he'd been lucky. The joint would hurt and he'd need a long rest after this was done, but he still had use of the arm. Shikamaru winced as Niji confirmed that his shoulder wasn't broken. Hinata better have more than just one new move or else she's toast. Why? Naruto wondered. She's got him on the ropes. Don't be so sure. The only reason she landed that shot on Niji in the first place was because she caught him off guard. Now he knows what's coming. Do you think this little display really changes anything between us? What is the point of choosing such desperate tactics, Hinata? Are you that unwilling to see reality for what it is? Niji could afford to feel superior again. Watching his cousin's new attacking style and knowing what was coming, he could easily pick out the basic first-year taijutsu they had all been taught at the academy. Every combination, the turn of a wrist, the kicks fired in all directions, might as well have been copied straight out of a textbook. Call him what you wanted, but you couldn't call Hyuga Niji a bad student. Again the dance of death began, this time faster and wilder, a reckless abandon, coloring everything Hinata did. To some in the audience, it seemed as if she wanted to make up for 12 years of doing nothing by trying to kill, knock out, and maim Niji all at once. It would have been deadly if any of her attacks had actually landed on target. Kurenai sighed. She started well, but she's gone from timid to berserk. Neither approach will work against Niji. I'm not sure she could do any damage, even if she combined the two. Change isn't only about doing the opposite thing, child. Sometimes, that only makes things worse. Niji certainly wanted to make things worse, and thinking back to the old academy lessons, he knew when to make it happen. Certain attacks in basic taijutsu left the user open if they weren't careful, making them vulnerable to a devastating counter-strike. And Hyuga Niji was capable of unleashing just such an attack. Even if you try to change, you're still a loser. Now I'll prove it. Slipping underneath Hinata's guard as she lunged forwards, Niji brought his left palm up in a short vicious strike directed at his cousin's heart. As he did, his chakra flared so high that it seemed to burst from her back, a sort of pure spirit piercing her body. Hinata collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, sprawling on the ground in a boneless heap. Niji didn't say anything. Then again, his actions had already spoken loudly and clearly enough for him. You're nothing to me. No amount of foolish words and outlandish fighting will ever change that. Hyuga Hinata looked up as the skies parted, the gray cloud splitting and depositing a body that landed beside her. When Naruto had finished yelling at her and Niji, she had abruptly found herself here, trapped on a barren plain that stretched out to forever, sensing what was going on, powerless to act. It was a bleak, drab place to be. A lot like she was. I didn't. Wake up. So you could dig yourself deeper into your rut. The pale-eyed girl started as the body that had fallen to earth began to struggle slowly to its feet. Who are you? What does it look like to you? Grab a clue, sister. Hinata could only stammer wordlessly as the other person straightened and she matched a voice to a face. Her own. Was it her? This Hinata was not the one she saw when she looked into the mirror. The other girl's eyes were not the blank white pools that had once stared back at her. These orbs held an odd, unbalanced gleam. And her hair. Could it even be called hair? So wild and unrestrained, it might as well have been a bird's nest. She could never have let herself look like that. And that's the problem, isn't it? What? Don't play the timid, stammering girl with me. We don't have time for that. I don't understand. The other Hinata threw up her hands and shook her head in disgust. Great. Now she's a coward and a moron. Let me make this easy for you. I'm you, Hyuga Hinata. But I'm not you. I am what you have always denied to yourself. Everything you never wanted to or never thought you could be. Hate, anger, envy, even pride. Hinata stepped back, frantically denying the girl's heated accusation. But I never did anything like that. The other Hinata scoffed, bitter anger evident in her hunched shoulders. Make as many excuses as you want. You pushed all of those things aside and you made me the image of all your so-called imperfections. If that wasn't bad enough, you imprisoned me here, letting me watch every humiliation, failure and defeat. Well, I'm tired now and I'm not doing it anymore. Doing what? Sitting here watching you act like some stupid timid little mouse and getting nowhere. I've had it with not being able to do anything while you screw our life up. I'm here to turn things around, whether you like it or not. Hinata had always had a hard time getting angry, whether at herself or anyone else. Was it because of this mirror Hinata that she felt her temper start to boil? What gives you the right? You're not me. You can't just come out and take away my life like that. Don't get moral with me. What gave you the right to do this? Can you justify creating me so you could feel better about yourself? Oh, sure, you're the good little girl who never started fights, never talked back, never stood up for herself. Do you have any idea what it was like to be me? I loathe myself from morning to night because you made me that way. Every time you were teased or taunted, the weight fell on me. I wanted to die or become a better person and leave the pain behind. But how could I ever do anything like that? Every time I tried to rise, you pushed me back down again with your cowardice. I'm sorry. Hinata looked down, unable to bear the hatred in her other self's eyes. I never wanted to make anyone feel sad. Sad, the other girl screamed. Is that all you think it was? Just sad. Sad as a rainy day. Sad watching someone else get the last piece of candy at the store. I hated myself. You made me think I was everything that was holding you back, the reason the world looked at you with so much pity. And you have the gall to just write it off as sad. It was torture. You think an apology will make up for years of that, but. Hinata could feel it, the same despair that she had felt against Niji sliding over her again. But here, inside her, it had a much different effect. She watched in horror as her mirror image shuddered, then collapsed, shaking violently. Reaching out to help the girl, she was forced back as the other Hinata slapped her hand away, even as she writhed in agony. Haven't you done enough? Just leave me to my job. Like you always do. I'm used to it. Hinata could have run away. She'd done it often enough. But that was outside, in a world where nobody cared what she did. Where there were no consequences for pushing her problems away. But this wasn't such a place. Here, the consequences were staring her in the face. And Hyuga Hinata didn't like what she saw. Forget Niji. Forget her father, her sister, even Naruto, as hard as that was. This girl was a part of herself. How could she have sunk so low? Hurting herself just so she could run away from her problems. It had to stop. But how would she do it? The only idea that she could think of was not only crazy, it was downright stupid if you stopped to think about it. But how stupid could wanting to help someone else be if you really meant it? Naruto had done it for her. Now Hinata had to prove she was worthy of that kind of respect. Kneeling again at the girl's side, she shook her head. I'm sorry. But I can't do that. What are you saying? There was no time to hesitate. For once in her life, Hinata boldly continued with what she wanted to do. We're both wrong, you and me. We're two extremes, at opposite ends of the spectrum. No matter who wins the battle for control of this body, in the end they'd lose the real fight outside. The only way we'll ever be able to grow strong for real is if we join forces. The other girl scoffed, tears of pain and suffering still drying on her cheeks. You'd never have the guts to do it. Aren't you scared of what might happen? Afraid of losing yourself? Truthfully? Hinata looked down. I'm terrified. But I'm more terrified of what would happen to both of us if I kept on running away from everything. Why should I trust you? The mirror. Hinata looked away. How do I know you won't try to seal me away again? You don't. But then, how do I know that you won't try to steal me away like you just did if you get the chance? The point is that we have to trust each other and believe that we're stronger together as a team than we are apart. I hate to say it, but fighting Neji taught me something. Nobody's perfect. Not Naruto, Kurenai-sensei, Kiba, Shino, nobody is ever going to be completely free of faults or problems. Trying to live my life by avoiding mistakes and conflict won't make me perfect. So I might as well embrace all of the things that make me who I am and walk out there as the real Hyuga Hinata. But I can't do that if you're not with me. That's simple, huh? Mirror. Hinata snorted, turning back around. You really think we're ever gonna mesh well enough to fight together? Hinata shrugged, holding out a hand to her other half. We were together once, even if it was when we were very young. I don't see why it can't be that way again someday. Besides, I thought I was supposed to be the scaredy cat in my mind. Are you in or out? Either join you in this crazy ass idea or stay here for the rest of my life, the other girl groused. I still say you're nuts, but who am I to talk? You're on. As their hands touched, the gray skies disappeared and Hyuga Hinata was reborn. Niji's eyes narrowed, betraying his annoyance as he watched his cousin stagger to her feet, blood leaking from a corner of her mouth. What's the use of getting up again? Haven't you had enough? Hinata felt weird, as though she was seeing everything around her for the first time. But there was one thing she was no longer confused about and he was glaring at her. You poor bastard. Rave and rant all you want about not being able to change and all you really want in the back of your mind is to change. She wondered for a moment. The voice of her thoughts was Mirror Hinata's, not the voice she usually thought in. Are we always going to be like this? Two halves sharing a soul. Nah. Once we really learn to accept each other, we'll probably become your so-called real Hyuga Hinata again. Can't say I'm ever gonna get used to you acting girly all the time, but what the heck. That reminds me. What is it? I think I have a way of ending this fight in our own style, without getting our butts kicked. I don't see how. We're fighting together, but I don't think even you're crazy enough to believe we can win. No, I'm not that dumb. But you hit it on the head when you said Neji wanted nothing more than to kill us. He wanted to end the fight on his own terms. So what would piss him off more than this? As her other self explained the plan, Hinata's eyes widened and then her mouth opened in something totally unfamiliar and a little scary to Neji, Naruto and even Kurenai. A full wide grin. That has got to be the cruelest, most sadistic idea I've ever heard. I think I like it. Hey, all I had to do for a decade or so was sit back and think violent, nasty thoughts. I'm good at it. Hey 8-san. Referee type person. Hey 8 looked over to see Hinata raise her hand slowly. Yes, I quit. The room shook a bit with the impact of 5 simultaneous face folds up in the balcony. Naruto, Lee and company stared down in surprise at the chipper note in Hinata's voice. Hey 8 was also a little confused, the girl was still conscious, after all. Any particular reason why you're forfeiting? Oh, that, Hinata shrugged, turning towards the stairs. Why should I let that jackass end the fight his way? If I'm going to lose, I'm doing it my way. Besides, if I'm gonna get knocked out for real, it should be by an opponent I respect. Niji's face went bright red with fury as his cousin let loose with a mocking laugh. And hell's gonna freeze over before I ever feel that way about you again. Forget rules. Forget the exam. Hinata could not be allowed to disrespect him, Hyuga Neji, anymore. Charging forward, heedless of Hei's shouts for him to stop, Neji prepared to strike, the veins around his eyes standing out with his rage. Just as he was about to reach his target, a loud clang sounded in front of him, forcing him to leap back to safety. Looking up, he saw a large orange lump on the ground, a discarded jacket. And behind the clothing stood its owner. And here I thought Kiba was the king of the jackasses. You want to fight, you punk? Hinata's already done. You want to mess with her, you gotta go through me first. You? Neji sneered. What have I got to fear from a loud-mouthed idiot who cheers on losers like an empty-headed spectator? Naruto simply shrugged. If we meet in the finals, you can see for yourself. Expecting the hot-headed blonde genin to charge, Niji was stunned to see Naruto pick up his weighted jacket, turn on one heel and start back up the stairs. What happened to fighting me, you loser? Who's talking to death now? Naruto didn't even bother looking back, continuing up the stairs. Why should I waste my time and chakra on an arrogant jerk who doesn't even know the value of family? You don't deserve to fight me. You don't deserve to fight anybody in this village. Come back when you're ready to live life like a normal human being, not a cruel, self-absorbed jackass. Wait a minute, never mind. I forgot you're incapable of change. Just wait until the finals, then. Right now I'm not in the mood to ruin my day by staring at that arrogant mug of yours any longer. Quivering in fury, Niji could only watch and swear silent revenge as Naruto left him behind, standing on the floor. This was not over. Not by a long shot. Naruto-kun, Hinata looked over at her defender as he came up the stairs. Why did you just do that? The blonde shrugged. Because you reminded me of myself. I don't understand. It's simple, really, he grinned. When I was trying to prove myself and make it through the academy, I would have given anything to have someone encourage me. If Iruka-sensei hadn't been there to push me that last year or so, I'd probably still be at the academy. So when I heard that jerk mouthing off about people not being able to change, I figured I better do for you what Iruka-sensei did for me. Nothing I hate more than people getting called losers and getting no help to change. Having said his piece, the spiky-haired genin continued on, slinging his jacket over one shoulder. Reaching his team spot, he noticed a small bundle of fur curled near the rail. Itachi, feeling footsteps approaching, woke up slowly and scampered up to Naruto's feet. I needed some sleep, speaker. What did I miss? Naruto's face faltered for the second time in 5 minutes. Aw, why do I even bother acting cool if you're not watching? How else are the other tribal leaders supposed to know I'm worthy? Bet a rooster, then. Us ferrets are nocturnal anyway. Hyuga Hinata smiled to herself as she watched Naruto's one-sided, to her, argument with the ferret. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You may be weird, but it's a good kind of weird. Then, turning back in Kurenai and Shino's direction, she continued on the path into her new life. Behind her, the scoreboard began its deadly shuffling again until 2 names were revealed. Uruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Chapter 12. Dreams and Nightmares. For all the talking that was going on among the Leaf Shinobi, neither Sakura nor Ino spoke a word as they walked down to the arena level. The glares shooting back and forth between them said more than enough. Sakura figured Ino was there to show off for Sasuke. To her, that was what their rivalry had always been about. She would have been surprised how differently Ino saw the whole thing. Oh, in the back of her mind, some part of her still figured that Sasuke wasn't attached yet. But Sasuke wasn't so attractive or desirable anymore. Not after his sadistic little display in the Forest of Death. The look in his eyes when he'd broken the Sound Nin's arms had been almost joyous. If Sakura still wanted to date someone that messed up, well, she could have him. She wanted to take the pink-haired girl down for another reason. It took a long time to show Sakura that she wasn't as tough or talented as she always seemed to think. Maybe it was conceited or selfish of her to think so. Ino didn't care much. A girl could only take so many dents to her ego before things had to be stopped. If it had to come to this, Ino figured better now than later, when Sakura might actually get better. Heaven forbid the girl would actually try to improve herself, but miracles weren't out of the question. She was tired of seeing Sakura getting all the goods while doing nothing to deserve them. The Forest of Death had done more than show Ino how weak she was in comparison to her genin class. It showed her the profound unfairness of life in Konoha. While she had been saddled with lazy Shikamaru and always eating choji, Sakura had lucked into teaming with one rookie Sasuke and annoying, but tough Naruto. Ino's team had to sneak their way through the Chunin exam, almost being taken out single-handedly by Niji, before he dismissed them as too weak to fight. Sakura's team had been trashed by Orochimaru, hit just as hard by his 3 sound henchmen, and still got to the next stage. Who had she made an enemy of? What did she have to do? Okay, she wasn't so hot or talented either, but at least Ino had tried. She had begged, pleaded and, of course, yelled until her throat was raw to make herself and her team stronger. It hadn't done much good. In the end, she'd done her training alone, pushing herself to limits she'd never even known she had. It was time to show Sakura and everybody how strong Yamanaka Ino really was. You think you deserve what you've got? Prove it to me. Sakura stared at Ino's blank expression as they faced each other and wondered what she should do. Let a rival make the first move. Take the initiative instead. Or, there was one other plan. Hey Ino. Let's get one thing clear right now. Don't think we're going to be fighting over Sasuke-kun. This match is totally serious. I'm not going to go easy on you. Taunting Ino seemed to be a good idea, given what she knew about the blonde's temper. And as Sakura saw the rage explode in Ino's eyes, she figured it was the first step on her path to victory. Surely her rival would be overeager, just like Kiba after all of Naruto's chatter. She couldn't have been more wrong. Oh, Ino was angry. There was no doubting that. Not when her opponent had just said something so profoundly arrogant. Sakura would not hold back. Sakura would be getting serious. Ino began to tremble slightly, equal portions of shame and fury starting to smolder. Shame at the weakness that had made everyone think she was pathetic. But just as strong and steadily growing was fury that the other girl would presume she was any better. All of your luck's gone to your head, girl. You're soft, arrogant, and stupider than I thought. Guess I should beat some sense into you. Ino didn't bother to respond. Sakura could see how angry she'd gotten over it anyway. Instead, she slowly removed her forehead protector from its spot around her waist, raising it to her forehead with a reverence that surprised even Shikamaru and Choji, watching from the balcony. They'd always known Ino was driven to succeed, even if it was only to get Sasuke's attention. But even then, she'd hardly been serious about ninja business or village tradition. Sarutobi Asuma smiled as he observed his pupil's actions. Shikamaru had the brains and teammate, he outstripped his teammates by far, without a doubt. But even with her childish temper and personality, Ino had something neither of the boys could claim, a savage desire to succeed. Call it hot-headed, a one-track mind, but it was true. If the Chunin exam had come down to who wanted it most, the girl would have been a top contender. The words that emerged from her mouth as she tied the forehead protector to her head proved it. Talk, talk, talk. That's all you're good for. Ever since we were kids you never did anything but talk about a good game. You wanted to be strong, admired, popular. How long has it been, Sakura? A year? 5? 10? Where are you now? What have you made of yourself? Where were you in the forest when your teammates were fighting their asses off? Sitting there, crying your eyes out. Even when you tried to stand up for yourself, all you got was a beating. Ino would have smiled as she saw Sakura redden, humiliation provoking her rival's own temper, but she wasn't done yet. Sasuke went berserk when he saw what they did to you. Naruto nearly got himself killed keeping you safe. If you're so good at talking, Sakura, why don't you tell me how you deserve teammates like that? Shifting her weight onto her back leg, Ino settled into a ready stance. Oh, hell, forget talking. I'm tired of your empty threats. Show me, Sakura. Show me what you've made of yourself. Still trying to throw her opponent off balance, Sakura smirked. Careful what you ask for. You might just get it. There was no use wasting more time. The girls charged at each other, their battle joined. Elsewhere, a confrontation with far greater significance had also begun. Well, fancy that. You can even copy sealing techniques now. Hada Kakashi looked up slowly, tired from affixing a seal to the curse that afflicted Sasuke. Even now the boy slept, body and soul taxed by the ordeal. I suppose I should congratulate you, Kakashi. That technique isn't something you could have seen performed. You must actually have had to work at it. You've grown. He knew the voice before he saw the face. In every word there lurked a certain menace, a sibilant hiss only faintly concealed by human language. This was no shinobi. This was an avatar of death, hidden in the form of a man. Orochimaru. What's your game? The master of the Hidden Sound Village had chosen to disguise himself as a nondescript jounin for this encounter. Emerging from the shadows, the faint light of the basement chamber reflected the forehead protector he wore. Fortunately, Kakashi, my plans have nothing to do with you. My only concern is with that boy. What could he want with a child, even in a Uchiha? Sasuke was improving, but nowhere near mastering his latent skills. What do you need Sasuke for? Orochimaru shook his head, a slight TSK coming from him, as though he were a father scolding his child. Do I really need to spell it out? You have it, though it's imperfect. In fact, I should have congratulated you. You're moving up in the world with your new possession. The Sharingan. As though recognizing the flash of insight in Kakashi's visible eye, Orochimaru smiled thinly. Yes, the Uchiha ability. I crave it and I shall have it. Kakashi shifted subtly, keeping an eye on Sasuke while slowly gathering his chakra. Don't know why you need it, but you won't be getting it here. I created the Sound Village, and its people heed my orders. Do you understand now? Kakashi scoffed, his eyes narrowing into a hard stare. You're playing a fool's game, questing for an impossible dream. That ambition of yours has grown, Orochimaru. The Sound Shinobi laughed, eerie noises echoing through the room. History is written by the victor, Kakashi. When I triumph, I think you will be the fool and I will be the genius. Kakashi said nothing, still gathering his chakra. Against a madman, words were useless. Actions would have to do. Action was precisely what Ino had dreaded. Or too much action, to be exact. The gap between stages had been too short for her to work on actual combat, and it meant she and Sakura were equal in ability. 10 minutes had passed with nobody gaining the upper hand, but plenty of damage being done on both sides. Sakura knew the score and guessed Ino was feeling frustrated. For all her talk about weakness, the other girl wasn't good enough to win either. Feeling confidence run through her, Sakura began to smile. Setsuna was right. As long as you've got the will, you can win. For someone as smart as Haruno Sakura was supposed to be, making two grave errors in the same battle would have been extraordinary. Today, apparently, was no ordinary day. I thought you were better than me, Ino. Why am I still standing? Guess you used all your time on looking pretty and none to train. Maybe it was leftover friendly feelings that had made her hold back so long. Ino didn't care. She was through being nice to the arrogant little twit. Should have expected this from you. Can't win a fight, so you stoop to this? Well, I'm holding back. If you want to disrespect me, you're going to have to earn the right. The crowd watched as Ino drew out a kunai, raising it to her hair. Asuma frowned, wondering what was going on. She's losing control. Ino can't afford to get unbalanced, Sakura will only take advantage of that to win. Before any of Ino's teammates could do anything to stem the tide, it was too late. With a short brutal swipe, Yamanaka Ino hacked off the long ponytail that had been her pride and joy. In that instant, every eye in the room turned back to the action. Some had never been interested, seeing the girl's low talent levels. Others had grown bored at the slow pace of the fight. Ino's meltdown was an entirely different story. Her scream shook the room. You stupid bitch. Even Sakura was taken aback at the murderous rage in Ino's voice. The blonde stood there, looking back and forth from the hair in her hand to the pink-haired girl across the room. I've had it with your arrogance, your luck, and your stupidity. But most of all, I've had it with you. Sakura smiled thinly as Ino hurled her shorn hair on the floor. It's working. Ino knows I'm stronger, that I've got the stronger will. All she can do now is stuff like this. I've got this in the bag. Ino slammed the kunai back into its pouch, lifting both hands in front of her. She hadn't improved her combat skills for this fight, but what she'd learned would be plenty more than enough to win, especially against Sakura. Now nobody's pretty. You can smile now, Sakura, but you won't be smiling after I make you give up. Sakura shrugged, recognizing the seal that was beginning to form in Ino's hands. It didn't scare her in the least. Go ahead and try it if you think you're any good. What was that line you tossed out in the beginning? Careful what you ask for, because you're about to get it. Orochimaru looked on as Kakashi settled into a ready position. Even as he watched the copy ninja prepare to do something, the expression on the older ninja's face never lost its smug superiority. How amusing. Are you going to show me something else you've picked up over the years? Something like respect crept into Orochimaru's eyes as the air about Kakashi's right hand began to crackle, a steady glow building as chakra gathered. The Leaf Jounen's visible eye burned with a slow fire. You may be a legend around here, but don't think you can just waltz up and take Sasuke. I am a Jounin of the Hidden Leaf, sworn to protect the village and its people. If I have to sacrifice my life to do my duty, I will. Kakashi had expected plenty of potential reactions to his words, but laughter hadn't been one of them. And as much as he wanted to stay in control of the situation, he couldn't help but get angry. What's so funny? When the snake ninja spoke, his voice once again carried that chiding tone. Poor boy. So desperate to exceed everyone else that you rely only on that borrowed eye, ignoring your instincts. Spare the effort. Nothing you say or do will keep the Uchiha boy in this village. He was as good as mine from the moment we met, even before I marked him. You're wrong about Sasuke. He's not like you. Perhaps. Orochimaru dismissed the copy ninja's words with a wave of his hand. But you and I both know what he truly is. His soul burns with a desire for revenge, mind focused only on finding and destroying his enemy. To achieve his goal, Sasuke-kun will seek any power, even if it is as dark as mine. Kakashi could find no words to respond. Even as his heart told him the Uchiha survivor was a true leaf shinobi, his mind knew better. Orochimaru had known it too, from the beginning, and his irritating smirk showed it. So you see, Kakashi, I have no need to take Sasuke-kun from you. I don't even have to take him from the village. He will do it all for me, seeking my power. Still, it's a pity to see so much chakra go to waste. Go ahead and try to kill me. If you dare. The sound shinobi's voice trailed off as Orochimaru turned to leave. Few opponents had ever turned their back on Hada Kakashi and lived. Why would this snake in the grass be any different? He had the attack charged, ready to strike. But why wouldn't his body move? You're going to use the Shintention on me? Sakura looked at Ino, still standing there with her hands in that seal, and laughed. Shintention no Jutsu, a special technique that projects the user's spiritual energy outwards, and if successful, into the mind of the target. But you know, there are disadvantages too. It's slow as hell and takes a while to hit the target. If you miss, you're out cold for a few minutes until the energy returns to your body. You'd just be an easy target to beat on. Not a very dignified way to lose, I think. Ino snarled and kept her hand steady, making Sakura suspicious. Why wouldn't the girl listen to reason? Was she that desperate to win? Before she could ask about it, the blonde girl replied. Typical Sakura. You think you're impressive, rattling off all that information. Give me a break. Don't think you'll win before I've done anything. It's your funeral, Ino. Miss said you're through. It looked as if words were useless. Ino was dead set on using the attack to try and pull out a win. Sakura bowed to reality and set her feet to run. "Stop, you idiot." Shikamaru would have been better off keeping his mouth shut. The brief look of annoyance that flashed across Ino's face showed she'd hurt him and wasn't happy. Ino had to admit things would look grim to everyone but her. Shikamaru was rarely wrong about analyzing a battle, and he'd been right to keep them out of most of the fighting in the Forest of Death. This time, though, he didn't have all the information. And that means you're wrong. Inpu. Shintention no jutsu. Move. Strike. Do something. He's on a whole other level. You can't just stand there if you want to take him down. Thoughts raced through Kakashi's head at 1,000 miles an hour, pulse pounding, nervous sweat beating on his skin. There was still a chance to attack, to retrieve victory from the jaws of defeat. Orochimaru had given him the easiest possible approach, back turned, open to a devastating strike. He had to act. Kakashi might as well have tried to fly. No matter how much his heart ached to do something, nothing happened. Why had his body betrayed him? Try to kill me. If you dare. Orochimaru's last words to him returned, unbidden, gnawing at something buried deep in the copy ninja's mind. Death. Was it primal fear? Repressed memories? Long-buried friends? Whatever it was working. No longer were his thoughts focused on killing Orochimaru. All Kakashi could see now was death, but the deceased bore his face. Orochimaru's voice mocked him, cutting in and out between each gory end that flashed into Kakashi's mind. Useless. Weak. Dead. That's all you'll be if you dare to face me. The feeling didn't last long, but it was long enough. By the time the Leaf Jonin could stop reliving his illusionary deaths, Orochimaru was gone. And with him had gone most of the hope of keeping Sasuke away from the darkness. Inwardly, he kicked himself for showing so much desperation. What was I thinking? Sacrifice myself and take him with me? That was no solution. Even if he had somehow killed Orochimaru, Sasuke would simply become someone else's target, lured by the promise of strength. Led astray by the desire for vengeance. He could not let that happen. Not to someone who had seen so much violence so young, who could represent the best about the Leaf Village with the right kind of training. Picking up his student, Kakashi turned towards the infirmary and the Anbu guards he'd stationed there. He might not have been able to attack Orochimaru, but the snake shinobi had made one mistake. He'd given the copy ninja time to think of something, some solution, no matter how crazy or stupid. Some way to fight the tides of fate. When you knew as many techniques and skills as Hada Kakashi did, there was bound to be something that could help. There had to be. Ino. Shikamaru didn't know why he cared what happened to his teammate. Ino could be loud, annoying and pushy, even on her best days. All that nagging took away valuable time he could have used to sleep or something less troublesome than training. But after the Forest of Death and their argument the next day, she'd stopped coming around and stopped nagging her teammates. Normally, if that happened, he would have been bracing for an even bigger shouting match later. Nothing had come. Asking around, he'd learned that Ino hadn't even been to see her many friends around the village. Right about then, Shikamaru realized she might really have been serious about getting stronger. Indeed, when he went by the Yamanaka home, the girl was nowhere to be found. She really was off training. Ino, who had always been more about wanting to look good for Sasuke or to be popular, why would she suddenly want to be stronger? Neji had called them weak, but that happened all the time. Ino had never done anything this drastic after someone pointed out her weakness. Something from earlier in the fight nagged at him and he played the memory back. Where were you in the forest when your teammates were fighting their asses off? That had to be it. She was angry with him and Choji, but nobody ever stayed mad at Choji for long. Not angry just because he was weak, angry because he wasn't the kind of teammate that Sasuke or Naruto had shown themselves to be. Not someone who could show his concern in that particular way. Heck, not someone who even measured up to the level of Sasuke and Naruto. It made Shikamaru feel a little ashamed. Had he and Choji been the cause of Ino's loss? Were they the reason she was slumped on the ground, out cold from a missed Shintention? I knew she was frustrated, but not desperate. Before he could continue beating himself up mentally, Shikamaru heard Sakura speak. Too bad, Ino. Don't say I didn't warn you. Shikamaru forced his eyes open, making certain he would remember this moment and thinking of how he'd have to apologize to Ino. As it turned out, he would have to apologize to Ino for a completely different reason. Underestimating her. Sakura tried to advance on her fallen opponent and went absolutely nowhere. What the? Shikamaru's jaw dropped as Ino replied. She didn't use the Shintention. Warn me, Sakura. Whatever for. Sakura looked down at her feet to where a trail of chakra and was it hair encircled her legs, keeping her pinned in place. You were the one who needed the warning, Sakura. Now I've got you right where I want you, all because of some extra hair in my chakra. Can't move, can you? Go ahead, then. That's all you've got besides the basics, one lousy attack your father gave you. Sakura hadn't expected Ino to snap, but she hadn't anticipated that the other girl would laugh, either. What's with you, Ino? Ino might have been laughing, but the look in her eyes was dead serious. It's funny, I've never seen my father do this. Shikamaru watched passively as Ino performed what looked like her usual hand seals until her hands came together in one that only he had ever used before and then went back to normal. The seal for the Kajime no Jutsu, Shadow Copy no Jutsu. It's a Nara family bloodline and anyway, she can't do the Shintention with the wrong sequence, so why even bother? Before he could finish the thought, Ino showed him and everyone else. Inpu. Yumariko no Jutsu, Dreamweaver no Jutsu. Expecting to see nothing happen with the wrong seals, Shikamaru's eyes shot open as a tendril of something launched out of the circular seal Ino's hands had formed, heading straight for Sakura's head. When it struck home, the pink-haired girl's eyes glazed over, as though she were in a trance. And where he had expected Ino to slump over, as she always did when transferring into someone's mind, his teammate was still standing. Not only standing, but talking. Time for a reality check, Sakura. You're about to see just how pathetic a shinobi you really are. Sakura woke in a long hall, with doors everywhere she looked and nothing else. It stretched on as far as she could see, dimly lit, eerily silent. What is this place? Is this where people go when Ino switches into their minds? No, not really. You're the first one who's ever come to this place other than my father. He was my test subject. You get to be my first target. She could hear Ino's voice, but the other girl was nowhere to be found, a dreadful presence in the dark passage. You see, Sakura, I actually trained while we had time off. I was doing something, not sitting around and waiting for Sasuke or Naruto to come up with a new attack to save me in the next fight. It took me the entire break, but I did it. I came up with a technique even my father had never seen before. What about you, Sakura? Why don't we have a look? Sakura watched as one of the doors in the hallway swung open, showing her falling out of bed the morning after returning from the forest of death. A creaking noise behind her revealed another open door, this one showing her standing and watching Satsuna destroy the old restaurant building. You want to get stronger, but you can't be bothered with doing anything about it. I suppose it's just who you are, a no-talent genin, skating along behind your teammates. You've been letting everyone fight for you since we were kids. More memories flooded her consciousness. Ino defending her from the other girls' teasing. Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto fighting Haku and Zabuza while she stood by. Lee being thrashed by Dosu and Zaku. Stop this, Ino. I'm not just a loser. The other girl's voice responded, Ino's disgust evident. Betting to be on Sasuke's team doesn't count as a victory, Sakura. That was luck. Nothing out of the ordinary for you. Even if you had managed to win once in your life, it wouldn't matter. Not now. Ino sounded so smug that she had to have something up her sleeve. Sakura threw herself down the hall, trying to escape, but every door she tried to open was locked or led to a horrible memory. Failure. Humiliation. Ridicule. Frustration. Why? Why are there nothing but memories of my failures here? Oh, come on, Sakura. You're the smart one. Do I really have to explain it to you? Sakura slumped to the floor, trying to hide herself from the images that rushed at her, the power of Ino's new attack becoming dreadfully clear. You're controlling my memories. Oh, honestly. You make it sound so boring. When I extended my spiritual energy into you, it was like becoming the director of my own private little movie, with you as the star. Well, more like the damsel in distress. I don't have to control your body to do any damage. All this handy new attack does is give me control over your memories. I can block whatever I want, amplify the rest. With some effort, I can even change them. Fortunately, you've got plenty of material for me to work with already. She knew she was not a loser, but that confidence was fading fast. Every second that passed by, every failed attempt to recover happier memories only made things worse. Maybe she was a failure, a drag on her teammates. Stop this, Ino. Oh, sure, Sakura, Ino's voice echoed in the hallway. I can stop. Give up, and the memories will stop. You can go back to being the same oblivious girl you've always been. Just give up. It was tempting. Sakura had to give her that. Dragging herself to her feet, she stumbled down the hall, trying to empty her mind of all the images Ino had unleashed on her. As she passed one door, she heard a muffled voice from somewhere, much like the way Ino had been talking. Someone must be trying to cheer her on, although Ino had blocked most of it out. Sakura couldn't make out the words, but she would have known that tone anywhere. Naruto. Why was it always him? Sasuke never said anything to her besides a few short phrases at a time, if she was lucky. Even Naruto had seemed to lose any interest in her after getting out of the forest. Sakura had thought it was because she was useless, but why would Naruto still care? Why would Kakashi-sensei praise her if there was nothing to praise her for? There had to be something Ino had overlooked in her memories that could help her remember. Out of ideas, praying for something to break through her failures, Sakura did the only thing she could: follow the sound of her teammate's voice. Would you bother saying anything, Naruto? I thought you said you weren't gonna waste your time with that girl anymore. Beats me. Guess I just wanted to live up to what Ino made Sasuke and me sound like. Make it look like I cared, or something. Naruto shrugged as Itachi restlessly paced on his shoulders. He wasn't really sure why he tried to snap Sakura out of her funk. He'd basically promised his father he would give up on the pink-haired girl, and the way she treated him had made the decision easier. Still, watching the fight had changed his mind. The belief that Sakura had good teammates only made sense if you weren't in Team 7. It did look like he, Sasuke and Sakura got along well, that they watched out for each other out of a sense of teamwork and friendship. Naruto knew better. He and Sasuke could perform well because neither wanted to lose to the other. When defending Sakura, Naruto would fight as well because he had been infatuated with her. And Sasuke? Well, with that weird thing on his neck, who knew what he was thinking? Naruto didn't care to ask. What he did care about was what Ino had said and the way she'd looked at the time. Most people who talked about teamwork or friendship tended to look corny as all hell when they opened their mouths. Even Kakashi-sensei had had his moments, or would have if his face hadn't been covered. Ino had been different. Not only had she been talking about teamwork, she'd actually managed to look serious while doing it. That alone told Naruto how important the blonde Kunoichi thought teamwork was. It had made him think, and think hard. Anyone who knew Naruto, from Iruka on down, would have been totally shocked, but he was thinking this over. Forget Sakura and all the problems she presented. Why did he care so much about the way Ino saw him? After a while, Naruto knew why. He wasn't somebody who would rally to a teammate's side just because they were a group. He had fought for glory, for pride, and for a childish crush. Not for any team. Maybe he wouldn't have cared if nobody had ever told him who or what he was. Now he knew all of that, and it made him feel equally proud and confused. His parents had fought for a cause. His father had become one of the greatest heroes in the history of the Leaf for sacrificing himself to save the village. For making the hardest decision Naruto could conceive, sacrificing his own son to seal away the Nine Tails. What has Naruto ever done? Why was it so important to him to become Hokage? Recognition. Glory. Fame. What difference did that make in the end? What could it do to help someone else? The Hokages didn't have their faces carved on the side of a mountain just because they'd been popular or famous. They were there because they'd made the tough choices for the good of their team. The good of the Leaf. That was what it meant to carry the title of Hokage. Naruto knew he didn't even come close to matching such dedication. Now, more than ever, Naruto knew he needed to pass the Chunin exam and advance a rank. Not simply to get closer to his dream, but to leave Sasuke and Sakura behind. Apart, they might have gotten along, but they would never truly be able to cooperate as a team. Staying together would do nothing but hold them all back from growing and improving. As much as he hated Sasuke and was tired of Sakura, Naruto knew the Leaf would be better if they got stronger too. After all, wasn't the job of a Hokage to make his village great? Of all people, it had been Ino who had shown him the way. The son of the fourth Hokage looked down at her, still fighting Sakura, and made the blonde girl a silent, grateful promise. I'm not what you think I am, Ino, but someday I will be. I'll make myself worthy of the respect you showed me. Count on it. Before then, though, he was still Sakura's teammate. And he had a job to do, no matter how he felt about her now. Come on, Sakura. I know you're not just gonna give in so easily. You can do it. Sakura still couldn't hear Naruto's words, but they helped her anyway. One of the memory doors tugged at her as she passed, the knob drawing her in. It could have been a trap, but she was beyond caring. Throwing the door open, she watched the memory unfold. The forest of death surrounded her as she saw herself rush at Zaku, repeatedly using Kawarimi no Jutsu. Ino laughed as they watched the events happen again. So sorry Sakura. I guess you'll just have to watch yourself screw up again. Oh, really? Sakura smiled, looking at herself fighting the sound nin. You don't get it, Ino. You're the one who just made the mistake. She couldn't really fault Ino. Only Sakura would have known that this moment had been one of the proudest of her life. She had made a decision to show that she was worth something and had proved it by tricking Zaku. Sure, she had taken a beating, but she'd bought time for Ino and her team to get into place. You don't have to win a big victory to make it count, Ino. Sometimes the tiniest thing can make you feel just as good about yourself. Well, I hope you enjoyed whatever little moment you just had, because now I'm shutting you out. Sakura grinned for the first time in what felt like hours. Ino could try to block off her memories again, but she was too late. Something inside of Sakura, shoved aside by Ino's Dreamweaver, had finally risen to the occasion. The hell you will. Ino watched, stunned, as every door in the hallway burst open at once, shattering into splinters. The Sakura that had stood before her disappeared and a giant version of her opponent emerged from the darkness, eyes blazing with rage. She had felt something huge fighting to get out when she'd begun the Dreamweaver, but Ino had thought it was just the way anyone's mind would react, fighting off her control. Nothing she'd ever known about Sakura would have suggested the girl had a split personality. If anything, she's always had a one-track mind. Just what the hell are you, Sakura? It wasn't something she had the time to think about. This new Sakura had just broken through every one of her memory blocks and was now trying to find Ino, looking around with that same angry expression. She could have beaten the wimpy, insecure Sakura, but this one would be a pain in the butt. Forget it. I'm getting out and taking my chances on a normal fight. Shikamaru was still scratching his head, trying to figure out what was going on when he saw Ino's hands move into the release seal for her normal. As they came together, the band of energy connecting the two girls vanished. Just as he was about to ask Asuma another question, Sakura answered it for him. Nice try, Ino. But if you thought I was just going to roll over and let you mess with my memories, you've got another thing coming. As soon as he heard it, everything clicked into place in Shikamaru's mind. He heard Asuma chuckle behind him and turned around to see his sensei clap a hand down on his shoulder. So, what have you learned about Ino's new attack? We could all use an explanation. I ain't really sure I get it, Shikamaru muttered, but I think she took all that stuff we learned at the academy and made it work for her. When Naruto beat Kiba, the lesson he was going off of was that the hand seals are just a way to help you focus your chakra for the technique you're gonna do. Ino's normal attack takes control of everything in the target's body so that she can control it from within. My attack lets me control and shape my shadow, so she must have thought the seal helps me with it. If you combine finer control with the intention, I guess that means you can fine-tune the attack to control specific things. Ino just happened to choose memories, I guess. Asuma nodded, looking down at Ino readying herself to fight again. Regardless of how this fight ends up, Ino set a good example for you and Choji. I expect you to follow it when you get down there. Follow one's lead. For the first time in a very long while, Shikamaru actually found himself wanting to do just that. After what she'd just done, the least he could do was try and show her he'd gotten the message. Ino and Sakura were back to being silent again, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Ino wasn't looking forward to it, staying firmly planted in a defensive stance. Good to get the new technique working, but I haven't practiced it enough yet. It takes too much chakra out of me to control things like this, and that rope trick didn't help. She had enough energy left in her for one good exchange of blows, and that was about it. At this rate, there was no way she could beat Sakura. Which means the only thing I can do is try to go for a draw. It sucked, but damned if she was going to let Sakura get away with another undeserved victory just because of that split personality. Let's end it, Sakura. One last shot, and it's over either way. You asked for it, Ino. For all the angry words and bad memories the two had traded during the fight, it would end not with a cry or scream, but with two punches, each girl connecting with the other's jaw. When the dust settled, neither got up. Hayate watched them both for a while and then raised his hands. Neither fighter is able to continue. Therefore, the match is a draw and neither advances. Naruto clapped a hand to his forehead and shook his head, half smiling. It looks like we both have a ways to go before we reach our goals, Ino. Hope you don't quit just because you're out of the exam. As for him, there was no need for him to cheer on anyone else now. The next time he and Sasuke met, they might well be opponents, competing for promotion. Naruto's only job now was to train himself and get stronger. Whether his opponent was that jerk Neji, Sasuke or even that baggy-eyed sand kid, the finals would be a tough battle. Plucking Itachi off his shoulders, Naruto gave the ferret a searching look. I've got a lot of training coming up, Itachi, and I know you hate being bored. Wouldn't blame you if you took some time off to go and do whatever a ferret does while I'm busy. The ferret snorted, nose wrinkling and whiskers waving. With you around, nothing's ever boring, Naruto. We still gotta meet all the tribal leaders. Wait till you meet Lord Yama, the boss ferret. You'll have a great time. Why? He's strong? Itachi shrugged. Nah, he'll be the easiest summon you ever got. Anybody who feeds Lord Yama a decent meal can get a favor from him. So I'm thinking if you buy him a couple of big bowls of something, maybe ramen, he'll do whatever you want. Naruto frowned. Doesn't that seem a little too easy? Well, us ferrets are scavengers. We take what we can get. If somebody comes along and gives us a present, it's like we hit the jackpot. I'll take your word for it, Naruto said, leaning out over the rail and looking down, but before I meet any more animals, I've got to learn how to summon stuff first. Ain't like there's a whole lot of summoning masters running around the village, you know. Well, who you gonna learn from, then? Naruto just grinned. Oh, I've got a good idea who might know. A certain perverted always late Jounin, that's who. Actually getting to talk to Kakashi was easier said than done, as Naruto discovered. The copy ninja had finally returned to the arena after Sakura and Ino's match, but had come back without Sasuke and was so distracted even Itachi climbing up to his shoulder couldn't get his attention. He wanted to be mature about it, but Naruto was a little ticked off by the time the preliminary matches were over. After seeing what Gaara of the Desert had managed to do to Rock Lee, despite the thick-browed Genin's best efforts, Naruto knew he had to learn how to summon things, and fast, if he was going to have any shot of surviving the tournament the third Hokage had set up. After all, he was up against Neji first. The thought alone was enough to make him nervous, even if he was hell-bent on beating down Hinata's cousin. I don't get it, Naruto. Didn't you just tell me you wanted out of your team? Why go right back for help? It's one thing to say it, he shrugged, but Kakashi-sensei's never done anything to me that would make me think any less of him. It's Sasuke and Sakura I've got problems dealing with. Besides, I think it would kind of disappoint Kakashi-sensei if I just up and left, you know. Hey, it's your call. But if you're gonna consider taking a step as big as you make it out to be, it's usually best to just go ahead and do it if you think that's best. Otherwise you're never gonna get anything done. The ferret had a point. If he was really sure that leaving the team was such a good idea, why hadn't he done it yet? 5 minutes later, the spiky-haired boy received the answer to that very question. What do you mean you can't train me? Is it that you can't or that you won't? Naruto had just made Leaf Village history by leaving the ever-talkative Hada Kakashi completely speechless, but he was in no mood to enjoy the moment. The copy ninja was the only person in the village he knew who might have had any idea how to summon creatures to battle, except maybe the third, and Naruto knew the Hokage was way too busy to train him. But as for Kakashi, Naruto had a pretty good idea where his sensei's time would be going, and he wasn't happy. Not so much because Kakashi wouldn't teach him how to summon stuff he wasn't even sure the copy ninja knew how, since the Sharingan couldn't copy summoning. To put it bluntly, Naruto was getting sick and tired of being a second-class citizen compared to Sasuke. Whether it was in popularity, talent or otherwise, he'd had just about enough of not being good enough for anyone. But before he could say anything, Kakashi spoke. Now, Naruto. It's not like you can't train with someone else and do something different. In fact, I've already lined up a teacher for you who's much more reliable than me. Naruto felt his hopes rise a bit, hearing his sensei's words. So who is it? Kakashi pointed a finger behind Naruto, who turned and stopped cold. Him. Of all the people for Kakashi to call on, the copy ninja had picked Abisu, Konohamaru's so-called elite tutor. It'd be one thing if he'd called on someone I respect, like Iruka-sensei or even Guy. But this arrogant pervert. I beat him with nothing but a cage bunshin and a sexy no jutsu. Forget it. I could learn more from Aunt Satsuna. Itachi had been right. He should have just come here to say goodbye, not to overthink his decision. If he needed proof that leaving was the right thing to do, Kakashi had just given it to him. We all have an agenda to follow. No use getting mad at anyone about it. Just the way we all are, and that's what I have to change about myself. Kakashi had expected Naruto to stay mad at him, so he was surprised, to say the least, when his loud, hyperactive student simply bowed. I guess I should say no thanks, and then thanks. No thanks to your substitute, and thanks for helping me make a big decision. And what decision would that be? I'm leaving. Leaving your command, and leaving the team. No matter how the Chunin exam turns out. It's time we all stopped kidding ourselves that we can get along and go our separate ways. After I see the Hokage, I'm going to go and train myself. If you want to make the most of the time we've got, you might as well take Sasuke and do the same. I'm not wasting a minute of this break, neither should he. Surprised and stunned, Kakashi did nothing for a brief moment. Naruto, his decision made, turned and strode for the door. He was halfway out of the hospital entrance before his now former sensei could say a word. Naruto. Why would you do something like this? The hyperactive ninja kept walking, but turned his head backwards, giving Kakashi one last glimpse of the boy. Naruto smiled a little, and then he was gone, one last message for his sensei barely reaching Kakashi's ears. Because it's for the best. Because it's what my father would have done. You ought to know that better than anyone. It was a few seconds before the full impact of Naruto's words hit Kakashi. He knows. Naruto knows everything, that he's the son of the fourth and that Arashi was my sensei. I don't know how he found out, but he knows. You can see it in his eyes, the tone of his voice. That explained everything, from Sakura's reports of the boy's new attacks to the way he had acted in the preliminaries and the look in Naruto's eyes as he'd left the hospital. Disappointment, mixed with resignation. Not disappointed that Kakashi would not train him, disappointment that Kakashi had turned against his own sensei's example, putting one student above another. It hurt more than he would have thought. As much as he wanted to chase after Naruto to prove that he hadn't forgotten Arashi's lessons, Kakashi knew it was too late. If Naruto was anything like his father, his mind was made up. About all Kakashi could do now was to make sure he played the part of teacher right for his last two students. If Naruto was going to live up to his father's example, it was Kakashi's duty to do the same for his fallen sensei. Sasuke, you'd better be ready to train. Damned if you'll slack off, and damned if I'll let you out of my sight before I find a way to end Orochimaru's influence on you. Boy, you really told him off, Naruto. It was hard to tell if Itachi was being sarcastic, but Naruto had been around the ferret long enough to guess right. Look, I may still want to get his help someday with other stuff. Making him angry isn't a good idea. Besides, even if I had verbally ripped his head off, he wouldn't have changed his mind. Sasuke's pet project. His loss. So what you gonna do now? I guess I'm going to go back home and train in the diamond and invisible bodies. If I can't summon it, I'm just gonna have to stick with what I know and increase my staying power. The laugh behind him stopped Naruto in mid-musing. As he turned around, he caught sight of Ibisu again, smirking in that annoying fashion of his. Honestly, I don't know what you're thinking. Someone with such terrible fundamentals as you have should train those, instead of trying stupid improvised attacks. Naruto considered cursing at the special jounin, but had a better idea. What about you? One look at a naked chick and you need a blood transfusion. Go out and find a girlfriend or something. Oh, sorry, I forgot you were a pervert. Can't even pay them to hook up, can you? Ibisu's temper, strained from Naruto's earlier snub of his services, blew over. He pointed a shaking finger in Genin's direction, face going bright red. You. Wow, Naruto grinned. I had no idea you stuttered. No wonder you can't get a date. Listen, I've got an idea. Why don't we go and work on your people skills and see if that doesn't cure your girl problems? Ibisu's only response was an inarticulate scream as he began to run towards the blonde boy. Naruto leaped out of the way and the chase was on. Over rooftops, through alleyways, Genin and Jounin bounced through the village, insults and curses flying between them as Naruto continued to evade Ibisu's wild attacks. By the time they reached the bathhouse, Naruto was feeling thoroughly good about life again. Sure, what he was doing wasn't too mature, but after all the angst stuff with Kakashi, this was a great way to relax. I've got you now, you irritating scamp. Ha! Naruto laughed, getting ready to move again. The only thing you've got is a dead social life. Suddenly, a voice hissed at them from behind, in the direction of the women's bathhouse. Boy. Keep your damn voices down, you morons. Can't you see there's work being done here? Naruto and Ibisu turned and caught sight of someone hunkered down at the wall of the women's bathhouse, peering in and scribbling something on a notepad. Whether it was because he was tired of chasing Naruto or his sense of justice, Ibisu reacted first. What do you think you're doing there? Come away from that wall at once, you wretch. Don't make me come over there and stop your shameless acts myself. Geez, I haven't heard a speech that lame in years, the man growled, spiky white hair showing up as he raised his head. And would you shut up already? You're gonna make me get caught. Perhaps figuring an older man would be an easier target, Ibisu rushed at the mysterious peeper. Naruto's jaw dropped as the white-haired man sighed and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. When he emerged, Naruto stared in shock. The peeper was now sitting on top of a giant toad. This guy's a summoner. Before Ibisu could react, the toad clocked him with a good shot with a whip of its tongue, knocking the jounin out cold. Sheesh, what a moron. Can't do anything these days without somebody cracking you over the head with their morals. Naruto simply continued to stare. Could it be that someone might be able to teach him to summon after all, even someone as perverted as the man seemed to be? Oh, heck, if I could live with Kakashi-sensei, this guy won't be any worse. With that thought, he stepped towards the toad and the summoner. There was training to negotiate for, after all. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.